Welcome, dear friend, to a moment of tranquility and wonder. As the world outside settles into the comforting embrace of the season, it's the perfect time to delve into calming stories that whisk you away to magical and serene places. These tales are not just journeys of imagination, but gentle invitations to unwind and dream whimsically. In the hustle and bustle of daily life, it's so important to carve out moments of relaxation for ourselves. So, I invite you to cozy up, perhaps with a warm blanket or a cup of tea, and let the soothing narration guide you to a place where peace and enchantment reign. Here's to a wonderful start to your upcoming day, filled with warmth and serenity. Story 1. Once upon a time, in a world where dreams danced among the stars, there lived a young explorer named Lilia. Her heart, wild and unyielding, brimmed with a spirit of adventure that could not be contained. She had always felt a restlessness in her soul, a yearning to uncover the mysteries that lay beyond the horizon. Her small village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering streams, was a tapestry of stories woven by its inhabitants. Yet, Lilia always felt that her own story was waiting to be written in the stars. Lilia's village, Elderglen, was a place where each morning began with the soft chorus of awakening nature. The villagers, skilled in trades passed down through generations, filled the air with the scent of fresh-baked bread and the low hum of looms weaving intricate patterns. The village square was a lively hub, where laughter echoed and stories of old adventures were shared by the elders as they sipped on herbal teas. Despite the warmth and comfort of Elderglen, Lilia's gaze was always drawn to the horizon, where the sky met the earth in a tantalizing promise of the unknown. One starry night, as she stood on the crest of a hill, the village lights twinkling below her like scattered jewels, she gazed up at the vast expanse of the sky. The stars shone like 1,000 watchful eyes, each holding a secret of the universe. Amidst this celestial dance, her attention was drawn to a faint, shimmering light that seemed to beckon from the edge of the forest, its call both insistent and gentle. Curiosity tugged at her soul, and Lilia found herself venturing into the unknown depths of the woodland. The cool night air wrapped around her like a cloak, carrying with it the earthy scent of pine and moss. The trees towered above her, their branches weaving into fantastical shapes that seemed to gesture and sway in a silent symphony. As she walked, the forest came alive with the soft glow of fireflies, their delicate dance illuminating her path with an ethereal radiance. As she wandered deeper, the forest transformed into a realm of enchantment. Mushrooms towered like tiny kingdoms, their caps adorned with glittering dewdrops that caught the moonlight in 1,000 hues. Velvet moss carpeted the ground, soft as a cloud beneath her feet, and the air was filled with the sweet melody of night birds. In the distance, Lilia heard the gentle tinkling of bells, a sound like the laughter of fairies carried on the breeze. Suddenly, a tiny creature fluttered before her eyes, its gossamer wings shimmering with every beat. It was a pixie, no bigger than her thumb, yet its presence filled the air with magic. The pixie's eyes sparkled with mischief and wisdom, and it gestured for Lilia to follow, leading her deeper into the wondrous realm. As they journeyed on, Lilia encountered wonders beyond her wildest dreams. Towering crystals hummed with vibrant energy, casting prismatic rainbows across the forest floor. Each crystal seemed to pulse with its own rhythm, a heartbeat of the earth itself. Bubbles as large as balloons floated lazily through the air, each one containing a miniature world within. A tiny forest, a swirling ocean, a bustling city of lights. At times, Lilia faced gentle challenges that tested her courage and resilience. A golden spider's web blocked her path, its intricate strands shimmering like spun sunlight. With a deep breath, Lilia carefully navigated through, her heart pounding with both fear and exhilaration. As she moved, she marveled at the delicate beauty surrounding her, each step a testament to her growing bravery. In a crystalline clearing, she encountered a wise old owl perched on a branch. Its eyes, deep pools of ancient knowledge, twinkled like stars as it spoke in a voice as soft as falling leaves. "Young one," it said, "you have embarked on a journey of self-discovery. Embrace the wonders around you, for they reflect the magic within your heart." The owl's words resonated within her, unlocking a well of strength and purpose she never knew she possessed. Lilia realized that this journey was not just about the external wonders she encountered, but also about the internal transformation unfolding within her. Beyond the clearing, she discovered a hidden glade, where the air was thick with the scent of blooming jasmine, and the ground was studded with wildflowers of every imaginable hue. In the center stood an ancient stone altar, overgrown with vines and moss, whispering tales of forgotten rituals and the wisdom of those who had come before. Here, Lilia felt the weight of the forest's history, a tapestry of lives intertwined with her own burgeoning story. As she lingered in the glade, Lilia noticed faint markings etched into the stones of the altar, reminiscent of stories she had heard in Elderglen about the ancient tribes that once roamed these lands. Intrigued, she traced the symbols with her fingertips, feeling a connection with times long past. The moment was fleeting, yet potent, like a ghostly whisper of the past blending seamlessly into her present. As the night grew deeper, Lilia found herself in a meadow where the grass danced with every whisper of the wind. Tiny fireflies swirled around her, their lights flickering like 1,000 tiny stars. In the center of the clearing stood a towering willow tree, its branches cascading like a waterfall frozen in time. Beneath the willow's embrace, Lilia felt a sense of peace and belonging wash over her, as if the tree itself was welcoming her into the fold of the forest's ancient magic. Here in the heart of this enchanted realm, Lilia sat and reflected on the journey she had undertaken. Each challenge, each wonder, had revealed a piece of her own soul, a layer of strength and curiosity she had only begun to understand. She had discovered a world of magic and wonder, but more importantly, she had discovered the courage within herself to embrace the unknown. As the first rays of dawn peeked over the horizon, casting a golden glow over the forest, Lilia emerged from the enchanted woodlands, her heart filled with the warmth of her extraordinary journey. She knew that wherever her adventures took her, the magic of that wondrous realm would forever be a part of her soul. Returning to Elderglen, Lilia was greeted by the familiar sights and sounds of her village. Yet, she was different now, carrying an invisible tapestry of her journey within. Her eyes, once filled with longing, now sparkled with a newfound wisdom, and the villagers sensed the subtle change in her. They gathered around her, eager to hear tales of her adventure. As Lilia shared her stories, the village square seemed to transform, the air buzzing with a collective imagination that soared alongside her words. The elders, inspired by her courage, dusted off old maps and spoke of their own dreams unfulfilled, while the children looked at the stars with wonder anew, their minds weaving dreams of their own. Thus, Elderglen, under the soft light of the moon, became a place where dreams were kindled and adventures planned. And amidst the lively gatherings, Lilia felt a profound connection to her village, realizing that her journey had not only expanded her world, but had also breathed new life into the stories and dreams of Elderglen. She had become a bridge between the known and the unknown, a beacon of what could be achieved when one dared to follow the call of the stars. From that day on, whenever Lilia felt the call of the unknown, she would close her eyes and let the memories of her enchanted journey fill her with the courage to explore the boundless wonders that awaited her, confident that the world was vast and full of mysteries yet to be discovered. And so, her story continued, woven into the very fabric of Elderglen, a tale of courage, discovery, and the magic that lies within the hearts of those who dare to dream. Story 2. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled in a lush valley where the gentle rustling of leaves played a perpetual lullaby, there was a peculiar little bookshop. Its name, the Book Nook, was painted in golden letters that shimmered like the first light of dawn, casting a warm glow that beckoned passers-by. The shop was a treasure trove of stories and secrets, and it was here that young Clara spent her afternoons, enveloped in the warm embrace of old tomes and the comforting scent of parchment and ink. The wooden floors creaked softly beneath her feet, and the walls seemed to whisper tales of old as she moved through the aisles. The village itself was a tapestry of vibrant life and ancient history, where cobblestone streets meandered past cottages with thatched roofs, and gardens bloomed with wildflowers in a riot of colors. The villagers, often seen exchanging kind words and freshly baked bread, shared a deep-rooted belief in the magic that wove through their lives, a belief as old as the hills that cradled their home. Clara was a curious soul, her mind a tapestry woven with wonder and imagination. Her eyes, the color of a stormy sea, reflected the depths of her thoughts, and her laughter rang like silver bells, bringing life to the quiet corners of the shop. Every day after school, she would help her grandmother, Agnes, who owned the book nook. Agnes was a woman of infinite wisdom, her silver hair cascading like moonlight down her back, and her eyes twinkling with the mischief of forgotten adventures. She wore a locket around her neck, an heirloom from her own mother, which she often touched absent-mindedly as she read. Agnes had been a part of Willowbrook since her own childhood, and her stories were woven into the very fabric of the village. She often spoke of a time when the valley was home to creatures of legend, and the sky was a canvas of magic and possibility. Her tales were not just entertainment, but lessons wrapped in the cloak of fantasy, instilling in Clara a love for the mysteries of the world. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze outside, Clara noticed something odd. Books seemed to be moving from their shelves, rearranging themselves overnight. At first, she thought it was a trick of her imagination, or perhaps the playful antics of a mischievous breeze. But soon, the mystery deepened. Books about ancient myths and legends were now mingling with modern-day tales of discovery and exploration, creating an enchanting blend of old and new on every shelf. The spines of these books seemed to shimmer with an ethereal light, as if eager to share their knowledge with anyone willing to listen. Puzzled and intrigued, Clara confided in her grandmother. Agnes listened with a gentle smile, her fingers tapping thoughtfully against her chin. "Ah, my dear, Willowbrook has always had a touch of magic. Perhaps it's time you met someone who knows more about such things." The next morning, Agnes led Clara to the edge of the village where the forest of Everwood began. The trees here were ancient, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches stretching towards the sky like wise old arms. The air was thick with the scent of pine and moss, and the ground beneath their feet was soft and springy, muffling their footsteps. As they ventured deeper, the sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting a warm, dappled glow on the path, and the sounds of the forest enveloped them, a symphony of birdsong and rustling leaves. They soon arrived at a quaint little cottage, its walls adorned with ivy and its roof covered in moss. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, and the scent of herbs and honey wafted through the air, mingling with the crisp scent of the forest. Agnes knocked gently on the wooden door, which creaked open to reveal an enchanting sight. Inside lived a wise old owl named Erasmus, his feathers a rich tapestry of browns and golds. He was the guardian of the forest's secrets, and a dear friend to Agnes. Perched on a comfortable chair by the fireplace, Erasmus peered at them through spectacles perched on his beak. The room was filled with the soft glow of lantern light, and shelves lined with ancient scrolls and mysterious artifacts hinted at the wealth of knowledge contained within these walls. "Ah, Agnes," he hooted warmly, "and you've brought young Clara. What a delightful surprise." Clara greeted Erasmus, her eyes wide with awe. She explained the mysterious movements of the books, her voice a mixture of excitement and wonder. The owl listened intently, nodding his head in understanding. "It seems," Erasmus began, "that the spirits of the stories wish to mingle and share their knowledge. The books, you see, have a life of their own, a desire to be read and remembered." Clara's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "But why now? Why all of a sudden?" Erasmus chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of leaves. "Ah, my dear, when the winds of change blow, they often stir the old and the new together. Perhaps they sense that you, with your heart open to wonder, are ready to discover something special." With Erasmus's wise words in mind, Clara returned to the book nook, her heart light and her mind buzzing with possibilities. That evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, she sat by the fireplace with a book in her lap. She gently placed her hand on its cover, whispering, "Show me your story." To her amazement, the pages began to glow softly, the words dancing like fireflies. The story unfolded before her eyes, a tale of friendship and bravery, of a young adventurer not unlike herself. As she read, she realized that the stories were not just tales of the past, but guides for the present. The next few weeks were filled with wonder as Clara delved into the books, each one offering a new adventure, a new lesson. The books continued to rearrange themselves, guided by an invisible hand, creating paths of discovery for her to follow. In this time, Clara's relationship with Agnes deepened. Their daily discussions over steaming cups of tea were rich and layered, revealing more about Agnes's own adventures as a young girl, her encounters with magical creatures, and the wisdom they imparted. Clara listened, rapt, as her grandmother's stories painted a vivid picture of a world where reality and fantasy danced hand in hand. One afternoon, she discovered a dusty tome hidden in a shadowy corner, its spine cracked and worn. Inside, she found a map of Willowbrook and its surrounding lands, marked with mysterious symbols and ancient runes. The map was unlike any she had seen before, its lines and markings seeming to pulse with a life of their own. Clara traced her fingers over its surface, feeling a strange warmth emanating from the parchment. With her grandmother's encouragement, Clara began to explore the village and its history, uncovering stories of the people who had lived there long before she was born. She learned of a time when Willowbrook was home to a guild of storytellers who believed that stories held the power to shape the world. The guild had vanished long ago, leaving behind only whispers of their existence. But Clara felt a connection to them, as if their legacy was calling her to continue their work. Her explorations led her to a forgotten corner of the village, where the remnants of an old amphitheater lay hidden beneath a tangle of ivy and moss. The stones, worn smooth by time, whispered tales of gatherings long past, where villagers would come together to share stories beneath the stars. Clara could almost hear the echoes of laughter and applause as she stood amidst the ruins, feeling the weight of history pressing around her. One evening, as the first snowflakes of winter began to fall, Clara came across a book she had never seen before. Its cover was embossed with a shimmering tree, its branches reaching towards the heavens. As she opened it, a soft melody filled the air, a lullaby sung by the wind. The notes seemed to wrap around her, carrying her to a place beyond time and space. The book told the tale of a magical tree, hidden deep within the forest, whose branches held the wisdom of ages. Clara's heart raced with excitement as she realized that this was the answer she had been seeking. The tree, she understood, was the source of the magic that flowed through Willowbrook and the Book Nook. She dreamed that night of the tree, its branches weaving through the cosmos, connecting stars and stories, a living testament to the intertwined fates of those who sought its wisdom. As she awoke to the soft light of dawn filtering through her window, she felt a sense of purpose, as if the tree itself had whispered its secrets into her sleeping mind. With this newfound knowledge, Clara and Agnes set out once more towards Everwood, following the path illuminated by the moon's gentle glow. They soon found themselves standing before a magnificent tree, its leaves shimmering like stars. The air was filled with a sense of reverence, and Clara could feel the ground hum beneath her feet, as if the earth itself was alive with stories. As Clara approached, the tree's branches bent low, as if welcoming an old friend. She placed her hand on its trunk, feeling the warmth and wisdom of countless stories coursing beneath the bark. In that moment, Clara understood the tree's gift. It was a reminder that stories, whether whispered by the wind or penned in a book, were the roots that connected them all. They were the bridge between the past and the future, the guideposts along the journey of life. Before they left the tree, Erasmus appeared once more, his wings softly fluttering as he perched on a branch above them. "The tree has waited for you, Clara," he said, his voice like the gentle rustle of leaves. "Its stories are now yours to share with the world." Clara returned to the Book Nook with a heart full of gratitude and a mind buzzing with inspiration. She knew that the mystery of the moving books had been a gentle nudge, encouraging her to look beyond the pages and into the heart of the stories. And as the village of Willowbrook nestled into the cozy embrace of winter, Clara continued to share the magic of the stories with all who entered. Her heart forever intertwined with the wisdom of the tree and the enchantment of the Book Nook. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the snow fell silently outside, Clara drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the adventures yet to come. and the comforting knowledge that the magic of stories would always guide her home. The legacy of the storytellers lived on, whispered through the pages of every book, and carried on the wings of imagination, a timeless bond that would forever connect Clara to the world of wonder she had come to cherish. One bright morning, a new presence graced Willowbrook, altering its rhythm subtly but irrevocably. A traveling bookbinder named Alara arrived with her caravan painted in vibrant hues of emerald and sapphire, setting up shop right in the heart of the village square. Her arrival was met with curiosity and excitement, her skills renowned for breathing life into old stories and creating tomes that seemed to pulse with their own heartbeat. Alara was a woman of mystery, her eyes a deep shade of emerald that seemed to change with the light, and her hands deft and nimble, always in motion as if weaving an invisible thread of magic. Her laughter was a song, bright and infectious, and she carried with her an air of stories yet untold. Intrigued by the tales of the moving books at the Book Nook, she sought out Clara, eager to meet the girl who had awakened the spirits of the stories. Their meeting was one of instant connection, as if they were two pieces of a puzzle finally coming together. Alara, with her endless curiosity, and Clara, with her boundless imagination, found in each other a kindred spirit. They spent hours discussing the mysteries of the world, Alara sharing stories of her travels, of lands and cultures far beyond Willowbrook, and Clara recounting the magical occurrences within the Book Nook. Through her new friendship with Alara, Clara began to learn the art of bookbinding, discovering the delicate balance between preserving the old and welcoming the new. She realized how the physical act of binding a book mirrored her journey, bringing together disparate elements to create something whole and wondrous. Alara taught her how to listen to the whispers of the pages, to understand that each book had its own soul, a unique story waiting to be told through more than just words. One afternoon, as they worked together in the cozy warmth of the Book Nook, Alara shared a secret. She spoke of a sacred ritual performed by the Guild of Storytellers long ago, a ceremony that bound the heart of the village to the magic of the stories. It was a tradition that had been lost with the disappearance of the guild, but Alara believed that with Clara's discovery of the magical tree, they could revive it. Eager to uncover more, Clara and Alara delved into the history of the guild, piecing together fragments of lore and ancient customs. They learned that the ritual required the gathering of stories from the villagers, tales of their lives, their dreams, and their hopes. These stories would be woven into a tapestry, a living narrative that would connect the past with the present and future, ensuring that the magic of storytelling would never fade from Willowbrook. As word spread, the villagers embraced the idea, each one eager to contribute their own story to the tapestry. The village square buzzed with excitement, a vibrant tapestry of voices sharing tales that spanned generations. Clara, with Alara by her side, listened and recorded each story, their hearts swelling with the richness of the collective narrative. Finally, on the night of the winter solstice, beneath a sky alight with stars, Clara and Alara led the villagers to the old amphitheater. There, they lit a bonfire, its flames reaching towards the heavens, a beacon of warmth and light. As the fire crackled and the shadows danced, Clara stood before the gathered crowd, her heart filled with the weight of their stories and the promise of the future. With a voice clear and strong, she recited the stories, weaving them into a single, flowing narrative that echoed through the night air. As she spoke, the stars seemed to shimmer more brightly, and the villagers felt the presence of the storytellers who had come before, their spirits alive in the words that floated on the breeze. In that moment, Clara understood the true gift of storytelling, the power to unite, to heal, and to inspire. The ritual completed, the villagers returned to their homes, hearts aglow with the shared magic of their stories, knowing that they were all part of something greater. As the embers of the bonfire smoldered and the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, Clara and Alara remained, gazing at the sky, their souls intertwined with the legacy they had resurrected together. Alara's caravan soon continued its journey, but the bond she and Clara had forged remained, a testament to the magic of stories and the enduring power of friendship. And so, as winter settled gently over Willowbrook, Clara continued her work at the Book Nook, her heart forever open to the wonders that each new story brought. She knew that the magic of stories would guide her always, lighting her path and connecting her to the hearts of those who had come before and those yet to come. The legacy of the storytellers lived on, whispered through the pages of every book, a timeless bond that would forever connect her to the world of wonder she cherished. Story 3. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the canopy stretched high above like a cathedral of emerald, the creatures of the woods lived in delicate balance, harmonizing with the rhythm of nature. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, while shafts of sunlight pierced through the foliage, dancing upon the forest floor like streams of liquid gold. This was a place where reality and magic intertwined, and where every rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old. Among the denizens of this vibrant ecosystem were the willow mice, tiny creatures with fur as soft as thistledown and eyes that gleamed like dew-kissed berries. They were known for their gentle nature and the wisdom they carried, passed down from one generation to the next, like the steady flow of a river. Their lives were intertwined with the rhythms of the forest, and their home was nestled within the roots of an ancient willow, its branches swaying gracefully with the passing breeze. As the seasons turned, the forest was host to extraordinary phenomena, each tied to the essence of the time. In spring, the air would shimmer with a fine mist of pollen, turning the world into a golden haze, while the songs of birds filled the air, a symphony heralding renewal. Summer brought warm rains and the sweet scent of blooming flowers, a time of abundance and laughter. Autumn draped the forest in a tapestry of amber and scarlet, the crunch of fallen leaves underfoot like a gentle lullaby. Winter arrived with a blanket of snow, the world hushed and still, the air crisp and clear. The willow mice had a special role during these seasonal changes. They were the keepers of the forest's almanac, an ancient book woven from leaves and bark, its pages inscribed with the lore of the land. It was their duty to ensure that the balance of nature was maintained, tending to the needs of the forest with care and wisdom. One crisp autumn day, as the leaves danced in the wind and the sky wore the soft hues of twilight, a young willow mouse named Bramble was exploring near the edge of the forest. He was a curious soul, always eager to learn from the world around him. As he ventured further from the safety of the willow, he noticed something unusual, a chill that didn't belong in the gentle embrace of autumn. With a twitch of his nose and a flick of his tail, Bramble followed the cold breeze to a hidden glen. There he discovered a shimmering veil of frost creeping over the flowers and grass, a sign that winter was arriving too soon. The forest was not ready. The animals had yet to finish gathering their stores, and the trees were still shedding their leaves. Bramble knew he had to act quickly. He scurried back to the willow, where the elder mice gathered around a small fire, the warmth casting a cozy glow over their silvered fur. "The frost is here too early," Bramble announced, his voice carrying a note of urgency. "We must consult the forest's almanac." The elders nodded sagely, and together they opened the ancient book, its pages whispering softly as they turned. The almanac spoke of a time long ago when a similar chill had threatened the balance. The solution lay in the Song of Seasons, a melody that could coax nature back into harmony. But the song was not something that could be sung by one alone. It required the voices of the forest, each creature contributing their unique sound, from the deep croak of the frogs to the gentle rustle of the wind through the leaves. Understanding the task at hand, Bramble set off with determination. He visited the burrows of the rabbits, the nests of the birds, and the dens of the foxes, explaining the plight that threatened them all. Each creature agreed to lend their voice, understanding that unity was their strength. As dusk settled over the forest, a gathering formed at the heart of the woods. Creatures of all kinds assembled under the starlit sky, their eyes bright with hope. Bramble stood at the center, his small heart filled with the wisdom of his ancestors and the courage of his friends. Bramble's journey to rally the forest had not been without its challenges. He had encountered the sable fox, a solitary and skeptical creature who often roamed the shadows. Known for his cunning and sharp wit, the sable fox was not easily swayed by the whims of others. "Why should I join this song?" the fox had questioned, his eyes narrowing with doubt. Bramble, remembering tales of old, spoke of the forest's interconnectedness, how every creature's fate was tied to the others. The sable fox, though solitary, had a deep-seated respect for the forest's history and reluctantly agreed to lend his haunting howl, understanding the gravity of the situation. With a deep breath, Bramble began the Song of Seasons, his voice a soft, lilting melody that rose like mist over a moonlit pond. One by one, the other creatures joined in, their voices weaving together into a harmonious tapestry that echoed through the trees and into the night. The air shimmered with magic as their song unfurled, wrapping around the frost and gently guiding it away. The flowers lifted their heads, the leaves rustled with renewed vigor, and the chill that had settled over the forest dissipated like morning fog under the sun's warm touch. As the last notes faded into the night, the forest stood in grateful silence, the balance restored. Bramble looked around at his friends, feeling the warmth of their shared triumph. The lesson of the forest was clear. When creatures come together, united by friendship and wisdom, they can overcome even the greatest challenges. With the frost banished and the seasonal harmony restored, the creatures returned to their homes, the gentle hum of the forest lulling them into a peaceful slumber. And as Bramble nestled back into the roots of the ancient willow, he felt a deep sense of contentment, knowing that the wisdom of the forest almanac would continue to guide them through the cycles of time. In the following days, Bramble found himself reflecting on the journey. The forest had not only survived the threat, but it had grown stronger. The sable fox, once an outsider, now visited the willow often, sharing stories and wisdom with the willow mice under the dappled shade. The creatures had learned that even in solitude, there lies strength in coming together, a lesson etched into the annals of the forest's almanac, to be passed down for generations to come. Amidst the peace that followed, Bramble discovered another curious phenomenon, a small patch of the forest where the flowers bloomed in a vibrant array even in late autumn, their colors defying the season. Intrigued, he visited this patch often, feeling a strange warmth emanating from it. It was as if the forest had left a gift, a reminder of the magic that thrived when harmony was restored. His visits to the patch were not solitary for long. One day, as he sat among the blossoms, he heard the soft patter of paws approaching. It was the sable fox, his amber eyes filled with a newfound lightness. "I've heard tales of this place," the fox said, his voice carrying a hint of wonder. "They say it's where the forest's magic gathers." Bramble nodded, feeling a connection both to the fox and the forest around them. They sat together in silence, watching the sun dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. As they parted ways that evening, Bramble felt a profound sense of unity with the forest and its inhabitants. The patch of vibrant flowers became a symbol, a place where creatures of all kinds would come to remember the strength that lay in their unity. Through the seasons, the forest would face challenges, as all ecosystems do. But the story of the Song of Seasons, of a young mouse's courage and the collective voice of the forest, would echo through the trees, reminding all who lived within its bounds of the power of harmony and the magic that thrived in their togetherness. The seasons continued their eternal cycle, and with each turn, Bramble grew more attuned to the whispers of the forest. He began to notice the subtle changes and signs that heralded each transition. The first buds of spring would speak of new beginnings, and the first chill of autumn carried stories of transformation. One evening, as Bramble sat by the willow's roots, a gentle rain began to fall, its rhythm a soothing lullaby. He watched as the droplets collected on leaves, glinting like diamonds in the fading light. The sound of the rain brought memories of his journey, the unity of the forest, and the song that had woven them all together. A sudden rustling in the underbrush caught his attention, and out stepped a young rabbit, her fur damp from the rain. She introduced herself as Hazel, a newcomer to the forest seeking shelter and community. Bramble welcomed her with warmth, sharing tales of the forest's wonders and the strength found in its unity. As they talked, a realization dawned upon Bramble. The forest was not just a place of ancient magic, but a living entity, constantly growing with each new creature that called it home. He understood that his role as a keeper of the forest's almanac was not just to preserve the past, but to nurture the future. With Hazel's arrival, Bramble sensed a new chapter beginning. Together, they envisioned a gathering place where all creatures could come to share their stories, wisdom, and dreams. The patch of vibrant flowers, with its inexplicable warmth and beauty, seemed the perfect spot. And so, with the forest as their canvas, Bramble and Hazel began to create a haven, a circle of stones and wildflowers where creatures could gather under the stars. As the gathering place took shape, Bramble felt the forest's magic thrumming beneath his paws, a reminder of the interconnectedness that bound them all. In time, the gathering place became a beacon of light and hope, drawing creatures from all corners of the forest. They came not just to sing the song of seasons, but to share tales of their journeys, learn from one another, and celebrate the unity that gave them strength. Yet amid their gatherings, another change was quietly unfolding. A new presence began to stir in the forest, unseen but deeply felt. The whispers of the trees carried tales of a spirit, ancient and wise, that watched over the land. Some said it was the spirit of the forest itself, awakened by the harmony Bramble and his friends had woven. Bramble, ever curious, sought to understand this presence. He ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, guided by the song of the wind through the trees. In a secluded glen, where the light danced in ethereal patterns, he encountered a vision, a great stag, its antlers like branches reaching for the sky, eyes deep with the mysteries of the forest. The stag spoke not in words, but in the language of nature, a symphony of life and renewal. Bramble felt a profound connection, understanding that the stag was both guardian and guide, a testament to the forest's enduring spirit. The stag imparted a simple truth: the forest thrived on balance, and its strength lay in the unity of all its inhabitants. With this new understanding, Bramble returned to the gathering place, sharing the stag's message with the creatures of the forest. They listened, hearts open to the wisdom of the ancient spirit. From that day forward, the gatherings took on new meaning, becoming not only celebrations of unity, but also an acknowledgement of their bond with the forest itself. As Bramble looked out over the gathering, his heart swelled with gratitude. The forest, once a backdrop to his adventures, had become a tapestry of lives woven together, a testament to the power of harmony and the enduring magic of nature's embrace. As the seasons cycled on, Bramble's connection to the forest deepened. He began to understand the subtle signs of its moods, the way the leaves rustled with secrets, and the whispers of the wind that carried tales of distant lands. It was during one of these contemplative moments that Bramble felt a yearning to explore beyond the familiar bounds of the willow, to seek the mysteries that lay beyond the horizon. He shared his thoughts with Hazel, whose eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of adventure. Together they decided to embark on a journey beyond the forest, to discover the world that existed outside their verdant home. They packed provisions of nuts and berries, and with the blessing of the elder mice, set off at dawn, their hearts filled with anticipation. The journey led them through unfamiliar landscapes, where the trees grew sparse and the ground was carpeted with wildflowers of every hue. The air was different here, carrying with it the scent of salt and the distant roar of the sea. Bramble and Hazel marveled at the vastness of the world, their senses alive with new experiences. Along the way, they encountered creatures they had never seen before. A wise tortoise who spoke of the ancient waters, a mischievous squirrel with tales of towering mountains, and a flock of migratory birds who painted the sky with their graceful flight. Each encounter enriched their understanding, weaving a tapestry of knowledge that would become part of the forest's almanac. As they reached the edge of the forest, where the land met the sea, Bramble and Hazel stood in awe of the endless expanse of water, its waves glistening like jewels under the sun. The rhythmic roar of the ocean was a symphony unto itself, a reminder of the vastness and beauty of the natural world. In that moment, Bramble realized that the spirit of the forest was not confined to the woods alone, but was part of a greater, interconnected tapestry of life that spanned the entire earth. The lessons of unity and harmony echoed in the crashing waves, just as they did in the rustling leaves of the willow. With hearts full of newfound wisdom, Bramble and Hazel returned to the forest, eager to share their discoveries with the creatures who awaited their return. They recounted the tales of their journey, the lessons learned, and the beauty they had witnessed. The gathering place at the patch of vibrant flowers became a space of shared experience, where the stories of the world beyond the forest enriched the collective wisdom of its inhabitants. As the days turned to weeks, and the forest continued its eternal cycle, Bramble felt a deep sense of fulfillment. He had journeyed beyond the bounds of the willow, only to find that the spirit of unity and harmony transcended all boundaries. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless beauty, was not just a place, but a way of being that resonated throughout the world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient stag, Bramble and his friends continued to nurture the balance and harmony of the forest. Their voices joined in the song of seasons, a testament to the enduring power of nature's embrace and the unbreakable bonds of friendship and unity. Story 4. In the heart of a sprawling forest where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the air was filled with the soft hum of enchantment, there lay a quaint little village named Mirthwood. The cottages of Mirthwood were snugly nestled between towering oaks and gentle streams, their thatched roofs covered in a soft layer of moss that gleamed emerald in the morning dew. On the windowsills, pots of sweet-smelling herbs sat, tended by the villagers who loved their quiet, magical lives. Their fragrances, lavender, thyme, and rosemary, wafted gently through the village, mingling with the crisp scent of pine from the surrounding woods. This village was known for its remarkable serenity, where the most unusual occurrence might be the gentle twinkling of fireflies after dusk, or a rainbow appearing unexpectedly on a clear day, with colors so vivid they seemed to be painted by the hand of a whimsical artist. But one autumn afternoon, as leaves of gold and crimson drifted lazily to the forest floor, something peculiar began to unfold. At first, it was only noticed by the children, who were often more tuned to the wonders and oddities of the world around them. A soft, melodic chiming sound echoed through the air, seemingly without a source. It was a sound that tugged at the edges of dreams, leaving one with a lingering sense of curiosity. The villagers, however, were busy preparing for the Harvest Moon Festival, a celebration of gratitude and togetherness, and paid little heed to the mysterious music. The festival preparations filled the air with laughter and the clatter of festivities, as villagers strung colorful lanterns from tree to tree and set tables with bountiful harvests from the fields. Among the children, there was a young girl named Lilia, whose eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 stars. She was known for her imagination and her kindness, traits that endeared her to all who knew her. Lilia was determined to uncover the source of the chiming, and so she set off on an adventure with her best friend, a clever and gentle fox named Thistle. Thistle's coat shone like a copper penny in the sunlight, and his eyes were as keen as any detective's, always scanning the surroundings with an intelligent gleam. Together, Lilia and Thistle meandered through the village, listening closely to the chiming. It seemed to grow louder near the edge of the forest, where the trees stood like sentinels guarding their secrets. As they walked, the dappled sunlight danced through the leaves, casting playful patterns on the ground. The air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, a comforting embrace that wrapped around them with every step. As they ventured farther, they passed by an ancient stone well, covered in ivy and etched with runes long forgotten by the villagers. It whispered tales of old to those who would listen. Lilia and Thistle paused for a moment, feeling the weight of history surround them, as if the forest itself was urging them onward. Guided by the melody, Lilia and Thistle ventured deeper into the woods until they reached a glen where the sunlight pooled like liquid gold. In the center of this glen stood an ancient tree, its bark gnarled and twisted, with roots that seemed to cradle the earth itself. From one of its branches hung a delicate set of wind chimes, crafted from silvery shells and tiny bells, swaying gently in the breeze and producing the enchanting music. At the base of the tree sat a figure unlike any Lilia had ever seen, a wise old owl with feathers as soft as velvet and eyes that gleamed with centuries of knowledge. "Welcome, young seekers," the owl hooted warmly. "I am Alwyn, the guardian of these woods." Lilia and Thistle bowed respectfully, for they understood that Alwyn was a creature of great wisdom. "We heard the beautiful music and wanted to find where it came from," Lilia explained. Alwyn nodded, a twinkle in his eye. These chimes were left by the forest spirits to remind us of the interconnectedness of all things. But recently, they've been acting as a call, drawing attention to something that needs our care. Lila furrowed her brow in thought. What could that be? She wondered aloud. Observe and listen with your heart, Olwen advised. The forest will speak to you if you let it. Taking Olwen's advice to heart, Lila and Thistle spent the next few days exploring the forest, guided by the harmonious chimes. They noticed small signs of imbalance, a stream that trickled instead of flowed, a patch of flowers that drooped in the shade despite the sun's warmth. One day, as they walked beneath the forest canopy, Lila began to notice how the birds' songs were softer, as if they too were burdened by the forest's unrest. She paused, a hand resting against the rough bark of an oak, feeling its silent plea for help. The realization struck her heart with a mixture of sadness and resolve. She knew she had to find a way to restore the balance. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of sunset, Lila and Thistle sat by the stream pondering these mysteries. It's as if the forest is out of tune, like a song missing its notes, Lila mused. Thistle, twitching his ears thoughtfully, replied, Perhaps the source of the imbalance is something we cannot see. Inspired by Thistle's insight, Lila remembered an old tale her grandmother had told her about hidden creatures who lived beneath the forest floor, tiny earth sprites who nurtured the roots of plants and whispered to the streams. If something had troubled these sprites, it could explain the discord. Determined to help, Lila and Thistle returned to Olwen. I think we need to find the earth sprites, Lila declared. They might know what's wrong. Olwen nodded approvingly. The sprites are shy and elusive, but they are kind-hearted. If you offer them something sweet, they may reveal themselves. With this advice, Lila and Thistle gathered honey cakes, the sweetest treat they could think of, and placed them in a circle near the stream. They sat quietly, their hearts open and patient, until the moon rose high and bathed the forest in silver light. From the shadows emerged tiny figures, their skin the color of rich soil and eyes like sparkling dew. The earth sprites approached cautiously, drawn by the scent of honey. Thank you for the offering, one sprite said in a voice like rustling leaves. We have been troubled by a stone that has fallen over the source of the stream, blocking its flow and causing distress to the forest. Lila's eyes widened with understanding. If we move the stone, will the forest heal? She asked gently. Yes, the sprite nodded. The balance will return, and the chimes will sing joyfully once more. With the guidance of the earth sprites and the strength of Thistle's clever paws, Lila set to work. Together, they rolled the heavy stone away from the stream's source, freeing the water to gurgle and gush once more, its melody pure and bright. As the stream resumed its journey, the forest seemed to sigh with relief. The flowers lifted their heads, the trees swayed in gratitude, and the chimes overhead sang a new song, one of harmony and peace. The villagers noticed the change too, the air filled with a renewed sense of tranquility. At the Harvest Moon Festival, they marveled at the beauty of their surroundings, never knowing of the gentle mystery that Lila and Thistle had quietly solved. And so, in the heart of Mirthwood, under the watchful gaze of Olwen and the tender care of the earth sprites, the village continued to thrive, a testament to the power of observation, friendship, and the simple act of listening to the world with an open heart. As Lila and Thistle made their way home, the moonlight guiding their path, they knew they had made a small difference. And with that comforting thought, they slipped into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of new adventures to come, where kindness and curiosity would always light their way. In the days that followed, Lila often found herself returning to the forest, her heart forever tuned to its subtle songs and whispers. She would sit with Thistle by the stream, listening to the water's gentle babble, knowing that there were always more stories to uncover and more mysteries to solve. Thus the forest became not just a backdrop for her adventures, but a cherished friend, its secrets forever entwined with her own. One such day, while exploring a new path that meandered through the woods, Lila stumbled upon a long-forgotten grove, hidden by a curtain of ivy and illuminated by shafts of sunlight breaking through the canopy. In the center of the grove stood a stone altar, intricately carved with images of animals and trees, each figure telling its own story of life and harmony. Lilia approached the altar, feeling a sense of reverence for the ancient craftsmanship. Thistle, ever curious, sniffed around the base of the altar, his ears perking up at the discovery of a small, weathered scroll tucked beneath a loose stone. "What have you found, Thistle?" Lilia inquired, kneeling beside her friend. Thistle nudged the scroll toward Lilia with his nose. Carefully, she unfurled it, revealing faded ink that detailed an old legend of the forest. A tale of a time when the balance of nature was first established by the cooperation between the creatures of the woods and the villagers of Mirthwood. The legend spoke of a sacred pact, an understanding that the prosperity of the village and the vitality of the forest were intertwined. It described a ritual of renewal, performed once every generation, to reaffirm this bond and ensure the continued harmony between the two. As Lilia read the legend, a sense of purpose filled her heart. She realized that the forest's recent imbalance was a sign that this ritual had been forgotten over time. It was up to her, with the help of Thistle and the wisdom of Alwyn, to revive this ancient tradition. Returning to Mirthwood, Lilia shared the legend with the villagers during a gathering in the village square. The elders listened with interest, their eyes widening as they recalled fragments of the tale from their own childhoods. "The time has come to renew our pact with the forest," Lilia declared, her voice steady and filled with conviction. "Let us come together, as our ancestors did, to honor the bond that sustains us all." Inspired by Lilia's determination, the villagers agreed to prepare for the ritual. They crafted offerings of woven garlands and baskets of the finest fruits and grains, symbols of their gratitude to the forest. On the night of the ritual, the villagers gathered in the grove, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of torches. Lilia stood before the altar, flanked by Thistle and Alwyn, who had come to lend his wisdom to the ceremony. With a heart full of hope and reverence, Lilia led the villagers in a song of gratitude, their voices rising in harmony, weaving a tapestry of sound that resonated through the forest. As they sang, the earth seemed to respond, the trees swayed gently in rhythm, and the chimes in the distant glen joined in, their melody clear and jubilant. When the song ended, a hush fell over the grove, broken only by the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle babble of the newly freed stream. In that moment, the villagers felt a profound connection to the forest, a renewal of the bond that had been forged so long ago. As the villagers returned to their cottages, a renewed sense of peace enveloped Mirthwood. The forest, too, seemed to hum with contentment, its balance restored, and its secrets safe in the hands of those who cherished them. In the days that followed, Lilia continued her adventures with Thistle, her heart forever attuned to the whispers of the forest. And though new challenges would inevitably arise, she knew that with curiosity, kindness, and the support of her friends, she could face whatever mysteries lay ahead, her spirit forever entwined with the heart of Mirthwood. As the village settled into a new season of harmony, a peculiar event unfolded. A traveling bard named Eamon arrived in Mirthwood, his vibrant cloak trailing behind him like a tapestry of tales. He spoke of faraway lands and sang songs that carried the weight of distant winds. His presence stirred a curiosity in Lilia, who felt a kinship with someone whose heart also beat in time with the stories of the world. Eamon's tales spoke of forests much like Mirthwood, but also of forests that had lost their song, their balance disrupted by neglect and forgetfulness. His words resonated with Lilia, echoing her recent experiences and the importance of the newly revived ritual. One evening, as stars blinked into being, Eamon shared a tale about a legendary tree, the Heartwood, said to be the origin of all forests. It was a tree that contained the songs of the world within its branches, and every forest was a reflection of its harmony. The Heartwood, he claimed, was hidden deep within the earth, accessible only to those who truly understood the language of nature. Lilia listened, entranced, her imagination weaving the tale into the fabric of her own adventures. She wondered if the Heartwood was connected to Mirthwood, and if its song was the same melody that had guided her through the forest. After the bard's departure, Lilia found herself dreaming of the Heartwood, its branches entwined with her own story. She felt an urge to seek it out, to understand the deeper connection that tied her, the village, and the forest to this mythical tree. Thus, with Thistle by her side, Lilia embarked on a new journey. She followed the subtle whispers of the forest, the calls of the chimes, and the wisdom of Alwyn, her heart open to the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar paths of Mirthwood. Their adventure promised new discoveries and challenges, but Lilia was prepared, her spirit buoyed by the knowledge that her connection to the forest was as enduring as the ancient roots that cradled the earth. As they ventured further into the unknown, the forest revealed itself in layers of wonder and mystery. Each step brought them closer to the heart of its secrets, the whispers of the heartwood guiding them like a beacon through the trees. They traversed landscapes of surreal beauty, glens where the mist hung like gossamer veils, and meadows alive with the vibrant flutter of butterflies, their wings catching the sunlight in iridescent flashes. Along the way, they encountered creatures both mundane and magical, a family of deer with silver antlers, a murmuration of birds that moved as one, and a wise old tortoise who carried the wisdom of the ages in his steady gaze. Each encounter enriched their journey, offering insights and stories that deepened their understanding of the forest's intricate tapestry. One night, by the light of a crescent moon, Lilia and Thistle stopped to rest beside a tranquil pool, its surface mirroring the starlit sky. As they sat in companionable silence, the water began to ripple, forming shapes that danced like shadows on its surface. From the midst of these shapes emerged a figure, ethereal and luminous, a spirit of the forest, her form woven from the threads of moonlight and shadow. "You seek the heartwood," the spirit intoned, her voice a melody that resonated with the rustle of leaves and the sigh of the wind. "It lies at the convergence of all things, where the boundaries of time and space blur, and the song of the earth is strongest." Lilia nodded, her heart swelling with determination. "How will we know when we find it?" she asked, her voice a whisper in the night. "The heartwood will reveal itself to those who listen with more than just their ears," the spirit replied. "It is a journey of the soul, as much as of the feet. Trust in your bond with the forest, and you will find your way." With these words, the spirit faded into the night, leaving Lilia and Thistle with a renewed sense of purpose. They resumed their journey, guided by an instinct that transcended understanding, the call of the heartwood a constant companion in their thoughts. Days stretched into weeks, the forest a living entity that breathed and pulsed with life. Lilia and Thistle traversed paths that twisted and turned, leading them through enchanting landscapes and whispered tales of ages past. The forest became their teacher, its lessons woven into the fabric of their journey. Finally, one dawn, as the sky blushed with the first light of day, they arrived at a glade unlike any they had seen before. It was a place where the air shimmered with the essence of magic, and the very ground seemed to hum with energy. In the center of the glade stood the heartwood, its majestic form towering above them, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. The tree pulsed with a light that ebbed and flowed, a silent symphony that resonated in Lilia's very bones. She approached with reverence, her heart brimming with awe and gratitude. Thistle, by her side, gazed at the tree with a wisdom that belied his fox form, sensing the significance of this moment. As they stood before the heartwood, Lilia felt a profound connection to the forest and all its inhabitants. It was a bond that transcended time, a reminder of the harmony that sustained the world. The tree seemed to acknowledge their presence, its leaves rustling in a gentle symphony that echoed the chimes of Mirthwood. In that moment, Lilia understood that the heartwood was not just a tree, but a symbol of the interconnectedness of all things. It was a testament to the power of nature and the importance of living in harmony with the world around them. With a heart full of gratitude, Lilia and Thistle turned to leave, knowing that they carried the heartwood's song within them. Their journey had come full circle, their spirits forever entwined with the heart of the forest. As they made their way back to Mirthwood, the forest seemed to sing with newfound vigor, its song a celebration of life and renewal. Lilia knew that their adventure had changed them, deepening their bond with the forest and each other. And so, in the heart of the sprawling forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the air was filled with the soft hum of enchantment, Lilia and Thistle returned to their village, carrying the legacy of the heartwood, a legacy of understanding, harmony, and the enduring power of the natural world. Story 5. In the quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the shimmering silver lake, life flowed with a gentle rhythm dictated by the seasons. Each morning, a pale mist rose from the lake, weaving through the village like a gossamer veil, and by midday, the sun's rays would pierce through, painting the cobblestone streets with patterns of light and shadow. The air was perpetually filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet aroma of wildflowers that dotted the landscape. Within this serene setting, the villagers led lives that were simple yet rich with unspoken stories. The cobblestone paths were worn by generations of feet, each stone holding the echoes of laughter, sorrow, and resilience. The village was a tapestry of colors, from the vibrant dyes of the weavers to the muted tones of the fishermen's nets drying under the sun. The lake, a mirror to the sky, reflected the changing moods of the day, from the soft blush of dawn to the fiery hues of sunset. At the village's heart stood the little shop known far and wide for its peculiar collection of knickknacks and curiosities. Its moss-covered roof and ivy-clad walls gave it the appearance of a living entity, a place where nature and magic intertwined. The shop's proprietor, Mr. Wren, was a gentle soul whose presence was as comforting as the crackling fire in his hearth. His eyes, a deep shade of cerulean, held the wisdom of countless stories, and his smile was a silent promise of the wonders within. Mr. Wren was not just a shopkeeper, he was a keeper of secrets and a guardian of dreams. Those who visited often found themselves lingering longer than intended, drawn in by his tales, which often contained subtle lessons or unexpected wisdom. His shop was a sanctuary for the weary-hearted, a place where the complexities of the world could be pondered over a cup of chamomile tea, its steam curling in the air like a protective embrace. The walls of the shop were adorned with maps of distant lands and shelves lined with delicate artifacts, each with its own tale to tell. One chilly autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced upon the brisk breeze, a young girl named Clara ventured into the shop. Clara, with her unruly curls and bright, inquisitive eyes, was known throughout the village for her insatiable curiosity and her compassionate nature. Her footsteps were light, yet they carried the weight of her determination to uncover the mysteries she had heard whispered about the shop. As she stepped inside, a cozy warmth enveloped her, and the fragrant scent of cinnamon and aged parchment filled the air, evoking memories of home and hearth. The shop was a treasure trove of wonders, with shelves that seemed to stretch into infinity, each lined with trinkets of all shapes and sizes, from delicate porcelain figurines to dusty old tomes and glistening glass baubles that caught the light like prisms. Clara marveled at them all, her fingers brushing lightly over the objects, but one item in particular caught her eye. It was a simple, unassuming brass key, nestled in a small wooden box lined with velvet. The key shone with a soft golden glow that seemed to pulse gently, like the heartbeat of a slumbering creature. Clara reached out and picked it up, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips, as though the key were alive, sharing its essence with her. Intrigued, she approached Mr. Wren, who was busy polishing a silver candlestick that gleamed under the flickering candlelight. "Ah, I see you've found the key of whispers," he said with a knowing smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. "It's a special one, that key. It has the power to unlock the secrets of the heart." Clara was filled with wonder. "What does that mean?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, as if the key itself might awaken and speak. Mr. Wren chuckled softly, the sound like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "It means, dear Clara, that this key can help you see the truth hidden within. But be warned, not all truths are easy to face, and not all doors are meant to be opened." Determined to unravel the key's mystery, Clara thanked Mr. Wren and tucked the key into her pocket. As she stepped outside, the evening sun bathed the village in a warm, golden light, casting long shadows that danced across the cobblestones. Clara felt a sense of adventure stirring within her, a call to explore the depths of human emotion and understanding. Over the following days, Clara discovered that the key held a remarkable ability. Whenever she held it close and listened with her heart, she could hear the gentle whispers of those around her. Not spoken words, but the unspoken thoughts and feelings they carried inside. This newfound ability filled her with awe, but also a heavy responsibility. She realized that understanding others' hearts required great wisdom and kindness. One morning, as the sun cast a soft glow over the village, Clara noticed her neighbor, a gruff old fisherman named Tom, struggling with his nets by the lakeside. Though he rarely spoke more than a grumble, Clara sensed a deep sadness in his eyes, a loneliness that seemed to echo the lonesome call of the lake at dawn. She held the key close, and amidst the whispers, she heard the burden of solitude that weighed upon him. Gathering her courage, Clara approached him with a warm smile. "Mr. Tom," she said gently, "I've been learning to bake some delicious pies. Would you like to join me for tea and share some stories of the lake?" Tom hesitated, unused to such kindness, but something in Clara's eyes and the warmth of her invitation softened his heart. As they sat together over steaming tea and flaky pie in Clara's cozy kitchen, Tom's gruff exterior slowly melted away, revealing a kind and tender soul beneath. He shared tales of his youth, of adventures on the high seas, and the family he missed dearly. Stories that spoke of joy and loss, woven together by the thread of time. Through their friendship, Clara learned that kindness and empathy could bridge the deepest of chasms. The key had opened not just a door to Tom's heart, but to a deeper understanding of the world around her. She realized that every whisper she heard was a story waiting to be told, a life waiting to be understood. In the evenings, Clara would sit by the lake, the water reflecting the dusky hues of twilight. She pondered the many whispers she had heard, the silent stories of the villagers, each one a piece of a larger mosaic. The lake's gentle lapping against the shore became a comforting rhythm, a reminder of the continuity of life and the eternal flow of time. As the weeks passed, Clara used the key to bring comfort and joy to others in the village. She helped mend old rifts, soothe hidden fears, and kindle new friendships. And with each act of kindness, the key seemed to glow a little brighter, as if rejoicing in the warmth it had helped spread. The village, once marked by silent struggles, began to thrive with an unspoken fellowship, each person touched by Clara's quiet strength and gentle understanding. One crisp winter evening, as snowflakes danced through the air like tiny stars, Clara visited Mr. Wren once more. The shop was aglow with the soft light of candles, casting a warm halo around the walls. She held out the now softly glowing key, gratitude shining in her eyes. "Thank you, Mr. Wren, for trusting me with this gift. It has taught me so much." Mr. Wren took the key, his eyes crinkling with a smile that carried the weight of generations. "You have done well, Clara. The true magic of the key lies not in its power to hear whispers, but in your heart's ability to listen and understand. You've made it shine brighter than ever." Before she left, Mr. Wren guided Clara to a dusty old map hanging on the wall, marked with places yet unknown to her. "The journey doesn't end here," he said, his voice a gentle nudge toward the future. "This village is but one part of a world filled with stories waiting to be heard. Let your heart be the compass." With a heart full of contentment, Clara left the shop. She had learned that the greatest secrets were not those kept hidden, but those shared through acts of love and kindness. And as she walked home through the softly falling snow, she knew that the warmth of friendship and understanding was the truest magic of all. And so, in the little village by the Silver Lake, the tale of the Key of Whispers became a cherished story, passed down through generations. It was told by firesides on chill winter nights and under the stars in the warm glow of summer evenings. With each retelling, the village seemed to glow a little brighter, touched by the kindness of a young girl who listened with her heart, a legacy that whispered through the ages like the gentle rustle of leaves in the autumn wind. Years later, as Clara grew into a wise and beloved figure in the village, she often found herself reflecting on her journey. The lake, with its ever-present mist and gentle waves lapping at the shore, became a place of meditation and gratitude. She would sit on its banks, the Key of Whispers tucked safely in her pocket, feeling the whispers of the world around her. The key had become more than a tool. It was a reminder of the power of listening, of the strength found in understanding and compassion. In time, Clara opened her own small shop next to Mr. Wren's, a place where villagers came not only to buy goods, but to share their stories. The walls of her shop were lined with portraits and mementos from each person who had found solace there, a tapestry of lives woven together by shared experiences. On one particular spring day, when the cherry blossoms painted the air with their delicate pink hues, Clara met a young boy named Leo. He was shy and reserved, his eyes filled with a quiet curiosity that mirrored Clara's own as a child. Clara recognized something in him, a yearning for connection and understanding. She offered him the key of whispers, encouraging him to embark on his own journey of discovery. Leo, with Clara's guidance, began to learn the art of listening, finding joy in the whispers of those around him. Together, they crafted tiny clay figures of the villagers, each one holding a unique pose that captured their essence, a tribute to the stories they carried within. As seasons turned and Clara watched Leo grow into a compassionate young man, she felt a profound sense of fulfillment. The legacy of the Key of Whispers continued, a living testament to the power of empathy and the importance of hearing the unspoken. And so, under the watchful gaze of the rolling hills and the ever-changing lake, Clara's story flowed seamlessly into the tapestry of village life. Her journey, enriched by the whispers of countless hearts, became a beacon of hope and kindness, reminding each generation of the simple, profound truth that to listen with an open heart is to unlock the greatest mysteries of all. In the autumn of her years, Clara found solace in the knowledge that the village had become a place where stories were cherished and hearts were heard. She often walked the familiar paths, greeted by the warm smiles of those whose lives she had touched. The village, nestled between the hills and the shimmering lake, had become a living testament to the enduring power of understanding and compassion, a place where the whispers of the heart were never left unheard. One day, Clara decided to take Leo on a journey beyond the village, to the lands marked on Mr. Wren's ancient map. They set off in the early morning mist, the Key of Whispers tucked safely in Leo's pocket. As they journeyed through forests and across rivers, they encountered new faces and heard new stories, each one adding to the tapestry of their lives. In a bustling market town, they met an elderly woman who wove tapestries that seemed to come alive with the stories they depicted. She shared with them the tale of her own enchanted thread, one that connected every tapestry she had ever woven, just as the key connected the hearts of those who listened. Clara and Leo realized that the world was full of such connections, waiting to be discovered. When they returned to the village, they brought with them not just tales of adventure, but a renewed sense of purpose. Clara knew that while her own journey might slow with age, Leo's was just beginning. She had passed on the legacy of the Key of Whispers, ensuring that the village would always have someone to listen, to understand, and to cherish the stories that defined them all. And thus, the tale of the Key of Whispers continued to be told, a story of courage, compassion, and the quiet magic of listening with an open heart. The village by the Silver Lake remained a place where the softest whispers could be heard above the clamor of the world, a sanctuary of understanding and love that would endure for generations to come. Story 6. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves sang soft lullabies to the wind, there lay a quaint little village known as Lumina Hollow. The village was nestled amidst towering trees, whose branches stretched out like welcoming arms, their leaves shimmering with a silver hue under the light of the crescent moon. At the center of Lumina Hollow stood the old Lantern Inn, its windows aglow with the warm, flickering light of 100 candles, casting dancing shadows on the cobblestone streets. The inn was a hub of warmth and camaraderie, where villagers gathered each evening to share stories and laughter. Its keeper, a gentle soul named Alden, was known for his twinkling eyes and the melodic hum of his favorite lullabies that seemed to float through the air like a gentle breeze. One crisp autumn evening, as the villagers settled in for a night of storytelling, a peculiar thing happened. The lights in the village began to flicker, dimming and brightening in a rhythmic dance that left everyone puzzled. It was as if the very air itself held its breath, waiting for something to unfold. "Perhaps it's the work of the mischievous will-o'-the-wisps," chuckled Marigold, the village herbalist, her voice as soothing as the chamomile tea she was known for brewing. But Alden, with a thoughtful furrow in his brow, sensed something different. "This feels like a call, a gentle nudge to uncover a mystery," he mused, his voice warm and calm. and so it was decided that the villagers would come together to solve the curious occurrence. The following morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Alden set out with a small group of friends. Among them was Sage, the wise old owl who perched upon Alden's shoulder, his feathers a patchwork of earthy browns and soft grays. Sage was known for his keen insight and ability to see the unseen, his eyes holding the wisdom of centuries. Joining them was Bramble, a sprightly squirrel with a heart as big as his bushy tail, and Lily, a gentle deer whose grace was matched only by her kind heart. Together they ventured into the deeper parts of the whispering woods, guided by the mysterious flickering lights that seemed to lead them onward. As they journeyed through the forest, the air was filled with the scent of pine needles and the sweet whisper of a nearby brook. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, creating dapples of golden light that danced on the forest floor. The group moved with purpose, yet their steps were gentle, careful not to disturb the delicate balance of the woods. It wasn't long before they reached the Grove of Echoes, a clearing where the trees stood tall and proud, their trunks wrapped in the softest moss. Here, the flickering lights seemed to converge, creating a luminous tapestry that shimmered like 1,000 tiny stars. Sage, with a knowing glint in his eye, fluttered his wings. "We must listen," he hooted softly, his voice resonant like a gentle chime. "The forest speaks in whispers, and its secrets are revealed to those who hear with their hearts." The group sat quietly, closing their eyes and opening their senses to the whispers of the grove. It was then that Lily, with her keen ears, caught the faintest sound, a melody carried on the breeze, a song of old, woven with notes of longing and hope. "It's the song of the Lumina," Lily murmured, her voice hushed with reverence. "A song that tells of the fireflies' dance, the guardians of the forest's light. They are calling for help." As the realization dawned upon them, Bramble scampered up a nearby tree, his eyes sparkling with determination. "I see them," he chattered excitedly. "The fireflies are tangled in a web of shadows, unable to shine their light." Alden nodded, understanding now the nature of their task. "We must free them, for without their light, the balance of the woods is at risk." With gentle care, they worked together to unravel the shadows, their hands guided by the soft glow of the firefly's dim light. As they freed each little creature, the grove began to brighten, the firefly's light growing stronger and more vibrant. Finally, as the last firefly was set free, the grove erupted in a symphony of light and song. The fireflies danced joyously, their light weaving a tapestry of warmth and magic that filled the forest with a gentle glow. The mystery of the flickering lights was solved, the village saved by the wisdom and kindness of friends united in purpose. As they made their way back to Lumina Hollow, the air was filled with a sense of peace and fulfillment, the forest itself seeming to hum with gratitude. That evening, as the villagers gathered once more at the Old Lantern Inn, Alden shared the tale of their adventure. The story was met with smiles and sighs of contentment, a gentle reminder of the power of friendship and the beauty of listening to the whispers of the world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, the village of Lumina Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, the forest cradling them in its protective embrace. The mystery had been solved, and with it came a renewed sense of wonder and harmony, a testament to the gentle magic that resided in the heart of the Whispering Woods. Story 7. In the heart of an emerald woodland, where towering trees swayed like dancers in an eternal ballet, a world unseen by human eyes thrived in perfect harmony. It was a realm where the whispers of nature echoed through every nook and cranny, weaving an intricate tapestry of life that had endured for countless generations. As the first rays of dawn pierced the canopy, a chorus of birdsong filled the air, rousing the forest's inhabitants from their slumber. Among them was a family of rabbits, their velvety fur glistening with dewdrops. The eldest, a wise and gentle matriarch named Willow, emerged from her burrow, her twitching nose sampling the crisp morning air. Willow's eyes sparkled with a knowing gleam as she gathered her kin. "Come, my little ones," she said, her voice a soothing melody. "It is time to witness the magic of spring's awakening." With a flick of her tail, she led them on a winding path, the scent of freshly bloomed wildflowers perfuming their journey. As they ventured deeper into the forest, a breathtaking sight unfolded before them. The once bare branches were now adorned with bursts of vibrant colors, as delicate petals unfurled to greet the sun's warm embrace. Willow's kits gasped in wonder, their eyes wide with amazement. "This, my dears, is the cycle of life," Willow explained, her words carrying the weight of generations. "Each year, the forest awakens from its slumber, renewed and rejuvenated. It is a sacred dance, orchestrated by the very forces that govern our world." Little did the rabbits know, their arrival had not gone unnoticed. Perched on a nearby bough, a family of songbirds watched with keen interest. The patriarch, a scarlet-feathered cardinal named Merlin, fluttered down to greet the rabbits. "Greetings, Willow," Merlin trilled, his voice as melodic as the songs he sang. "I see you've brought your young ones to witness the awakening." Willow nodded, a smile tugging at her whiskered muzzle. "Indeed, Merlin, it is a tradition that must be preserved, for it reminds us of the delicate balance that sustains us all." Merlin puffed out his crimson chest, his beady eyes twinkling with wisdom. "You speak true, my friend. The forest is a tapestry woven by the threads of all its inhabitants, and we must play our part in keeping it vibrant and strong." As if on cue, a gentle breeze swept through the glade, carrying with it the fragrance of newly budded leaves. The rabbits and birds alike turned their faces towards the sky, basking in the warmth of the sun's radiant embrace. Willow's heart swelled with pride as she watched her kits frolic among the wildflowers, their joy infectious. "Look around you, little ones," she said softly. "This is our home, our sanctuary. It is a place of magic, where the forces of nature intertwine in a dance as old as time itself." Merlin fluttered down, alighting upon a nearby rock. "The magic you speak of is not mere whimsy," he added, his feathers ruffling in the gentle breeze. "It is the very essence of life, a force that flows through every living thing, from the mightiest oak to the tiniest seedling." As the day wore on, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. Butterflies danced from blossom to blossom, their delicate wings a kaleidoscope of color. Squirrels scampered along the branches, their bushy tails swishing in playful rhythm. Even the air itself seemed to hum with the energy of new life, a palpable magic that permeated every corner of the woodland realm. Willow watched as her kits frolicked, their laughter mingling with the forest's melodies. In that moment, she knew that the lessons she imparted would be carried forth, ensuring that the balance and harmony of their sacred home would endure for generations to come. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and crimson, Willow gathered her brood once more. "It is time to return to our burrow," she said, her voice tinged with a hint of wistfulness. "But remember, my little ones, the magic of this day will live on in your hearts, a reminder of the wonders that surround us, if only we have the eyes to see them." With a final glance at the forest, now bathed in the ethereal glow of twilight, Willow led her family homeward, her steps light with the knowledge that the cycle would continue, as it had for eons past and eons yet to come. In that ancient woodland where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the hidden lives of nature's creatures unfolded in a never-ending dance, a testament to the enduring harmony that bound all living things together in a tapestry of wonder and grace. Story 8. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stellar winds whispered secrets across the cosmic expanse, lay a small, unassuming space station named Starhaven. It was a place where travelers from countless worlds stopped to rest, refuel, and sometimes find the unexpected. On one such day, two very different beings arrived at Starhaven. The first was a lithe, silvery creature from the aquatic world of Neredia, known for its shimmering scales that reflected the colors of the ocean. Her name was Lyra, and she moved with the grace of a flowing stream, her eyes deep pools of azure that seemed to hold the mysteries of her watery home. The second was a sturdy, earth-toned creature from the forested planet of Arboris. He was called Thal, and his skin had the rugged texture of tree bark, with mossy tufts that sprouted from his crown like a soft green halo. His presence was as grounded and steady as the ancient woods from which he hailed, his eyes a warm, golden brown that spoke of quiet wisdom. Lyra and Thal met quite by accident in the bustling market of Starhaven, where vendors hawked exotic wares beneath the glow of artificial starlight. Lyra was drawn to a stall selling rare gems that reminded her of the colorful coral reefs of her home. As she reached for a particularly beautiful stone, her hand brushed against Thal's, who was equally entranced by the gem's earth-like hues. "Apologies," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a gentle wave. "I didn't see you there." Thal smiled, his voice resonant and calm like the rustling of leaves. "No need to apologize. It's a marvel, isn't it?" Their conversation began with the gem, but soon wandered to tales of their homes. Lyra spoke of the endless seas of Nereida, where creatures danced in the currents beneath a sky of swirling clouds. Thal described the towering forests of Arboris, where sunlight filtered through the canopy and life thrived in the embrace of nature. Despite their differences, a connection formed between them, woven from shared wonder and curiosity, yet it was not without its challenges. As they explored the station together, they encountered a series of small misunderstandings. One afternoon, they decided to visit the station's arboretum, a place where plants from various worlds were cultivated in harmony. Thal, eager to share the joys of land, suggested they walk among the trees, but Lyra hesitated, feeling uncomfortable on solid ground. Sensing her unease, Thal quickly adapted, suggesting instead that they sit by a tranquil pond within the arboretum, where Lyra could dip her feet into the water and feel more at ease. As they sat together, Thal hummed a tune that he often sang to the seedlings on Arboris, while Lyra listened, her heart relaxing with each note. In this simple act of compromise, they began to understand the importance of seeing through each other's eyes. Their journey took on a new dimension when the station was suddenly enveloped by a mysterious energy storm. The lights flickered, and a low hum reverberated through the corridors, causing travelers to pause in concern. Lyra and Thal, caught in the midst of the disarray, found themselves tasked with helping a group of frightened children who had become separated from their guardians. Lyra, with her calming presence, soothed the children with stories of the serene ocean depths, where even the fiercest storms passed overhead without disturbing the peace below. Meanwhile, Thal used his strength to protect them from falling debris and to guide them through the station's winding passageways. Together, they formed a protective cocoon around the children, leading them to safety until the storm abated. In those tense moments, they learned the value of relying on each other's strengths and embracing their differences. As the storm's fury subsided, the station's inhabitants gathered to express their gratitude. Lyra and Thal, though tired, felt a deep sense of fulfillment and connection. Their bond had been forged in the crucible of shared challenges, and they now understood the true meaning of friendship. Under the soft glow of the station's artificial stars, Lyra and Thal sat together reflecting on their journey. "I never imagined I would find a friend so different from myself," Lyra mused, her voice a gentle ripple in the quiet. Thal nodded, his smile warm and enduring. "It seems that differences can be the roots of the strongest bonds." And so, in the heart of Starhaven, amid the convergence of worlds and stories, Lyra and Thal discovered that friendship transcends the boundaries of species and planets. They had learned to appreciate the beauty in diversity, and to cherish the connections that make the universe feel a little smaller, a little more like home. With hearts full of gratitude, they knew that whatever paths lay ahead, they would always have the comfort of knowing they had found a friend among the stars. And as the stars began their gentle twinkle, Lyra and Thal looked out into the vastness of space, feeling at peace, knowing that they had each other to share in the wonders that awaited. Story 9, The Whispering Woods. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills and the shimmering lakes of the quaint village of Elderglen, there lay the Whispering Woods. These woods were not just an ordinary thicket of trees. Legends whispered among the villagers spoke of a hidden world within, a realm where time danced to the tune of ancient magic and where every leaf and branch held secrets untold. In the heart of Elderglen lived a young boy named Alden. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the summer sky, Alden was known for his insatiable curiosity and kind heart. He spent his days helping his father in the village bakery, but his nights were filled with dreams of adventure and discovery. His favorite tales were those spun by the village elder, Old Marlowe, who claimed to have once glimpsed the hidden world of the Whispering Woods. One golden morning, as the first rays of sun filtered through the bakery windows, Alden felt a peculiar tug at his heart. It was as if the woods were calling him, whispering his name with the gentle rustle of their leaves. Unable to resist, Alden packed a small satchel with bread and cheese, kissed his mother on the cheek, and set off toward the forest, his heart thrumming with anticipation and a hint of trepidation. The entrance to the Whispering Woods was cloaked in mist, and as Alden stepped beneath the arching branches, the air grew cooler and carried a faint, sweet scent of wildflowers and pine. The sunlight dappled the forest floor, playing hide-and-seek with the shadows. Alden's footsteps were soft on the carpet of leaves, and he marveled at the tapestry of sounds, a symphony of birdsong, rustling leaves, and the distant murmur of a hidden stream. As he ventured deeper, Alden felt a gentle breeze swirl around him, almost as if it were guiding him. He followed the wind, weaving through the trees, until he stumbled upon a small clearing bathed in ethereal light. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of an old friend. Nestled among its roots was a quaint wooden door, barely visible beneath a tangle of ivy. Heart pounding with a mix of fear and excitement, Alden approached the door. He hesitated only a moment before reaching out and turning the delicate brass handle. The door swung open with a soft creak, revealing a narrow staircase spiraling down into the earth. With a deep breath, Alden descended the stairs, feeling the cool stone beneath his feet. The air grew warmer as he went deeper, and the walls shimmered with a gentle luminescence, casting a soft glow that illuminated his path. At the bottom of the staircase, Alden emerged into a breathtaking underground world. It was a vast cavern, alive with color and light. Phosphorescent flowers bloomed in a riot of hues, their petals glistening like jewels. Streams of clear, sparkling water crisscrossed the cavern floor, creating a melody of their own as they cascaded over smooth stones. In the center of this hidden paradise stood a magnificent tree, its bark shimmering with an iridescent sheen. Alden felt a warmth radiating from it, a comforting presence that seemed to welcome him. As he approached, he noticed a small silver pendant hanging from one of the branches, glinting in the soft light. Curious, Alden reached out and gently took the pendant in his hand. It was cool to the touch, its intricate design depicting a crescent moon cradled by stars. As he held it, a soft voice echoed in his mind, gentle and wise. "Welcome, young seeker," the voice said. "You have found your way to the heart of the woods, where magic flows like the rivers of time. The pendant you hold is a key, a guide to those who seek truth and wisdom." Alden marveled at the pendant, feeling its power thrumming through him. "What must I do?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper in the vastness of the cavern. "Listen to the woods," the voice replied. "They will guide you. But first, you must learn to trust in your own heart, for it is there that the greatest magic resides." With those words, the voice faded, leaving Alden with a sense of purpose. He slipped the pendant around his neck, feeling its weight settle comfortably against his chest. As he stood beneath the ancient tree, he felt a deep sense of peace, as if the worries of the world had melted away, leaving only the gentle promise of discovery. Days turned into weeks as Alden explored the hidden world within the Whispering Woods. He learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, to feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath his feet. He discovered secret groves filled with the laughter of woodland creatures and shimmering pools that reflected the stars even in daylight. One day, as Alden wandered along a sun-dappled path, he encountered a creature unlike any he had seen before. It was a small, sprightly fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that sparkled with mischief and wisdom. The fox trotted up to Alden and sat at his feet, its bushy tail curling around its paws. "Hello there," Alden said, crouching down to meet the fox's gaze. "What brings you here?" The fox tilted its head, a glint of amusement in its eyes. "I could ask you the same, young traveler," it replied, its voice light and musical. "But I suspect we both seek the same thing, understanding and friendship." Alden couldn't help but smile at the fox's playful demeanor. "Indeed," he said. "I've been exploring these woods, learning their secrets. Would you care to join me?" The fox nodded, and together they set off on a new adventure, the forest alive with their laughter and conversation. As they journeyed through the hidden world, Alden and the fox encountered wonders beyond imagination. Glades where flowers sang with the voice of the wind, and hidden waterfalls that sparkled like diamonds in the sun. Through it all, the fox became Alden's steadfast companion, offering wisdom when needed and mischief when the mood called for it. Alden learned to see the world through the fox's eyes, discovering beauty in the smallest details and joy in the simplest moments. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a golden glow, Alden and the fox found themselves atop a gentle hill overlooking the village of Elderglen. The lights of the village twinkled like stars, a reminder of the world beyond the woods. As they sat together, Alden felt a pang of longing. He realized that while the hidden world of the whispering woods had given him much, his heart still belonged to the village and the people he loved. Sensing his turmoil, the fox nudged Alden gently. "You have learned much, young one," it said, "but the greatest journey is the one you take within your own heart. Remember the magic you have found here, and carry it with you always." Alden nodded, understanding the truth in the fox's words. The magic of the whispering woods was not something to possess or hold, but a gift to be cherished and shared. With a grateful heart, Alden embraced the fox, feeling their bond as strong as the roots of the ancient trees. "Thank you," he whispered, knowing that their friendship would endure beyond the boundaries of the woods. As Alden made his way back to the village, the pendant around his neck glowed softly, a reminder of the magic he had discovered and the wisdom he had gained. He knew that the journey was not an end, but a beginning, a promise of adventures yet to come and friendships yet to be forged. And so, with the whispering woods at his back and the village lights guiding his way, Alden walked into the night, his heart filled with the gentle magic of the world and the comforting warmth of friendship. As the years passed, Alden grew into a wise and kind-hearted young man, beloved by all in Elderglen. He became the keeper of the stories of the whispering woods, sharing their magic with the villagers and passing on the lessons he had learned. The fox remained a constant presence in his life, appearing at the edge of the woods whenever Alden needed guidance or companionship. Together, they explored new paths, discovering hidden wonders and sharing their adventures with the village children, who listened with wide-eyed wonder to the tales of the magical realm. Alden never forgot the promise of the pendant, and he wore it always, a symbol of his journey and the magic that lay within his heart. It reminded him that true magic was not found in distant lands or hidden worlds, but in the bonds of friendship and the courage to follow one's dreams. In time, Alden became the village elder, taking on the role once held by old Marlowe. He welcomed travelers to Elderglen, sharing stories by the crackling fire and weaving tales of wonder and wisdom. The village thrived under his gentle guidance, its people united by the magic of friendship and the shared knowledge that the whispering woods held secrets waiting to be discovered. The woods themselves remained a source of mystery and wonder, their whispers reaching the hearts of those who dared to listen. And though many sought the hidden world within, few found their way, for the magic of the woods was not in the finding, but in the journey itself. On quiet evenings, Alden would sit beneath the ancient oak tree, the pendant warm against his chest, and remember the voice that had guided him so long ago. He would close his eyes and feel the gentle breeze, hear the rustling leaves, and know that the woods were alive with the stories of all who had ventured into their depths. And so, the tale of the whispering woods lived on, a story told and retold through generations, each word a thread in the tapestry of Elderglen's history. It was a tale of magic and friendship, of courage and discovery, and of the enduring belief that the greatest adventures are those that lead us to find our true selves. As the sun set over the village, casting the world in a warm, golden light, Alden would smile and whisper a silent promise to the woods that had given him so much. For he knew that as long as there were dreamers willing to listen, the magic of the whispering woods would never fade, but continue to inspire and enchant the hearts of all who heard its call. And so the story goes, dear listener, that the whispering woods, with its hidden wonders and gentle magic, remains a beacon of hope and friendship, a reminder that the greatest treasures are not those found in distant lands, but those that reside within us, waiting to be discovered with each new dawn. And with that, as the fire crackles softly and the stars twinkle above, we bid good night to Alden and his faithful fox, their story woven into the fabric of time, a testament to the enduring power of friendship and the magic of believing in the impossible. Story 10. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a quaint village, there was a small, unassuming door set into the side of a hill, partially hidden by a cascade of ivy and moss. It was said among the village folk that this door led to the Whispering Woods, a place where the air shimmered with magic and the trees sang with ancient secrets. Many spoke of it, but few dared to enter. One crisp autumn morning, a gentle soul named Finn stumbled upon this door. Finn was known for his curious nature and an unyielding heart that beat with the rhythm of adventure. The morning sun cast a golden glow over the landscape, and the air was thick with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As Finn traced his fingers over the old wooden door, he felt a spark of warmth, as though the door itself was inviting him in. With a soft creak, Finn pushed the door open and stepped into the Whispering Woods. Immediately, he was enveloped by a world unlike any he had ever known. The trees towered above him, their branches interwoven like lace with leaves that shimmered in hues of blue and silver. The air was filled with the soft, melodious hum of the woods, a symphony composed by the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant call of hidden creatures. As Finn ventured deeper, he noticed tiny lights flickering among the trees. These were the wispies, small creatures that flitted about like living stars, their laughter a tinkling melody that seemed to dance in the breeze. One particularly bold wispy, with a glow brighter than the rest, circled Finn playfully before settling on his shoulder. "Hello there," it chimed in a voice as soft as raindrops on a pond. "My name is Luma. Are you here to explore the wonders of our woods?" Finn chuckled, his apprehension melting away. "Yes, I am. I've always dreamed of discovering a place like this." Luma twirled in delight, its light leaving trails in the air. "Then let us show you the way," it said, beckoning Finn to follow. Together they wandered through the woods, each step revealing new marvels. They passed a grove of trees with bark that shimmered like silver, and flowers that glowed softly in the shade, exuding a sweet perfume that filled the air with calm serenity. Luma explained that these flowers were called moon blossoms, and their scent was known to soothe even the most restless of hearts. As they walked, Finn felt a sense of peace and wonder settle over him, each new discovery filling him with joy. However, their path soon led them to a babbling brook, its waters clear and bright as they tumbled over smooth stones. On the other side of the brook stood a bridge, but it was guarded by a creature Finn had never seen before, a gentle giant of sorts, with eyes as old as the hills and a mane of moss and ivy. "To cross the bridge, you must first solve my riddle," the creature rumbled, its voice deep yet kind. "It is a simple challenge, but it requires a heart that listens closely." Finn nodded, eager to accept the challenge. The creature spoke. "I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with wind. What am I?" Finn pondered the riddle, closing his eyes to listen to the sounds of the woods, the whisper of the leaves, the murmur of the brook, and the soft sigh of the wind. And then he understood. "You are an echo," Finn replied with certainty. The creature smiled, its eyes twinkling like the stars. "Well done, young traveler, you may pass." With a bow of gratitude, Finn crossed the bridge, Luma dancing happily beside him. On the other side, the woods opened into a wide clearing where a gentle waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. The sunlight danced upon the water, casting rainbows in the mist. Here, Finn and Luma rested, watching as other creatures of the woods gathered, a family of gentle deer with antlers that glowed softly, and birds with feathers like gems singing in harmony. It was a place of peace, a sanctuary where the heart could find solace. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Finn realized it was time to return. With Luma by his side, he made his way back through the Whispering Woods, feeling the warmth of the day in his heart. When they reached the door, Luma hovered before Finn, its light a comforting glow in the twilight. "Thank you for visiting our woods," it said. "Remember, courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. You have shown great courage today." Finn smiled, his heart full of gratitude. "Thank you, Luma, for everything." With a final wave, Finn stepped back through the door and into the familiar embrace of his village. Behind him, the door closed with a soft click, and the whispering woods faded into the twilight. That night, as Finn lay in bed, he thought of the wonders he had seen and the friends he had made. He knew that the magic of the woods would always be with him, a gentle reminder of the beauty that awaited those who dared to explore the unknown. And so, with a heart full of new stories and dreams, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep, the whisper of the woods a soft lullaby in his ears. Story 11. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a serene, sparkling lake, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was known for her curiosity and her golden heart, always helping neighbors with their chores and lending a listening ear to those in need. Her days were filled with the simple joys of village life, but her nights were where her imagination truly took flight, dreaming of distant lands and hidden wonders. One evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and lavender, Clara wandered into the nearby forest, a place teeming with ancient trees and whispering winds. The forest was a beloved sanctuary for Clara, a place where each leaf seemed to tell a story, and every rustling branch was a gentle companion. As she walked, the cool, earthy scent of pine filled the air, and the soft crunch of leaves underfoot created a soothing rhythm. Clara soon stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a small, gnarled tree with roots that formed a perfect circle around a patch of vibrant emerald grass. In the center of this circle lay an ancient-looking stone, smooth and shimmering under the fading daylight. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt beside the stone. It was then she noticed faint etchings upon its surface, swirling patterns that seemed to dance and shift as she gazed upon them. Tentatively, she reached out and touched the stone. As her fingers made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her hand, traveling up her arm and settling in her heart like a comforting embrace. In that moment, the forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something wonderful to unfold. To her amazement, the stone began to glow softly, casting a warm, golden light that illuminated the surrounding trees. Suddenly, Clara felt a gentle tug, as if an invisible thread were pulling her toward the heart of the forest. Trusting her instincts, she followed this unseen guide, the stone now a radiant beacon in her hand. As she ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees grew taller, their leaves shimmering with iridescent hues, and the air was filled with the melodic hum of unseen creatures. Clara soon realized she had entered a hidden realm, a world nestled within the natural one she had always known. It was a place of enchantment, where the ordinary rules of nature seemed to bend and flow like a gentle stream. In this magical land, everything felt alive and aware. Clara's senses heightened. She could hear the whispers of the wind telling tales of ancient times, smell the sweet scent of blooming flowers that seemed to glow with an inner light, and feel the soft caress of the grass beneath her feet as if welcoming her to this secret world. Her journey led her to a clearing bathed in moonlight, where a majestic creature awaited, a silver stag with antlers that sparkled like stardust. Its gentle eyes met Clara's, and she felt a wave of peace wash over her, as if she had found an old friend. "You have found the Stone of Wishes," the stag spoke, its voice a harmonious blend of wind and water. "It is a powerful gift, but one that must be used with wisdom and kindness." Clara listened intently, her heart brimming with wonder and gratitude. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper amidst the symphony of the night. The stag nodded toward the stone, now glowing brightly in Clara's hand. "The stone grants a single wish, one that can change the course of destiny. But be mindful, dear one, for the true magic lies not in altering the world, but in understanding and cherishing it." With these words, the stag turned and vanished into the forest, leaving Clara alone with her thoughts and the shimmering stone. She pondered the stag's advice, realizing the responsibility that came with such a gift. Her journey had not only led her to a hidden world, but also to a deeper understanding of herself and the power of intention. As she made her way back to the village, the stone's glow gently dimmed, its warmth a constant reminder of the magical world she had discovered. Clara knew that her wish must come from the heart, guided by love and wisdom. The days that followed were filled with contemplation. Clara continued her daily routines, helping her neighbors, tending to the garden, and sharing stories with the children by the lakeside. Each night, she held the stone close, pondering the wish she would make. One evening, as she sat by the lake, the reflection of the moon dancing upon the water, Clara's heart spoke. She realized that her wish was not for herself, but for the world around her. She wished for kindness to bloom in every heart, for understanding and compassion to guide every action. It was a wish for unity, for the bonds of friendship and love to strengthen and thrive. With the stone clasped tightly in her hands, Clara whispered her wish into the night, her voice a gentle melody carried by the breeze. As the final words left her lips, the stone pulsed with a warm golden light, then faded, its magic woven into the fabric of the world. From that day forward, the village seemed to shimmer with a newfound warmth. Neighbors helped one another with renewed vigor, laughter and joy filled the air, and even the forest seemed to sing a softer, sweeter song. Clara's wish had sown seeds of kindness that would continue to grow and flourish, touching lives and hearts far beyond what she could ever have imagined. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the gentle lullaby of the lake whispered good night, Clara lay in her bed, a peaceful smile upon her lips. She understood that the true magic of the stone lay not in granting wishes, but in opening hearts to the wonders of friendship and love. In this enchanting tale of discovery and transformation, Clara learned that the greatest journey is often the one that leads us back to ourselves, to the simple, profound truths that connect us all. And as she drifted into a restful slumber, the world around her seemed to glow just a little brighter, a testament to the enduring power of a wish made with an open heart. Story 12. In the heart of a quaint village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, lived a curious soul named Arya. The village, with its cobblestone paths and cottages with thatched roofs, exuded a charm that seemed to dance in the golden light of the setting sun. Yet beyond the familiar sights lay a mysterious woodland known as the Whispering Glade, a place shrouded in tales of wonder and enchantment. Arya, with eyes that sparkled like starlit pools and a heart that beat to the rhythm of adventure, had always been drawn to the glade. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, sharing stories of its magical inhabitants and the secrets it held. One crisp autumn morning, as the chill air whispered promises of discovery, Arya decided it was time to venture into the unknown. With a satchel slung across her shoulder, Arya set off on her journey. The path to the glade was lined with ancient oak trees, whose leaves rustled like a gentle lullaby. As she walked, the soft crunch of leaves beneath her feet accompanied her, a comforting rhythm that echoed her excitement. Upon reaching the edge of the Whispering Glade, Arya paused, taking in the sight before her. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant colors, with trees that reached toward the sky, their branches adorned with leaves of emerald and gold. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant melody of a babbling brook. As Arya stepped into the glade, she was greeted by a gentle breeze that seemed to carry a chorus of soft whispers. It was as if the trees themselves were welcoming her into their embrace. She followed a winding path that led her deeper into the forest, her senses alive with the wonders surrounding her. It wasn't long before Arya encountered her first whimsical creature. Perched upon a moss-covered rock was a creature no larger than a kitten, with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like tiny sapphires. It was a nixling, a creature known in lore for its mischievous nature and kind heart. The nix tilted its head, observing Arya with curiosity, before offering a soft trill of greeting. "Hello, little one," Arya said, her voice gentle as she crouched to meet its gaze. "I am Arya. Do you know this forest well?" The nixling nodded, its eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. It leapt from the rock and began to lead Arya along a path that twisted and turned through the glade. As they journeyed together, Arya marveled at the sights around her. She saw shimmering pools that reflected the sky like mirrors, vines that glowed with a soft luminescence, and flowers that sang with the voice of the wind. Their journey was not without its gentle challenges. At one point, they came upon a bridge of gossamer threads spun by the glade's resident spiders, creatures known for their artistry and wisdom. The bridge swayed precariously over a bubbling brook, and Arya hesitated, uncertain of its strength. The nixling chirped encouragingly and darted across the bridge with ease. Taking a deep breath, Arya followed, her steps careful and deliberate. As she crossed, she felt a surge of courage, a warmth spreading through her chest like the first rays of dawn. With each step, she realized that the bridge was much stronger than it appeared, her confidence growing with each stride. On the other side of the brook, they found themselves in a clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Here, the trees formed a natural amphitheater, their branches entwined to frame a sky painted in hues of pink and lavender. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone circle, its surface etched with runes that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic glow. It was here that Arya met the guardian of the glade, a wise old owl with feathers as silver as moonlight. The owl perched atop one of the stones, its eyes reflecting the wisdom of ages. Arya felt a profound sense of peace as she approached. "Welcome, traveler," the owl hooted softly, its voice like the rustle of leaves in the wind. "You have shown courage and a kind heart. The whispering glade sees your spirit." Arya smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. "Thank you for allowing me to explore your beautiful forest," she replied, her voice barely a whisper. The owl nodded, its eyes twinkling with warmth. "Remember, young one, that exploration is not just of places, but of the heart and mind. With courage, the world opens its wonders to you." As the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Arya knew it was time to return to her village. The Nixling, her steadfast companion, led her back along the path, the forest around them now alive with the gentle symphony of nighttime. Arya felt a deep sense of fulfillment, her heart light with the joy of discovery. Upon reaching the village, Arya bid farewell to the Nixling, who scampered back into the glade with a playful chirp. She returned home, her mind filled with the enchantment of her adventure and the lessons she had learned. As she settled into bed that night, the gentle murmur of the forest still echoed in her ears, a comforting lullaby that lulled her into a peaceful sleep. She dreamed of the whispering glade, of the friends she had made, and the courage she had found within herself. And as the stars watched over her, Arya knew that the world was full of wonders waiting to be explored, and that she would always have the courage to seek them out. Story 13. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet, rolling hills of a village called Willowbrook, there lived a boy named Finn. Finn had a heart full of wonder and eyes that sparkled with the glimmer of 1,000 unspoken dreams. Each day as he wandered through the meadows and played by the gentle stream that whispered through the village, he longed for adventure beyond the familiar fields and the comforting rustle of the willow trees. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in shades of amber and gold, Finn's curiosity led him to the edge of the village, where the whispering woods began. It was said that no one had ever ventured deep into these woods and returned the same, but Finn felt a tingle of excitement rather than fear, as he stood before the towering trees, swaying softly like ancient guardians murmuring secrets. With a deep breath, Finn stepped into the woods, where sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting a mosaic of light on the forest floor. The air was thick with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of wildflowers that dotted the path like nature's confetti. As Finn walked, the melodic songs of birds filled the air, creating a symphony that echoed his own sense of wonder. Suddenly, a rustle in the underbrush caught his attention. Out from the leaves bounded a creature like none he had ever seen, a rabbit with fur as white as snow and eyes like twinkling stars. It had long, elegant ears that shimmered with a faint glow as if kissed by moonlight. "Welcome, brave traveler," the rabbit spoke with a voice as soft as a whispering breeze. Startled but intrigued, Finn replied, "Hello, who are you?" "I am Lumen, guardian of the whispering woods," the rabbit said with a gentle bow. "Few have the courage to step beyond the village. The woods have sensed your yearning heart and welcomed you." Finn's face broke into a wide grin. "What wonders lie within these woods, Lumen?" Lumen chuckled, a sound like tinkling chimes. "Many wonders indeed, but first you must show your heart is as wise as it is brave." With Lumen leading the way, they ventured deeper into the woods. The trees began to glow with a faint luminescence, the leaves whispering tales of ancient times as they passed. Finn's eyes widened as they came upon a glen bathed in gentle light, where flowers of every hue bloomed, even as the crisp autumn air hinted at winter's approach. In the heart of the glen stood a tree unlike any other, its trunk twisted and gnarled, with branches stretching out like welcoming arms. At its base was a small door, intricately carved with swirling patterns that seemed to dance when you looked too closely. "This," Lumen said, "is the heart of the woods. It holds the secrets of courage and exploration." Finn approached the tree, feeling the warmth emanating from its bark. As he reached out to touch it, the door creaked open, revealing a staircase winding down into the earth. Without hesitation, Finn descended the steps, Lumen close by his side. At the bottom, they entered a cavern filled with a soft, golden glow. Tiny luminescent creatures flitted about, their wings leaving trails of light in their wake. In the center of the cavern was a pool of crystal-clear water, reflecting the light like a mirror of the stars. "To see what lies within your heart, you must gaze into the pool," Lumen instructed, his voice a soothing melody. Finn knelt beside the pool and peered into its depths. At first, he saw only his reflection, but slowly, images began to swirl within the water. He saw himself standing tall, helping others, a beacon of hope and kindness. He saw the friends he had made through his adventures, their laughter and warmth surrounding him. As the images faded, Finn realized that the courage he sought was already within him, woven into the fabric of his being through his kindness and curiosity. "You possess the true spirit of exploration," Lumen said with a nod. "Not all journeys require grand adventures. Sometimes the greatest journeys are those that teach us about ourselves." With newfound understanding, Finn followed Lumen back up the staircase. As they emerged from the tree, the woods seemed more vibrant, filled with possibilities. Finn knew his journey was far from over, but he felt a comforting sense of belonging, both to the woods and to the world beyond. As he returned to Willowbrook, the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange. Finn's heart was full, not just of the wonders he had witnessed, but of the knowledge that courage and exploration came from within, and with them he could face whatever the world offered. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Finn slept soundly, dreams of whispering woods and glowing creatures cradling him in their gentle embrace, as the village of Willowbrook lay nestled in a peaceful slumber. Story 14. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Lilia. Lilia had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes as bright as the morning dew. She spent her days exploring the vibrant woodlands that bordered her home, where trees whispered secrets and streams sang lullabies. Lilia was known for her boundless curiosity and gentle heart, traits that endeared her to everyone who crossed her path. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced in hues of amber and gold, Lilia set out on one of her beloved wanderings. Her destination was a hidden glade, a place she had stumbled upon many moons ago. It was a secret world within the natural realm, a sanctuary where time seemed to stand still. The air there was always sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees created a melody that soothed the soul. As Lilia stepped into the glade, she marveled at the beauty that surrounded her. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The glade was alive with the rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of a nearby stream. It was a slice of paradise, untouched by the chaos of the world beyond. It was there, amidst the tranquility, that Lilia discovered something extraordinary. Nestled beneath a cluster of vivid ferns was an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a pendant, a delicate piece of jewelry with a stone that shimmered like 1,000 stars trapped in a midnight sky. The pendant seemed to hum with a gentle energy, a warmth that spread through Lilia's fingertips as she held it. Curious and captivated, Lilia decided to keep the pendant. She slipped it around her neck, feeling an inexplicable connection to it. As she did, a soft voice filled her mind, as gentle as the breeze that ruffled her hair. "You have found the heart of the forest," the voice said. "Guard it well, for it holds the magic of this land." Intrigued and slightly bewildered, Lilia returned home with the heart of the forest resting against her chest. She pondered the voice's words, wondering about the magic it spoke of. What powers did this pendant possess, and why had it chosen her? The days turned into weeks, and Lilia began to notice subtle changes in her surroundings. The forest seemed more vibrant, its colors richer, and its sounds more harmonious. The animals, from the tiniest insects to the majestic deer, appeared to acknowledge her presence with a newfound familiarity. It was as if the very essence of the forest had embraced her. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in strokes of coral and lavender, Lila's village was visited by a stranger. He was an elderly man, with eyes that held the wisdom of ages and a cloak woven from the finest silks. He introduced himself as Elwyn, a traveler from distant lands. His arrival was met with curiosity and a hint of apprehension, for strangers were a rare sight in the village. Elwyn sought an audience with the village elders, claiming he had come in search of a legendary artifact. "I seek the heart of the forest," he declared, his voice steady and assured. "It is said to be a source of great power, capable of preserving the balance of nature." Lila's heart skipped a beat. She felt the pendant grow warm against her skin, as if it recognized the urgency of the situation. Torn between fear and responsibility, she decided to approach Elwyn that very night, hoping to learn more about the artifact she had unwittingly claimed. Under the cloak of darkness, Lila made her way to the inn where Elwyn was staying. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth. She found him seated by the hearth, the flickering flames casting shadows that danced across his weathered face. "Good evening, Elwyn," Lila greeted, her voice barely above a whisper. Elwyn glanced up, his eyes meeting hers with a knowing gaze. "Ah, the young one with the pendant," he said, a gentle smile playing on his lips. "I sensed the heart was near." Lila hesitated, then took a deep breath. "I found it in the forest," she confessed, "but I don't understand its purpose." Elwyn nodded, gesturing for her to sit. "The heart of the forest is a gift from the ancient spirits," he explained. "It holds the essence of life itself, a magic that sustains the harmony of nature. It is a guardian's amulet, meant for one who will protect and nurture the world around them." As Elwyn spoke, Lila felt a sense of awe and responsibility settle upon her shoulders. "But why me?" she asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "Because you have a heart as pure as the forest's song," Elwyn replied, his eyes twinkling with kindness, "and because you possess the courage to embrace the unknown." In the days that followed, Lila and Elwyn forged an unexpected friendship. He shared stories of his travels and taught her about the delicate balance that governed the natural world. Under his guidance, Lila learned to listen to the whispers of the forest and to understand the language of its creatures. Together, they embarked on a journey that took them deep into the heart of the forest, to places where sunlight rarely touched and shadows held secrets. Along the way, Lila discovered hidden wonders, a grove of ancient oaks that seemed to breathe with life, a waterfall that sang a melody only she could hear, and a meadow where wildflowers bloomed in colors beyond imagination. As they ventured deeper, Lila's connection to the heart of the forest grew stronger. She felt its magic coursing through her veins, a gentle reminder of the responsibility she carried. With Elwyn by her side, she learned to harness this power, using it to heal wounded animals and restore withered plants. Each act of kindness strengthened her bond with the pendant and the world it represented. But their journey was not without challenges. One evening, as they camped beneath a canopy of stars, Elwyn spoke of a looming threat. "There are those who seek the heart for their own gain," he warned. "They wish to exploit its magic for purposes that would upset the balance of nature." Lila listened intently, her resolve unwavering. She knew that the heart of the forest must be protected, not just for her sake, but for the sake of all who called the forest home. Their path led them to a hidden valley, a place of unparalleled beauty where the air hummed with the energy of life. It was there that they encountered a group of travelers, beings of light and shadow, drawn to the heart's magic. They were not hostile, but curious, seeking to understand the bond between Lila and the pendant. With Elwyn's guidance, Leela approached the travelers, her heart open and her spirit calm. She shared her story, speaking of her love for the forest and her desire to protect its magic. Her words resonated with the travelers, who recognized her sincerity and pledged their support. In unity, they formed a circle, a gathering of kindred souls, bound by a shared purpose. Together, they wove a tapestry of magic, a protective spell that enveloped the valley in a shimmering veil. It was a testament to the power of friendship and the strength that came from working together. As the sun rose over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and rose, Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her. She knew that the heart of the forest was safe, its magic preserved for generations to come. It was a moment of triumph, a celebration of the journey that had transformed her from a curious girl into a guardian of the natural world. With the valley secure, Lila and Elwyn bid farewell to their newfound friends, their hearts filled with gratitude and hope. They returned to the village, where the villagers welcomed them with open arms. Lila shared her tales of adventure, her eyes alight with the wisdom she had gained. As the seasons changed and the years passed, Lila remained a beloved figure in the village. She continued to explore the forest, her bond with the heart growing ever stronger. She taught others to cherish the land and to live in harmony with its magic, passing on the lessons she had learned. And so the legend of Lila and the Heart of the Forest became a cherished story, a reminder of the power of kindness, courage, and friendship. It was a tale told by the fireside, a beacon of hope and inspiration for all who heard it. And as the stars twinkled overhead, the forest sang its gentle lullaby, a melody that echoed in the hearts of those who listened. For the magic of the heart was not just a gift, it was a promise, a testament to the beauty of a world where love and nature thrived as one. And so, dear reader, as you close your eyes and drift into dreams, remember the story of Lila and the Heart of the Forest. Let it remind you of the magic that exists within and around us, waiting to be discovered and cherished. May your dreams be filled with wonder and your heart always open to the whispers of the world. Sleep well, and know that the forest watches over you, its song a gentle embrace until the dawn. Story 15 title, The Whispering Willow. On the edge of a quaint village nestled among rolling hills, where the sky met the earth in hues of lavender and gold, there stood a grove of whispering willows. Known for their silvery leaves that shimmered in the moonlight, these trees held a secret that the villagers had forgotten over time, a secret only waiting to be discovered. In this village lived a young girl named Leora, whose heart was as warm as the gentle breezes that danced through the fields. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, set aglow by the stories her grandmother used to tell her about the hidden wonders of their world. Leora was especially fond of the tale of the whispering willows, though many dismissed it as mere folklore. One day, while exploring the fringes of the grove, Leora stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Among the roots of the oldest willow, there lay a small, intricately carved box. It seemed out of place, resting there as if waiting for her. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, she picked it up, marveling at the delicate engravings of swirling vines and stars. As she opened the box, a soft, melodic chime filled the air, and a gentle breeze swept through the grove, rustling the leaves in a harmonious whisper. In that moment, Leora felt a warmth enveloping her, as if the trees themselves were welcoming her into their embrace. Inside the box lay a tiny, glistening seed, unlike any she had seen before. Its surface shimmered with an iridescent glow, pulsating with a life of its own. That night, unable to contain her curiosity, Leora planted the seed near her window, where the moonlight could kiss the earth. She whispered a wish, a simple hope for guidance and adventure, before drifting into a peaceful slumber. When dawn broke, Leora awoke to find an extraordinary sight outside her window. The seed had sprouted into a magnificent vine, entwining itself gracefully around the frame, its leaves sparkling with dew like tiny jewels. It was unlike any plant she had ever seen, and she knew, deep in her heart, that this was the beginning of something wondrous. As days turned into weeks, the vine grew, weaving a tapestry of light and shadow across her room. Its presence brought a sense of tranquility to Leora's home, and she often found herself listening to the soft whispers emanating from its leaves. It was as though the vine held the stories of the world, waiting to be heard by those who would listen. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of crimson and violet, Leora sat by her window, feeling the gentle caress of the vine's leaves. Suddenly she heard a voice, soft and melodic, like the chiming of distant bells. It was the vine, speaking to her in a language she could somehow understand. "The world is vast, and its wonders many," the vine whispered. "But to see beyond what is known, one must journey where few have dared." Leora felt a thrill of anticipation at these words. She knew this was an invitation, a call to adventure that she could not ignore. With the vine as her guide, she set out the next day, her heart filled with courage and wonder. Her journey took her through forests where the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, across rivers that sang as they danced over stones, and into meadows that stretched like green oceans beneath the boundless sky. Along the way, she met creatures she had only dreamed of, glistening fireflies that painted the night with trails of light, and gentle deer whose eyes held the wisdom of the ages. Through each encounter, Leora learned the language of the world, a symphony of whispers and songs that spoke of harmony and balance. She realized that the vine's gift was not just the ability to hear these whispers, but to understand them, to see the threads that connected all things. As she journeyed deeper into the heart of the world, Leora came upon a hidden valley, cradled by mountains that rose like ancient sentinels. In the center of the valley stood a grand tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens. It was the mother of the whispering willows, the source of their magic and mystery. Drawn by an inexplicable force, Leora approached the tree. As she placed her hand upon its trunk, she felt the pulse of life flowing through it, a rhythm that matched her own heartbeat. It was then that she understood the true nature of her quest. The tree spoke to her, its voice resonating with a power that was both gentle and profound. "You have journeyed far, young one, and in doing so, you have come to know the world as it is meant to be known. You have seen the beauty in its chaos, the harmony in its discord. This is your gift, to see beyond the veil, to hear the whispers of the world." Leora felt a sense of peace wash over her, a knowing that her journey had brought her to a place of understanding and wisdom. She realized that the vine had not only guided her through the physical world, but had also led her to discover the depths of her own heart. With a newfound clarity, Leora returned to her village, her spirit enriched by the magic she had encountered. The vine, now a part of her life, continued to grow, its leaves a constant reminder of the journey she had undertaken and the wonders she had witnessed. As the seasons changed, Leora shared her stories with those around her, tales of adventure and discovery that inspired others to seek their own paths. The village, once quiet and unassuming, became a place of wonder and exploration, where the whispers of the willows were no longer forgotten, but cherished and celebrated. In time, Leora became known as the guardian of the grove, a keeper of the secrets that lay within the whispering willows. She watched over the village, her heart forever attuned to the symphony of the world, a melody of wisdom and friendship that echoed through the ages. And so, the story of Leora and the Whispering Willows became a legend, a tale of transformation and growth that lived on in the hearts of those who dared to listen to the whispers of the world. As the stars twinkled above and the winds carried the soft rustle of leaves, the village thrived, forever touched by the magic of the Whispering Willows. And Leora knew that as long as there were those who listened, the world would never cease to sing its enchanting song. Story 16. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled among rolling hills and winding streams, there lived a young girl named Amelia. Like most children her age, Amelia loved to explore the great outdoors, chasing butterflies and climbing trees with boundless energy. One sunny afternoon, as Amelia was skipping through a meadow, she stumbled upon an old, worn-out book lying in the tall grass. Curiosity piqued, she brushed off the dirt and opened the tattered cover, revealing pages filled with mysterious symbols and intricate illustrations. Little did Amelia know this was no ordinary book. It was a tome of ancient magic, passed down through generations of wise sages. As she turned the yellowed pages, the symbols seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes, whispering secrets from a world long forgotten. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through the meadow, and the pages fluttered open to a peculiar spell. Amelia, her heart racing with excitement, read the enchanting words aloud. In an instant, the world around her transformed. The blades of grass grew taller, reaching up to her waist, and the trees stretched towards the sky, their branches heavy with ripe fruit. Amelia gasped in wonder as a magnificent butterfly, its wings adorned with vibrant hues, landed on her outstretched finger. From that moment on, Amelia embarked on an extraordinary journey, exploring the enchanted realm that had awakened within the pages of the ancient book. With each turn of the page, new wonders unfolded, and she encountered beings both whimsical and wise. First, there was Willow, a sprightly wood sprite with twinkling eyes and a mischievous grin. Willow became Amelia's constant companion, guiding her through the verdant forests and teaching her the secrets of the natural world. Then there was Akira, a majestic dragon whose scales shimmered like molten gold. Akira's wisdom was as vast as the skies he soared, and he imparted lessons of patience, courage, and the importance of protecting the delicate balance of nature. As Amelia's adventures continued, she faced challenges that tested her wit and resolve. One day, she encountered a group of mischievous imps who had stolen the magical seeds needed to replenish the enchanted gardens. Rather than resorting to force, Amelia used her quick thinking and kind heart to outwit the imps, ultimately retrieving the seeds and restoring the vibrant blooms. Through her journeys, Amelia learned that true magic lies not in grand gestures or displays of power, but in the simple joys of friendship, compassion, and a deep appreciation for the wonders of the natural world. And when the sun began to set, casting warm hues across the enchanted realm, Amelia would return to her cozy bedroom, the ancient book tucked under her arm. As she drifted off to sleep, the gentle whispers of the book's magic would lull her into dreams filled with fantastical adventures and the promise of new discoveries awaiting her the next day. For Amelia had unlocked the greatest secret of all, the magic that resides within the heart of every child, waiting to be nurtured and shared with the world around them. Story 17. In the heart of a forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets to the winds and the streams sang songs of old, there lay a hidden world that few eyes had ever seen. This world, nestled beneath the canopy of emerald leaves and cushioned upon beds of soft moss, was home to creatures both magical and gentle. Among these, a small, wise rabbit named Thistle and a bluebird with feathers like the midday sky called Celeste were the most revered. Thistle was known for his ability to find paths where none seemed to exist, his whiskers twitching as if sensing the very heartbeat of the forest. Celeste, with her clear, melodious voice, could communicate with the wind, learning secrets carried from faraway lands. Together, they were the guardians of the forest's peace, ensuring harmony thrived among all its inhabitants. One morning, as the sun cast golden rays through the leaves, dappling the forest floor with light, a mysterious object appeared at the edge of the enchanted glen. It was a locket, gleaming with an inner light, as if the stars themselves had been captured within its delicate casing. Drawn to its beauty, Thistle and Celeste approached cautiously, their curiosity piqued. As Thistle nudged the locket with his nose, it sprang open, revealing an intricate design of swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the sunlight. Suddenly, a soft, shimmering glow enveloped the clearing, and a gentle voice, like the rustling of leaves in a breeze, spoke. "Guardians of the forest," the voice began, "this locket holds a magic long forgotten, a connection to the very soul of nature. But danger looms, a shadow that seeks to consume this haven of peace. Only through unity and understanding can balance be restored." Thistle and Celeste exchanged a glance, their hearts united in the silent promise to protect their world. The locket had chosen them, and they would not fail. Their first task was to seek out the wise old oak, whose roots dug deep into the earth and whose branches reached high into the heavens. The oak was said to know the history of all things, carrying memories of the forest from times long past. As they approached, the wind rustled through its leaves, a welcoming rustle that felt like a warm embrace. "Wise oak," Thistle began, his small voice steady with purpose, "we seek your guidance. A shadow threatens our home, and we have been chosen to stand against it." The oak's boughs creaked as it seemed to ponder their words. "Ah, the locket has awoken," it said, its voice deep and resonant. "In its time, it was a symbol of unity, created by the first guardians to protect these lands. But beware, for the shadow you speak of is no ordinary threat. It is the spirit of discord, banished long ago but now stirring, seeking to unravel the bonds that hold our world together." "What must we do?" Celeste asked, her voice tinged with worry. "You must find the heart of the forest," the oak advised, "a place where magic flows freely and the spirit of the forest resides. There you will find the means to strengthen the locket's power and restore harmony." With a nod of gratitude, Thistle and Celeste set off on their journey, guided by the oak's wisdom and the hope that pulsed within their hearts. The path ahead was fraught with challenges, yet they knew that together they could overcome any obstacle. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the scenery changed, the air growing cooler and the shadows longer. They traversed babbling brooks where the water sparkled like diamonds, and meadows where wildflowers painted the landscape with vibrant hues. Along the way they encountered friends and allies, an aged tortoise with tales of bravery, a family of foxes who offered their keen senses, and a wise owl who provided counsel under the moonlight. Each encounter strengthened their resolve and filled the locket with the warmth of friendship and unity. But the shadow of discord was never far behind, whispering doubts and fears that threatened to fracture their bond. One evening, as they rested beneath a canopy of twinkling stars, Thistle spoke softly, his voice barely above a whisper. "Do you ever wonder if we're enough, Celeste? If two small creatures like us can truly make a difference?" Celeste fluttered closer, her wings brushing against Thistle in a comforting gesture. "I believe in us, Thistle. Our strength lies not in size, but in the love we carry for our home and each other. And remember, we are never alone." Reassured by her words, Thistle drifted into a peaceful sleep, comforted by the knowledge that their journey was one of shared purpose and unwavering support. As dawn broke, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, they resumed their quest. The heart of the forest was near, its presence a gentle thrum beneath their feet, a warm pulse in the air. Finally, they arrived at a glen unlike any other, where the very air shimmered with enchantment, and the ground was soft with lush, fragrant grass. In the center of the glen stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface etched with runes that glowed faintly. This was the heart of the forest, the source of its magic and the key to thwarting the spirit of discord. As they approached, the locket around Thistle's neck began to glow, resonating with the magic of the glen. But before they could proceed, a chill swept through the air, and a voice, cold and mocking, echoed through the clearing. "You think you can stop me?" The spirit of discord sneered, its form a shifting shadow that seemed to blend with the night. "Your bonds are weak, and your hopes are futile. I will unravel this world thread by thread." Fear gripped Thistle's heart, but Celeste, undeterred, lifted her voice in a song of courage and unity. The melody was a balm, soothing the fears that threatened to overwhelm them, weaving a tapestry of light and hope. Inspired by her bravery, Thistle stepped forward, his voice clear and steady. "We may be small, but our hearts are strong. The forest is our home, and we will not let you destroy it." With each word, the locket blazed brighter, infused with the magic of the glen and the power of their friendship. The spirit of discord recoiled, its form flickering as the light pierced its shadowy core. "You cannot defeat me," it howled, but its voice was tinged with uncertainty. "We can," Celeste replied, her voice unwavering, "because we believe in love, in friendship, and in the power of unity." The locket, now a beacon of shimmering light, burst into a cascade of colors, each hue a testament to the bonds that held the forest together. As the light touched the spirit of discord, it began to dissolve, its form unraveling like mist in the morning sun. With a final anguished cry, the shadow dissipated, leaving only the gentle hum of the forest in its wake. The glen, once again at peace, glowed with a serene light, the magic within it renewed and strengthened. Thistle and Celeste, their hearts full of joy and relief, knew that they had fulfilled their promise to protect their home. As they turned to leave, the locket closed gently, its task complete, yet its magic a constant reminder of the strength found in unity and love. Returning to their friends and allies, Thistle and Celeste were greeted with celebration and gratitude. The forest, once threatened, now thrived, its magic and harmony restored by the courage and friendship of two small creatures. As the sun set, casting the forest in a warm golden glow, they gathered beneath the wise old oak, sharing tales of their adventure and the lessons learned along the way. And as the stars emerged, twinkling against the velvet sky, Thistle and Celeste nestled together, their hearts light with the knowledge that they had made a difference, not through might, but through love, understanding, and the enduring power of friendship. In that moment, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the forest seemed to breathe a sigh of contentment, its peace safeguarded by those who cherished it most. And as the night wrapped them in its gentle embrace, Thistle and Celeste drifted into a peaceful, dream-filled sleep, their dreams woven with the magic of their journey and the promise of a brighter tomorrow. Story 18. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between emerald hills and a meandering silver river, there was a small, unassuming shop named Curiosities and Whimsy. It was owned by a wise and kind old woman named Matilda, whose heart was as warm as the sunlit beams that danced through her shop's dusty windows. Within the shop, every nook and cranny was filled with objects that whispered of untold stories and mysterious origins. On a particularly crisp autumn afternoon, a young girl named Clara strolled into the shop, drawn by the inviting aroma of cinnamon and aged books. Clara was known in the village for her gentle spirit and insatiable curiosity. She had a knack for discovering beauty in the simplest of things. As she wandered through the shop, Clara's eyes fell upon a peculiar object, nestled among a collection of old trinkets. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, no larger than a loaf of bread, with delicate vines etched into its surface. Clara could not resist its allure and gently lifted the box, marveling at its craftsmanship. Matilda, with her perceptive gaze, noticed Clara's interest and approached with a knowing smile. "Ah, you've found the box of echoes," she said softly, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "It's said to hold the secrets of the heart." Intrigued, Clara opened the box, expecting perhaps a hidden compartment or a clever mechanism. Instead, she found it empty. Disappointed, she looked up at Matilda, who simply chuckled. "Its magic is not in what it holds, but in what it reveals," she explained. "The box echoes the whispers of your own heart." Curiosity piqued, Clara decided to take the box of echoes on a journey through the village, eager to uncover its secrets. As she wandered the cobbled streets, she met several of her neighbors, each lending a piece of wisdom to her journey. First, she encountered Mr. Whittle, the kindly cobbler, who was humming a cheerful tune as he polished a pair of boots. "To hear the echoes, you must first listen to the world around you," he advised, tapping his ear playfully. Clara nodded thoughtfully, tucking the advice away like a precious gem. Next, she passed by the bustling bakery, where the air was rich with the scent of freshly baked bread. Inside, Mrs. Pumpernickel, with flour-dusted hands, offered Clara a warm roll and a gentle smile. "The echoes are most clear when shared in kindness," she said, her eyes twinkling with warmth. Feeling lighter with each step, Clara continued her journey until she reached the edge of the village, where the river sang its gentle lullaby. Here she sat beneath a grand old oak, the golden leaves rustling like a soft, whispering chorus. Closing her eyes, Clara held the box of echoes close to her heart and listened, not just with her ears, but with her entire being. Slowly, the world around her began to fade, replaced by a serene melody that resonated within the depths of her soul. It was a song of dreams and hopes, of laughter and love, a song that had been quietly playing within her all along. In that moment of stillness, Clara realized that the true magic of the box of echoes was the journey it had inspired, the connections made, and the wisdom gathered along the way. It was not the box that held the secrets, but her own heart, now fuller and more attuned to the wondrous world around her. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Clara returned the box to Matilda. "Thank you," Clara whispered, her heart brimming with gratitude. Matilda nodded, her eyes soft with understanding. "Remember, dear Clara, the most magical echoes are those that lead us home to ourselves." With a heart now attuned to life's gentle symphony, Clara returned to her cottage, cradled by the whispering winds and the promise of new discoveries yet to come. And as she drifted into the arms of sleep, she knew that the echoes of her journey would forever guide her dreams. Story 19. Once upon a time, nestled in the emerald embrace of the whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Brindle. Brindle was an unassuming creature, an auburn-furred fox whose heart was as tender as the morning dew that kissed the forest floor. But despite the beauty that surrounded him, Brindle felt a restlessness within, a yearning for something more, a change he couldn't yet comprehend. The sun-dappled paths of the whispering woods were home to many creatures, each with their own unique stories and talents. The birds wove songs of the dawn, while the squirrels orchestrated playful symphonies with the rustling leaves. Yet Brindle struggled to find his own place among them. One breezy autumn afternoon, As the leaves danced in shades of gold and crimson, Brindle set out on a walk to clear his mind. The forest was alive with the scent of pine and the soft crunch of fallen leaves underfoot. It was here that he stumbled upon an old, gnarled oak tree. Its bark was etched with time, and its branches stretched wide, offering shelter to all who sought it. As Brindle approached, he noticed a peculiar shimmer beneath one of its roots. Curious, he gently pawed at the earth and uncovered a small, iridescent stone. It glowed softly like moonlight captured in crystal. Entranced, Brindle held it close, feeling a gentle warmth spread through his paws and into his heart. Suddenly, the forest around him seemed to change, as if viewed through a veil of magic. Tiny specks of light floated in the air, and a soft whispering filled his ears, a melody only he could hear. The stone, it seemed, held a magic of its own, mirroring the change Brindle so deeply craved. As days turned into weeks, Brindle found himself visiting the old oak more often, sometimes confiding in the tree and the stone about his fears and dreams. And each time, the gentle whispers of the forest offered comfort, as if encouraging him to trust in the journey of his heart. One evening, as a silver moon bathed the forest in its serene glow, Brindle's friend Marnie, a wise and kind-hearted owl, joined him beneath the oak's branches. Marnie had noticed the change in Brindle, a quiet confidence that hadn't been there before. "Brindle," she began, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I've watched you grow, and I see a light in you that's brighter than the stars. What troubles your heart, my friend?" Brindle sighed, his breath mingling with the cool night air. "I feel as if I'm changing, Marnie, but I don't know what into. It's like I'm a puzzle missing a piece." Marnie nodded knowingly. "Change is like the turning of the seasons, dear Brindle. It's not always visible, but it's always there, shaping us, guiding us. Trust in the whispers of the forest and the magic within you." Encouraged by Marnie's wisdom, Brindle embarked on a journey of self-discovery. He began to explore the forest with new eyes, seeking out its hidden wonders. Along the way, he met other creatures who shared their own stories of change and growth. An elder tortoise who had learned patience from the river's flow, a lively rabbit who had discovered courage in the face of storms. Each encounter left Brindle with a newfound understanding, a piece of the puzzle falling into place. He learned that change wasn't something to fear, but to embrace, for it was through change that he would find his true self. The magical stone continued to be his guide, its warmth a reminder of the light within him. And slowly, Brindle began to see the magic in everyday moments, the way the sun painted the sky at dusk, the laughter of the brook, the rustle of wind through the treetops. In time, Brindle discovered that the change he sought was not about becoming someone else, but about becoming more of who he already was. And with this realization came a peace as gentle as the forest's lullaby. One morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the whispering woods, Brindle stood beneath the old oak tree, the stone in his paw. He felt the forest's embrace, the love of his friends, and the magic of the world around him, all woven together like a tapestry. With a heart full of gratitude, Brindle returned the stone to its resting place beneath the oak's roots, knowing that its magic had served its purpose. He had found what he was searching for, not in the stone, but within himself. As Brindle turned to leave, the forest seemed to sigh in contentment, the leaves whispering a farewell blessing. The path ahead was bathed in a golden light, inviting him onward, towards new adventures, new discoveries, and the endless beauty of change. And so, with a heart aglow with newfound wisdom and peace, Brindle journeyed on, a gentle soul transformed by the magic of the whispering woods. Forever after, he carried the lessons of his journey close, ever ready to share them with those who might need a guiding light in their own time of change. And the forest, in its timeless wisdom, continued to whisper its secrets to those who listened, a sanctuary of magic and wonder, forever welcoming, forever home. Story 20. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled amid rolling emerald hills and blooming wildflowers, there lived a curious young soul named Leora. She had eyes like shimmering pools of sapphire, and a heart that danced with the whispers of adventure. Leora had always been captivated by tales of distant lands spun by the village elder, stories of enchanted places just beyond the horizon. One crisp, golden morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the earth, Leora set out on her own adventure. She followed a little trodden path that meandered through the woodlands, beneath towering trees that swayed with the gentle breeze, their leaves softly rustling like nature's lullaby. With each step, the familiar sounds of the village faded away, replaced by the symphony of chirping crickets and the occasional hoot of a wise old owl. The path soon led Leora to a glen bathed in an ethereal glow, where the air was sweet with the fragrance of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft, velvety moss. At the heart of the glen stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide as if inviting her to step closer. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar shimmer in the air, a veil of light that seemed to ripple like a gentle stream. With her heart thumping in her chest, Leora stepped through the veil and found herself in a world unlike any she had imagined. Before her lay the Meadow of Whispers, a land of vibrant hues and soft rolling hills that sparkled with dew-kissed petals. The sky overhead was a canvas of pastel colors, with clouds so wispy they seemed to be made of spun sugar. As Leora wandered deeper into this enchanting realm, she encountered creatures that were as whimsical as they were kind-hearted. There were moonlit moths with wings that glowed softly in the twilight, and gentle breezes that sang sweet melodies as they danced through fields of golden wheat. But the most captivating of all were the rainbow-hued fireflies, each trailing a ribbon of light as they flitted about, illuminating the way like tiny lanterns. One such firefly, a particularly vibrant one named Glimmer, took a liking to Leora. It fluttered around her, painting the air with streaks of color. "Welcome, dear traveler," it chimed in a voice as delicate as a bell. "You must be brave to wander so far from home. What brings you to the Meadow of Whispers?" Leora smiled, feeling the warmth of the firefly's light upon her face. "I seek adventure and the stories that come with it," she replied. "But more than that, I wish to see the world beyond what I know." Glimmer twirled in the air, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the meadow. "Then let us guide you," it said, and with that, the firefly led Leora through the meadow, where wonders unfolded before her eyes. They passed a grove of silver trees that chimed softly in the wind, their branches adorned with delicate crystal blossoms. The sound was like a lullaby, soothing and gentle, wrapping Leora in a cocoon of tranquility. Further on, they came upon a serene lake, its surface reflecting the sky like a mirror. At its edge stood a family of gentle water nymphs, their laughter a melody of joy as they danced upon the water's surface, leaving ripples that shimmered in the fading light. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Leora felt a sense of peace settle within her. She realized that the Meadow of Whispers was not just a place of beauty, but of wisdom and harmony. Here, every creature and every breeze seemed to carry a message of courage and the joy of exploration. As the night deepened, Leora and Glimmer arrived at a small clearing where the grass was thick and soft like a quilt. There, under a sky awash with stars that twinkled like diamonds, they rested. The moon cast a gentle glow, and the air was filled with the soothing hum of nighttime lullabies sung by the meadow's inhabitants. "Thank you," Leora whispered to Glimmer, her voice barely a breath, "for showing me the wonders of this place and the strength within myself to seek them." Glimmer twinkled brightly, its glow a comforting beacon in the night. "The courage was always within you, dear traveler. You only needed to take the first step." With a heart full of gratitude, Leora closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of the meadow embrace her. She drifted into dreams filled with shimmering fireflies and singing breezes, knowing that she would carry this adventure with her always. When morning light filtered through her dreams, Leora awoke back in her village, the familiar sounds of the waking world greeting her gently. Yet, she felt changed, as if the Meadow of Whispers had left an indelible mark upon her spirit. And so, with a heart brimming with new stories and a soul enriched by the wonders she had seen, Leora returned to her village, ready to share her tales of courage and exploration. As she spoke, the villagers gathered around, their eyes wide with wonder, and they too began to dream of adventures beyond the horizon. In the days that followed, Leora's stories inspired others to seek their own paths, to step beyond the familiar and embrace the unknown. And though the Meadow of Whispers remained a secret kept by the wise and the curious, its spirit lived on in the hearts of those who dared to wander, reminding them that courage and friendship could light the way through the most enchanting of journeys. And so, in that cozy little village, where the air was sweet with possibility and the nights were filled with tales of wonder, Leora's adventure became a cherished bedtime story, soothing the hearts of dreamers and adventurers alike. As the crackling fire cast dancing shadows upon the walls, the village elder would whisper Leora's tale, weaving a tapestry of words that lulled young and old into peaceful slumber, nestled in the warmth of dreams and the promise of tomorrow's adventures. Story 21. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious soul, always noticing the smallest details that others seemed to miss. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow was gathering fallen leaves for her nature collection, she spotted a peculiar acorn lying in the grass. Unlike the others, this acorn seemed to sparkle with a faint, golden glow. Intrigued, Willow picked it up and studied it closely. As she turned it over in her hands, she felt a warmth radiating from within, like a tiny heartbeat. She tucked the acorn safely into her pocket, wondering what kind of magic it might possess. That night, as Willow drifted off to sleep, she dreamed of a towering oak tree whose roots stretched deep into the earth. A gentle voice whispered on the wind, beckoning her to follow. Willow awoke with a sense of purpose, clutching the glowing acorn close. Over the next few days, Willow confided her discovery to her two closest friends, Finn, a mischievous yet kind-hearted boy with a twinkle in his eye, and Hazel, a wise and patient girl who seemed to have an affinity for all living things. Together, the three friends embarked on a journey to uncover the secrets of the enchanted acorn. They consulted with old Mr. Oakley, the village's resident naturalist, who stroked his long, silvery beard and pondered the mystery. "An acorn that glows?" he mused. "Why, I haven't seen the likes of that since I was a young sapling myself. You must plant it in a place of great significance, somewhere that holds deep meaning for you." With Mr. Oakley's guidance, the trio ventured into the heart of the ancient Whispering Woods, a place of profound beauty and reverence. As they walked, Hazel seemed to understand the whispers of the trees, translating their gentle murmurings. "They speak of patience and resilience," she explained, "of enduring through harsh winters and basking in the warmth of spring." After much contemplation, Willow chose a sunny clearing where a majestic oak once stood, its stump still adorned with vibrant moss and fungi. With Finn's help, she carefully dug a hole and placed the glowing acorn inside, covering it with rich, loamy soil. For weeks, the friends tended to the spot, watering and weeding, their faith never wavering. Then, one misty morning, a tiny green shoot emerged, unfurling delicate leaves that seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly radiance. As the sapling grew, so too did the children's understanding of the profound connection between all living things. The oak became a symbol of their friendship, a reminder that even the smallest seeds can blossom into something extraordinary when nurtured with care and patience. Years passed, and the once magical acorn had transformed into a magnificent tree, its branches reaching towards the heavens. Willow, Finn, and Hazel, now grown, would often sit beneath its sheltering canopy, sharing stories and wisdom gleaned from their remarkable journey. For in that enchanted oak lay the true magic, the magic of friendship, perseverance, and a deep reverence for the wonders of nature that surrounded them, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and inquisitive minds. Story 22. In the heart of the enchanted meadow, where the grass shimmered like emeralds under the sun's warm embrace, there stood a quaint little village known as Whimsywood. The village was nestled amidst rolling hills and bordered by a sparkling brook that sang a merry tune as it danced over smooth pebbles. The air was always sweet, with the fragrance of blooming wildflowers, and the sky was painted in hues of lavender and peach at dusk. Whimsywood was home to some of the most delightful and eccentric inhabitants you could ever imagine. There was Tumble the Tinkerer, a jolly gnome with a penchant for inventing curious contraptions that whirred and clicked in the most unexpected ways. His bushy beard was always speckled with bits of glitter, and the occasional spring or screw, remnants of his latest creations. Then there was Lilia, the luminous, a gentle fairy whose wings shimmered with colors that changed with her moods. Her laughter was like the tinkling of tiny bells, and she had a knack for finding lost things, whether it was a misplaced sock or a forgotten dream. One sunny morning, as the villagers were going about their daily routines, a peculiar thing occurred. The great wishing well of Whimsywood, a revered and ancient stone structure at the center of the village, began to bubble and gurgle with a mischievous sort of magic. The well, you see, had the ability to grant wishes, but only those made with the purest of hearts. However, on this particular day, the well seemed to have developed a mind of its own. Instead of granting wishes, it began to whisk away the villagers' most cherished items, and in their place left behind a series of puzzling riddles. The villagers were baffled. Tumble's favorite wrench had been replaced by a riddle written on a leaf, and Lila found a riddle in place of her beloved moonstone pendant. Even the village cat, Whiskers, had her favorite napping cushion swapped for a riddle scribbled on a feather. Gathered around the well, the villagers scratched their heads in confusion. It was then that a soft voice floated through the air. It was none other than Nimbus, the village's resident cloud sprite, who had a habit of drifting by whenever there was a mystery afoot. Nimbus was as fluffy as a cumulus cloud and as light as a dandelion tuft, with a mischievous smile that danced across his face. "I believe the well is having a bit of fun," Nimbus chuckled, his voice like a gentle breeze. "It seems to have decided to test our wits by turning wishes into riddles." Lila's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Perhaps solving these riddles is the key to setting things right," she suggested, fluttering her wings in excitement. And so began the whimsical quest to solve the riddles of the great wishing well. The villagers formed teams, each determined to crack the code and retrieve their possessions. Tumble and Lila decided to work together, their combined ingenuity and imagination making them a formidable pair. Their first riddle read, "In the meadow where the shadows play, find the tree that sways and sway. Look beneath its roots so deep, where secrets of the forest sleep." With a twinkle in his eye, Tumble exclaimed, "I know just the place." He led Lila to the edge of the meadow, where an ancient oak tree stood, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. Sure enough, hidden beneath the roots was a small wooden box. Inside they found Tumble's wrench and a note that read, "Keep your heart light and your mind open." Delighted, the duo continued to unravel the riddles, each one leading them on a new adventure. They discovered Lila's moonstone pendant in a nest of twinkling fireflies and Whiskers' cushion beneath a pile of fluffy dandelions. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of pink and gold, the villagers gathered once more around the well. Each had retrieved their cherished items, their faces aglow with the joy of discovery and the warmth of camaraderie. With a gentle hum, the great wishing well shimmered with a soft light, as if to say, "Well done, my friends." Nimbus, now hovering above the well, nodded approvingly. You see, sometimes the magic lies not in the wish itself, but in the journey to understand it. With laughter and gratitude, the villagers celebrated their newfound wisdom, knowing that the bonds of friendship and the spark of creativity were far more valuable than any wish. And so, with hearts full of merriment and a renewed sense of wonder, the villagers of Whimsywood drifted into a night of restful slumber, dreaming of the magic that lingered in the air and the adventures yet to come. The stars twinkled like tiny lanterns in the vast velvet sky, illuminating their dreams with a promise of endless possibilities. Story 23. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed ancient lullabies and the air was perfumed with the scent of blooming night jasmine, there lay the quaint village of Fablebrook. The villagers, with their kind eyes and gentle smiles, lived simple lives, tending to their gardens and caring for their animals under the watchful gaze of the full moon. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village bell, which only tolled for gatherings and celebrations, echoed through the still air without a hand to pull its rope. Its melodious chime was both enchanting and bewildering, for it rang out at an hour when everyone was usually settling down with a cup of warm chamomile tea or drifting into dreams. The villagers gathered in the town square, their breath forming little clouds in the cool evening air, as they whispered among themselves about the mysterious bell. "Could it be the wind?" suggested old Mrs. Thistle, her shawl pulled tightly around her shoulders. Or perhaps a playful sprite, mused Tomlin, the village baker, his fingers dusted with flour. As the villagers pondered, a gentle voice broke through the murmurs. It was Willow, a young herbalist with a heart as kind as her name. Her auburn curls caught the starlight as she spoke. Perhaps we should ask Agathor, the wise owl who roosts in the ancient oak. He has seen many a strange thing in his time. With a nod of agreement, the villagers set out, their lanterns flickering like fireflies against the darkening sky. The ancient oak stood at the edge of the woods, its gnarled branches stretching towards the heavens as if to cradle the stars. Perched high upon it, Agathor, with his feathers as silver as moonlight and eyes as deep as the night, awaited them. "Greetings, Agathor," Willow called softly, her voice respectful and warm. "We seek your counsel on a mystery that has befallen our village." Agathor blinked slowly, his gaze wise and knowing. "Ah, the bell that sings without a hand to guide it," he hooted thoughtfully. "Such a melody is not born of mischief, but of a message waiting to be heard." The villagers exchanged glances, intrigued yet unsure of what message might be hidden in the bell's song. "How might we uncover this message?" asked Willow, her curiosity burning brightly. "Listen closely, with your hearts as well as your ears," Agathor advised. "The answer lies not in what is heard, but in what is felt." With gratitude, the villagers returned to Fablebrook, determined to solve the enigma. That night, as the bell tolled again, they gathered around it, closing their eyes and opening their hearts to the mystery of the sound. It was then that young Pip, a bright-eyed boy with an adventurous spirit, felt a gentle nudge at his side. Looking down, he saw a fox with a coat like russet autumn leaves and eyes that twinkled with mischief and kindness. "Follow me." The fox seemed to gesture with a flick of its tail. Pip, feeling a sense of trust and wonder, followed the fox through the moonlit paths of the village, the bell's chime guiding them. The fox led him to a hidden glade where a small pond shimmered under the starlight, its surface like liquid silver. As Pip gazed into the pond, the bell's tolling softened, and he saw reflected not just his own face, but the faces of his fellow villagers, each carrying their own hopes, dreams, and quiet burdens. In that moment, Pip understood the message. The bell was a reminder of the bonds they shared, a call to come together and support one another. The next morning, Pip gathered the villagers to the glade and shared what he had discovered. "The bell rings to remind us that we are never alone," he explained, his voice earnest and bright. "It calls us to be there for one another, to share in both joy and sorrow." Moved by Pip's words and the gentle wisdom of the fox, the villagers embraced this newfound understanding. They began to meet regularly at the glade, sharing stories, laughter, and support, as the bell continued to chime its gentle reminder of community and care. And so the mystery of the bell became a cherished tradition in Fablebrook, a symbol of unity and love. The villagers, guided by the wisdom of Agathor and the cleverness of a little fox, found solace in their togetherness, their hearts forever entwined by the melody that had once been a mystery. As the seasons turned and the village thrived, the whispering woods held the story of the bell close, a tale of gentle mystery and the enduring power of friendship, echoing softly through the trees, like a lullaby for all who listened with open hearts. Story 24. In the soft glow of a distant galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds on a velvet canopy, there lay a small, vibrant planet named Lumina. Lumina was a place of wonders, where bioluminescent flora painted the landscapes in hues of emerald and sapphire, and the air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming starflowers. It was here, amidst the gentle hum of the universe, that our story unfolds. On Lumina lived a gentle-hearted creature named Zephyr. Zephyr was a Lumian, small and delicate, with skin that shimmered in shades of teal and lavender, and eyes that reflected the light of the cosmos. Zephyr was known for their love of music, creating melodies that echoed through the valleys and lifted the spirits of all who listened. One crisp evening, as Zephyr played their favorite tune beneath the arching branches of a starflower grove, a peculiar sound interrupted the harmony. It was a dull thud, followed by a curious whirring. Zephyr paused, tilting their head to listen more closely. The sound was unfamiliar, and it piqued their curiosity. Venturing towards the source, Zephyr found an unusual sight. There, cradled in the soft grass, was a small, silvery craft, unlike anything Zephyr had ever seen. From its hatch emerged a figure, tall and slender, with skin that glistened like polished metal. This stranger was from a distant world, a planet called Pharaoxia, known for its techno-organic inhabitants. The Pharaoxi being, whose name was Aaron, looked around with a mix of bewilderment and apprehension. Their eyes, a deep, liquid silver, met Zephyr's curious gaze. There was a moment of silence, a bridge between worlds formed in that shared glance. "Greetings," Zephyr chimed, their voice as melodic as their music. "I am Zephyr, and this is my home." Aaron, hesitant at first, responded with a nod, their voice resonating like a gentle bell. "I am Aaron. My craft, it has malfunctioned." They gestured towards their ship, which emitted a soft, sputtering sound. Despite the initial awkwardness, Zephyr felt a pang of empathy for Aaron. They could sense the unease behind Aaron's metallic facade. "Perhaps I can offer you assistance?" Zephyr suggested warmly. Aaron hesitated, accustomed to relying on their own kind for help. But there was something in Zephyr's gentle demeanor that encouraged trust. "I would appreciate that," Aaron replied, their gratitude evident in their tone. Together they examined the craft, Zephyr's nimble fingers and Aaron's intricate understanding of technology complementing each other. As they worked, they shared stories of their worlds, bridging the vast distances between them with words and laughter. Zephyr learned that Aaron's planet, though beautiful in its own right with towering structures of glass and metal, lacked the vibrant life and natural wonders of Lumina. Aaron, in turn, was fascinated by the simplicity and beauty of Zephyr's home, where nature and harmony reigned supreme. Despite their differences, a friendship blossomed, nurtured by shared challenges and mutual respect. They faced misunderstandings, like when Zephyr offered Aaron a sweet Lumian fruit, not realizing that Pharaoxi beings could not consume organic matter. Aaron, in turn, once inadvertently offended Zephyr by trying to improve a starflower grove with mechanical enhancements. Each misunderstanding, however, was an opportunity for growth. They learned to communicate more openly, to appreciate the unique aspects of each other's cultures, and to find joy in their differences. One night, as the two sat beneath a sky ablaze with shooting stars, Zephyr played a new melody, inspired by their time with Aaron. The music was a blend of Zephyr's ethereal notes and the rhythmic hum of Aaron's mechanical heart, creating a harmony that resonated across the landscape. Aaron listened, their hearts swelling with a warmth they had never known. "Thank you, Zephyr," Aaron said softly, "for showing me that even though we come from different worlds, there is a place for friendship between us." Zephyr smiled, their eyes twinkling like the stars above. "And thank you, Aaron, for teaching me that sometimes it is the differences that make a friendship truly special." As the stars continued their celestial dance, Zephyr and Aaron sat together, their bond as bright and enduring as the constellations that watched over them. And in that moment, on a small planet in a vast universe, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a connection that transcended space and form, bound by understanding and love. The night deepened, wrapping the world in a gentle embrace, and the soothing notes of Zephyr's melody lingered in the air, a testament to the power of unity and the beauty of an unlikely companionship. Under the watchful eyes of the cosmos, two souls from distant worlds found comfort in each other, their hearts forever intertwined in the tapestry of the stars. Story 25, title, The Whispering Woods and the Silver Feather. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, was a quaint village known as Willowbrook. It was a place where the air always seemed to carry a melody, and the whispers of the ancient trees would tell tales of old to anyone who listened closely enough. In this village lived a young girl named Leora, renowned for her love of stories and her insatiable curiosity about the world beyond what the eye could see. Leora had hair as dark as the night sky and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. She lived with her grandmother, an elder of the village, who often shared stories about the magical realms hidden within the forest. These tales spoke of creatures that danced under the moonlight, of rivers that sang as they flowed, and of a powerful object known as the Silver Feather, said to be a gift from the moon itself. The legend of the Silver Feather was a cherished one. It was said that whoever possessed it held the power to communicate with the hidden world, bridging the realms of magic and man. The feather was believed to be lost, hidden somewhere deep within the heart of the whispering woods, guarded by the gentle, unseen spirits of the forest. One chilly autumn evening, as the leaves rustled softly outside, Leora sat by the fireplace, wrapped in a warm woolen blanket. Her grandmother's gentle voice filled the room, recounting the tale of the silver feather once more. Leora listened intently, her mind painting vivid pictures of the enchanted forest and the mysteries it held. "Do you think the silver feather is real, Grandma?" Leora asked, her voice a soft whisper, as if speaking too loudly might disturb the magic of the moment. Her grandmother smiled, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. "Some things, my dear, are as real as the heart believes them to be. The forest holds many secrets, and perhaps the silver feather is one of them." That night, as Leora lay in bed, the story of the silver feather danced in her thoughts. She imagined the feather, shimmering under the moonlight, calling out to her from the depths of the woods. As sleep gently took her, she dreamed of a path that wound through the trees, leading her to a place where magic danced freely in the air. The next morning, the sun rose, casting a golden glow over Willowbrook. Leora awoke with a sense of purpose, a quiet determination nestled in her heart. She decided that she would venture into the Whispering Woods, hoping to uncover the truth behind the legend of the silver feather. With her grandmother's blessing and a small satchel packed with provisions, Leora set off on her journey. The path into the woods was well trodden by the villagers, but as she walked deeper, the trail became less distinct, as if the forest itself wished to keep its secrets hidden. The air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting playful shadows on the ground. Leora walked with a light step, her senses tuned to the gentle murmurs of the forest around her. Birds chirped in harmonious symphony, and the leaves whispered secrets as they danced in the breeze. As she ventured further, Leora came upon a clearing where the trees parted like welcoming arms. In the center stood a magnificent oak, its branches spreading wide and its trunk thick with age. The air here felt different, charged with an energy that seemed to hum in her very bones. Drawn to the ancient tree, Leora approached it with reverence. As she laid a hand on its gnarled bark, a soft rustling caught her attention. From the branches above, a delicate silver feather drifted down, gliding gracefully on the wind before settling gently at her feet. Leora's heart skipped a beat. She knelt to pick up the feather, its surface smooth and cool to the touch. It glimmered faintly, as if imbued with the light of the moon itself. Holding it, she felt a warmth spread through her, a connection to the forest and its hidden wonders. At that moment, a gentle voice echoed in her mind, soft as a whisper. "Welcome, seeker of the silver feather. Your heart has guided you true." Startled yet strangely comforted, Leora looked around. There was no one in sight, yet she felt a presence, kind and ancient, watching over her. "Who are you?" she asked aloud, her voice barely above a whisper. "We are the spirits of the Whispering Woods," the voice replied, like a breeze caressing her senses. "Guardians of the magic that flows through this land. You have found the silver feather, a token of our trust." Leora felt a sense of wonder and awe wash over her. The stories were true. The magic of the forest was real. She knew then that her journey was only just beginning. With the silver feather in hand, Leora continued her exploration of the Whispering Woods. The feather seemed to guide her, its gentle glow illuminating the path ahead. As she walked, the forest revealed its secrets to her, a hidden stream that sang a melody as old as time, flowers that bloomed with a touch of her hand, and creatures that watched with curious eyes from the underbrush. Days turned into weeks as Leora wandered the depths of the Whispering Woods, her heart filled with the magic of discovery. She learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, to understand the language of the wind, and to see the world through the eyes of the forest. The spirits became her friends, their wisdom a constant companion on her journey. Yet, as time passed, Leora began to long for her village, for the warmth of her grandmother's embrace and the familiarity of home. She realized that the magic she had discovered was not just in the forest, but within her own heart, in the connections she had made and the lessons she had learned. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora stood at the edge of the Whispering Woods, the silver feather clutched in her hand. she knew it was time to return to Willowbrook, to share the wonders she had found and the tales she had gathered. As she stepped back onto the path that led home, the spirits' voices echoed softly around her, a gentle farewell. Remember, dear Leora, the magic of the world lies not just in what is seen, but in the heart that sees it. With a heart full of gratitude and a soul alight with wonder, Leora made her way back to the village, where her grandmother awaited her with open arms. As she recounted her adventures, the villagers gathered around, their eyes wide with awe and disbelief. Leora's tales of the Whispering Woods and the Silver Feather became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, a testament to the magic that dwells within each of us, waiting to be discovered. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the gentle night embraced the village, Leora knew that her journey was but one chapter in the endless story of life. She had found not just the Silver Feather, but a deeper understanding of the world and her place within it, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the enduring magic of the heart. In the quiet of the night, nestled in her cozy bed, Leora drifted off to sleep, the feather resting on her nightstand, a glimmering reminder of the wonders she had found and the adventures yet to come. Story 26. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient, sprawling forest, there was a village called Willowbrook. This village was unique, for it was surrounded by towering trees whose canopies formed an emerald ceiling, filtering sunlight into gentle golden beams that danced on the forest floor. The villagers lived in harmony with nature, their wooden cottages adorned with creeping vines and blooming flowers. Among them was a curious young girl named Lilia, whose heart was as open and wide as the sky above. Lilia had always been enchanted by the forest. Her days were spent exploring its winding paths, listening to the whispering leaves and singing birds. She would often find herself staring at the shimmering brook that meandered through the village, wondering what secrets it held. One misty morning, with the dew still clinging to the grass like tiny diamonds, Lilia set off on another adventure. She wore her favorite cloak, a gift from her grandmother, woven with threads of the deepest blue and trimmed with silver that sparkled like the stars. As she wandered deeper into the forest, Lilia stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled between the roots of an ancient oak, was a door made of polished wood and adorned with carvings of mythical creatures. It was a small door, almost as if it was meant for someone her size. With a heart full of wonder and a mind buzzing with curiosity, Lilia gently pushed the door open. What lay beyond the door was a world unlike any she had ever seen. It was a hidden realm where sunlight streamed through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the sound of bubbling brooks. It was a place of magic, where the trees seemed to hum with an ancient melody, and the very earth beneath her feet felt alive. As Lilia ventured further into this hidden world, she noticed something glimmering in the underbrush. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a small, intricately carved box. It was made of a wood that seemed to shimmer with its own inner light, and it thrummed gently in her hands. She felt a warmth spread through her fingers and up her arms, as if the box was communicating with her, sharing its secrets through touch alone. With trembling hands, Lilia opened the box. Inside, she found a tiny golden compass. It was unlike any compass she had ever seen, for its needle spun wildly, pointing not north, south, east, or west, but in directions unknown to the world she knew. As she held it, the compass began to glow softly, and she felt a gentle tug, urging her to follow. Trusting in the magic of this new world, Lilia allowed the compass to guide her. It led her through winding paths, over babbling brooks, and beneath arches of flowering vines. Along the way, she encountered creatures of all kinds: gentle deer with eyes like liquid amber, foxes with fur like firelight, and birds whose songs wove a tapestry of sound that filled the air with joy. Eventually, the compass guided Lilia to a clearing, where stood a magnificent tree with bark the color of sunset and leaves that shimmered like gold. Beneath the tree sat an old woman, her hair as white as snow and eyes as bright as the stars. She smiled warmly at Lilia, beckoning her to come closer. "Welcome, child," the woman said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I am the guardian of this realm, and I have been waiting for you." Lilia felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had known the guardian her entire life. "Why have you been waiting for me?" she asked, her voice a mix of excitement and curiosity. "The compass you hold is a gift, a key to the magic of this world," the guardian explained. "It can guide you to places you've never imagined, reveal secrets hidden from the eyes of others, and help you discover the true strength within your heart." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "But why me?" "Because, dear Lila, you possess the qualities of a true adventurer, courage, kindness, and an open heart. And there is a journey you must undertake, one that will change you and those around you." As they spoke, Lila noticed a small tear in the fabric of the world, like a hidden doorway just beyond the clearing. It shimmered with a light that pulsed gently, as if inviting her to step through. "Beyond that door lies a land in need of your help," the guardian continued. "A land where friendship is the greatest treasure and where your heart will guide you true." Lila nodded, filled with a sense of purpose. She thanked the guardian and, clutching the compass tightly, stepped through the shimmering doorway. On the other side was a world of breathtaking beauty. Rolling hills of emerald green stretched as far as the eye could see, dotted with wildflowers that swayed in the breeze. The sky was a canvas of swirling blues and purples, and the air was filled with the scent of blooming jasmine. As Lila began her journey across this enchanting land, she soon discovered that all was not well. The creatures she encountered seemed troubled, their once bright eyes clouded with worry. The trees whispered of a darkness spreading across the land, threatening to overshadow the light and joy that had once reigned. Determined to help, Lila followed the compass as it guided her deeper into the heart of the land. Along the way, she met a variety of gentle souls, a wise old turtle who shared stories of ancient times, a mischievous squirrel who taught her the art of listening to the wind, and a graceful swan who showed her the beauty of stillness. Each encounter filled Lila with wisdom and strengthened her resolve. She learned that true courage lay not in the absence of fear, but in the willingness to face it. She discovered that kindness had the power to heal wounds invisible to the eye, and that friendship could light even the darkest path. As Lila journeyed on, the compass eventually led her to a grand castle perched atop a cliff overlooking the sea. Its towers reached into the sky, their turrets adorned with banners that fluttered in the wind. Yet the castle's grandeur was marred by an air of sadness and neglect. Inside the castle, Lila found a young prince, his once vibrant spirit dimmed by the weight of responsibility and loneliness. His name was Aiden, and he was the guardian of the land, tasked with protecting its magic. But a shadow had fallen over his heart, and the land had begun to wither as a result. Lila approached Aiden, her heart filled with compassion. She shared her journey with him, speaking of the lessons she had learned and the friends she had made. With each word, she saw a flicker of light return to his eyes. "How can I help?" Aiden asked, his voice tinged with hope. "Together we can restore the magic of this land," Lila replied. "We must remind its creatures of the power of friendship and the strength that comes from working together." And so, Lila and Aiden set out on a new journey, one of healing and renewal. They traveled to every corner of the land, spreading a message of unity and hope. With each step, the darkness receded, replaced by light and laughter. The creatures of the land, inspired by their courage and kindness, joined in the effort. They worked together, each playing a role in the restoration of their world. The trees began to hum with life once more, the flowers bloomed with vibrant colors, and the air was filled with the sound of joyous laughter. As the land flourished, so too did the bond between Lila and Aiden. They became inseparable friends, their hearts connected by a shared purpose and understanding. Together they discovered the true magic of their journey, the power of friendship to transform and heal. One day, as the sun set in a blaze of orange and pink, casting a warm glow over the land, Lila felt the compass in her hand grow warm. She knew it was time to return to her own world, but her heart was filled with gratitude for the journey she had undertaken and the friendships she had forged. With a tearful farewell, Lila promised Aiden and the creatures of the land that she would never forget them. She stepped back through the shimmering doorway, the compass glowing with a soft, comforting light. Back in Willowbrook, Lila found herself once again standing before the ancient oak with the carved door. She closed the door gently, feeling a sense of peace and fulfillment. Though the hidden world was now beyond her reach, its magic lingered in her heart, a reminder of the journey that had forever changed her. As she made her way back to the village, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of twilight. Lilia felt a gentle breeze brush against her cheek, as if the forest itself was welcoming her home. She knew that the lessons she had learned would guide her throughout her life, and that the friendships she had made would remain with her always. Her heart full of warmth and her spirit aglow with the magic of friendship and courage, Lilia knew that she was never truly alone. For as long as she carried the essence of that hidden world within her, she would always find her way, no matter where her journey led. And so, with the compass tucked safely in her pocket and the stars twinkling like tiny beacons in the sky, Lilia returned to her cozy cottage in Willowbrook, her heart brimming with the promise of new adventures yet to come. As she drifted into a peaceful sleep, the forest whispered its gentle lullaby, a melody of hope and wonder that would guide her dreams and light her path. In the days that followed, Lilia shared her story with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the ordinary and seek the extraordinary in their own lives. Her tale of adventure and friendship became a cherished legend passed down through generations, a reminder of the magic that existed not only in hidden worlds, but within each of their hearts. And though the hidden door remained closed, its secret world forever preserved in Lilia's memories, the village of Willowbrook thrived, a testament to the power of kindness, courage, and the enduring magic of friendship. Years later, Lilia, now a wise and gentle elder, would sit by the fireplace, sharing stories of her adventures with eager children gathered around, their eyes wide with wonder. Her voice, warm and soothing, would weave tales of hidden realms, magical compasses, and the unbreakable bonds of friendship. And as the crackling fire cast a cozy glow, illuminating the room with its gentle light, the village of Willowbrook would drift into slumber, cradled by the timeless melody of the forest, a song of love and unity that echoed through the ages. For in the heart of every story and the soul of every adventurer there lies a compass, a guiding light that leads us home, a reminder that we are never truly alone, and that the magic of friendship will always light our way. Story 27, The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between the rolling hills and the edge of a dense forest, there lived a young girl named Clara. The village was a place where everyone knew each other, and the air was always thick with the scent of blooming lavender and freshly baked bread. Clara was known for her curiosity and kind heart, always eager to learn and help wherever she could. Her most cherished companion was a small, scruffy dog named Pip, who followed her everywhere with a wagging tail and a pair of bright, inquisitive eyes. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began to drift lazily from the trees, Clara set off on her usual walk with Pip. She loved the woods that bordered her village, a place of mystery and beauty, where shafts of sunlight pierced the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The woods were filled with the soft rustling of leaves and the occasional call of a distant bird. Clara's grandmother had often told her tales of the Whispering Woods, as the forest was known. It was said that if you listened closely, you could hear the trees whisper secrets of old, and sometimes, if the woods found you worthy, they might reveal a hidden world within their depths. Clara had always been fascinated by these stories, and though she had never witnessed anything magical herself, the idea that such wonders might exist stirred her imagination. As Clara and Pip wandered deeper into the woods, they came across a path they had never noticed before. It was narrow and overgrown, with wildflowers blooming along its edges, their vibrant colors a stark contrast against the green. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling a twinge of apprehension, but her curiosity soon won out. "Come on, Pip," she said, and with a little encouragement, the two of them ventured down the path. The air grew cooler as they walked, and the light dimmed as the trees formed a thick canopy overhead. The silence was almost complete, save for the soft crunch of leaves underfoot and the gentle whisper of the wind through the branches. Clara felt a shiver of excitement and wonder as they wandered further into the unfamiliar part of the woods. After what felt like an hour of walking, they emerged into a small clearing. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches spreading out like the arms of an old friend. At the base of the tree, Clara noticed a peculiar object gleaming in the dappled sunlight. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box. Clara approached it cautiously, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and anticipation. The box was warm to the touch, and when she picked it up, she felt a comforting tingling sensation spread from her fingertips to her whole body. Pip sniffed around the box curiously, his tail wagging in approval. Clara sat down on a soft patch of moss and carefully opened the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a delicate golden key. It was unlike any key Clara had seen before, with ornate patterns etched into its surface. She held it up to the light, mesmerized by the way it seemed to catch the sun's rays and shimmer with a gentle glow. "What do you think, Pip?" she asked, looking at her furry companion. Pip barked softly, as if urging her to keep exploring. Clara slipped the key into her pocket, feeling a growing sense of purpose. She had no idea what the key might unlock, but she was determined to find out. As they sat in the clearing, Clara noticed something unusual about the old oak tree. Its bark seemed to ripple and shift, as if it were alive. She reached out to touch it, and as her fingers brushed the surface, the tree began to glow with a soft, golden light. A door appeared in the trunk, its outline shimmering like the key in her pocket. Clara's breath caught in her throat. Could this be the entrance to the hidden world her grandmother had spoken of? With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, she inserted the golden key into the door's lock. It turned smoothly, and with a gentle click, the door swung open to reveal a passageway bathed in warm, welcoming light. Taking a deep breath, Clara stepped through the doorway, Pip trotting confidently by her side. They found themselves in a realm unlike anything Clara had ever imagined. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of flowers, and the sky above was a brilliant shade of azure, dotted with fluffy white clouds. All around them, strange and wonderful creatures moved about, some with shimmering wings, others with fur that sparkled like diamonds in the sunlight. Clara felt a sense of peace and joy envelop her, as if she had come home to a place she had always longed to find. The creatures of this world seemed to sense her presence, and they approached her with gentle curiosity, their eyes filled with kindness and wisdom. "Welcome, Clara," a soft voice said, and Clara turned to see a tall, graceful figure standing before her. It was a woman, or at least she appeared to be, with long, flowing hair that shimmered like moonlight and eyes that sparkled with the warmth of 1,000 stars. "Who are you?" Clara asked, feeling both awed and comforted by the woman's presence. "I am Leora," the woman replied with a smile, "guardian of the Whispering Woods and keeper of its secrets. We have been waiting for someone like you, dear Clara, someone with a heart full of wonder and a spirit as brave and kind as yours." Clara blushed at the compliment, feeling a blush of warmth spread through her cheeks. "What is this place?" she asked, looking around at the vibrant world that surrounded her. "This is the hidden heart of the Whispering Woods," Leora explained. "A place of magic and beauty, where the natural world and the wonders of imagination come together. You have been chosen to see it because you possess a special gift, the gift of understanding and compassion." Clara listened, her heart swelling with gratitude and excitement. She realized that this was not just a chance encounter. It was the beginning of a journey that could change her life forever. "Come," Leora said, extending her hand. "There is much to see and learn, and you are not alone on this journey." With Pip trotting happily at her side, Clara followed Leora deeper into the magical realm. They walked through meadows filled with wildflowers that sang softly as the breeze passed over them, and streams that glistened with water that seemed to dance with light. Everywhere they went, the creatures of the woods greeted them with warmth and friendliness, their eyes filled with wisdom and joy. As they journeyed further, Clara began to understand the true magic of this place. It was not just the beauty of the landscape or the wonder of the creatures. It was the sense of connection and harmony that bound everything together. Here, in this hidden world, every living thing was part of a greater whole, working together in a delicate balance. Clara found herself learning from the creatures she met, each one sharing lessons that were as profound as they were simple. From a family of gentle deer, she learned the value of patience, and quiet observation. From a playful group of otters, she discovered the importance of joy and laughter in the face of challenges. And from a wise old owl, she understood the power of wisdom and the courage to ask questions, even when the answers were not easy to find. As the days passed, Clara felt herself growing and changing, her heart and mind opening to the possibilities that lay ahead. She realized that the journey she had embarked upon was not just a physical one. It was a journey of self-discovery, a chance to see the world and herself in a new light. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Clara and Pip sat by a small, tranquil lake. The water reflected the colors of the sunset, and the air was filled with the sound of crickets chirping softly. Leora joined them, her presence as soothing as the gentle breeze that rustled the leaves. "You have done well, Clara," she said, her voice filled with warmth and pride. "You have embraced the magic of this world and discovered the strength within yourself." Clara smiled, feeling a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. "I couldn't have done it without Pip," she said, looking at her faithful companion. "Or without your guidance, Leora." Leora nodded, her eyes shining with understanding. "True magic lies in the bonds we share, the friendships we form, and the kindness we show to others. You have learned that well, and it will serve you in all the days to come." As Clara gazed out at the shimmering lake, she felt a sense of gratitude for the journey she had undertaken and the lessons she had learned. She knew that she would carry the magic of this place in her heart, a guiding light in all her future adventures. With the first stars beginning to twinkle in the evening sky, Clara and Pip prepared to return to their own world. Leora walked with them to the edge of the hidden realm, her presence a comforting reminder of the wonders they had discovered. "Remember, Clara," Leora said, as they stood before the doorway in the ancient oak tree, "the magic of the Whispering Woods is always with you, in the kindness you show, the love you share, and the dreams you dare to follow." Clara nodded, her heart full of hope and promise. "Thank you, Leora," she said, her voice steady and sure. "I will never forget." With a final farewell, Clara stepped through the doorway, Pip by her side. The passage through the tree was brief, and as they emerged back into the familiar woods of their village, Clara felt a sense of completion and renewal. The path before them was the same as it had always been, but Clara knew that she was different. She had seen the hidden wonders of the world and learned the true meaning of magic and friendship. As she and Pip made their way home, the stars above seemed to shine a little brighter, a gentle reminder of the journey they had taken and the adventures that still awaited them. As she lay in bed that night, Clara closed her eyes, her mind filled with the beauty and wonder of the Whispering Woods. She drifted off to sleep with a sense of peace, knowing that the magic she had discovered would forever be a part of her, guiding her in all the days to come. And in her dreams, the whispering of the woods sang softly, a lullaby of hope, love, and endless possibilities. Story 28. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets of old and the air was imbued with an earthy perfume, lay a hidden realm known only to those who listened closely to the rustling leaves. This was a world where reality and magic intertwined like the roots of the towering oaks, a place where each creature played a vital role in the delicate dance of nature. As dawn's golden fingers stretched across the sky, painting the forest in hues of amber and rose, a gentle deer named Sylvie awoke from her nest of moss and fern. Her coat shimmered like liquid sunshine, and her eyes mirrored the tranquil pools of the forest. Sylvie was known throughout the woodland for her kind heart and gentle spirit, a creature of grace and wisdom. This morning, the forest was alive with the symphony of birdsong, each note weaving through the air like a silken thread. As Sylvie meandered along a path dappled with sunlight, she paused to listen to the brook babbling over smooth stones, its melody as soothing as a lullaby. Here in this place of serenity, the creatures of the forest thrived in harmony, each one contributing to the balance of life. Yet all was not as it seemed. The forest had begun to sense a change, a lingering whisper of unease carried on the wind. The seasons, which should have danced in their customary rhythm, were faltering. Spring's blossoms had lingered too long, and the summer sun had grown weary before its time. Sylvie felt the shift in the air, a subtle tremor that rippled through the leaves. She knew she must seek the counsel of the ancient guardian of the forest, an owl named Elderglen, whose eyes had beheld centuries of change. Elderglen dwelled in the hollow of a grand oak, its branches stretching to the heavens like a cathedral of green. As Sylvie approached, she found Elderglen perched upon his wooden throne, his feathers a tapestry of twilight hues. "Greetings, wise Elderglen," Sylvie said, her voice a gentle breeze. "The forest whispers of imbalance. I seek your wisdom to understand." Elderglen blinked slowly, his eyes as deep as the night sky. "The seasons have indeed lost their way," he replied in a voice like rustling leaves. "It is the work of the storm weavers, spirits of the sky, who craft the weather with threads of cloud and wind. They have forgotten the old songs, the harmonies that guide the changing times." Sylvie's heart ached at the thought of the storm weavers lost in dissonance. How can we help them find their melody once more? Elderglen ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "There is a place where the threads of all seasons meet, the glade of seasons. There, the song of balance can be sung anew. But it is a journey that requires courage and faith." With Elderglen's words guiding her, Sylvie set off through the forest, her hooves barely disturbing the carpet of fallen leaves. Along the way, she was joined by her friends, a cheerful squirrel named Thistle, whose laughter was as bright as the sun, and a wise old tortoise named Bram, who moved with the patient grace of ancient stones. Together, they ventured through meadows, where wildflowers painted the earth in vibrant colors, and across streams that chuckled with the joy of spring. They shared stories under the stars, their bonds growing stronger with each passing night. As they neared the glade of seasons, the air grew thick with the scent of coming rain, and the sky darkened with swirling clouds. In the center of the glade stood a circle of stones, each one etched with symbols of the elements: earth, air, fire, and water. It was here that the storm weavers gathered, their forms shifting like the winds they commanded. Sylvie stepped forward, her heart steady with the support of her friends. "We come to help restore the harmony of the seasons," she called out, her voice carrying over the rising wind. "Together, we can find the melody that has been lost." The storm weavers paused in their restless dance, their eyes like lightning in the stormy sky. They listened as Sylvie and her companions began to hum a gentle tune, one that spoke of the warmth of summer, the crispness of autumn, the stillness of winter, and the renewal of spring. As the melody filled the glade, the storm weavers joined in, their voices weaving through the air like a soothing breeze. The clouds parted, revealing a sky painted with the colors of a setting sun. The balance, once forgotten, was found again through friendship and the shared wisdom of the forest's creatures. With the seasons realigned, Sylvie and her friends returned home, their hearts light with the joy of their journey. The forest, bathed in the soft glow of twilight, whispered its gratitude through the rustling leaves. In the days that followed, the forest thrived in its newfound harmony. The creatures continued their symphony of life, each note a testament to the power of unity and understanding. And as night fell, the stars twinkled like distant lanterns, a reminder that even in the darkest times, the light of friendship could guide the way. Sylvie lay nestled in her mossy bed, lulled to sleep by the gentle hum of the forest, knowing that the wisdom shared and the bonds forged would endure through the ages, just as the ancient forest itself had done. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, the forest dreamed on, wrapped in the embrace of peace and balance. Story 29. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the towering trees stood like ancient sentinels and the air carried the earthy scent of moss and pine, a world of hidden wonders unfolded beneath the forest's emerald canopy. This was a place where the rhythm of the seasons choreographed a symphony of life, and the delicate balance of nature was both a sacred duty and a joyous dance. As dawn's first light filtered through the lattice of leaves, a soft, golden glow settled upon the forest floor, waking its inhabitants gently from their slumber. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell bore the intricate patterns of countless years. Thistle's eyes, like pools of deep amber, reflected the forest's wisdom, and his presence was a calming balm to all who knew him. Thistle began his morning with a slow, deliberate journey to the pond of whispering tides, a serene pool nestled among ferns and wildflowers. The pond was a place of reflection and learning, where the elders of the forest gathered to share stories and pass down the wisdom of ages. As Thistle approached, the gentle ripple of water greeted him, carrying the echoes of ancient voices. Nearby, a family of rabbits emerged from their burrow, their soft fur a patchwork of brown and white, blending seamlessly with the forest floor. The youngest, a curious little rabbit named Willow, hopped eagerly alongside her siblings, her eyes wide with wonder at the world around her. Today, she was to learn about the magic that bound the forest together. As the sun climbed higher, the air filled with the sweet trill of birdsong. The forest was alive with the rustle of leaves and the chatter of squirrels who darted playfully among the branches. A gentle breeze whispered secrets through the trees, and the fragrant aroma of blooming flowers mingled with the crisp scent of pine. Thistle settled beside the pond, his voice a deep, soothing rumble that seemed to resonate with the very earth itself. "Today, my dear friends," he began, "we shall speak of the great cycle, the dance of the seasons that governs our lives and ensures the harmony of our world." The creatures gathered around, their eyes fixed on Thistle with rapt attention. Even the wind seemed to pause, holding its breath to listen. "In the spring," Thistle continued, "the forest awakens from its slumber. Life bursts forth in a riot of color and sound as the earth shakes off its winter coat. This is a time of renewal and hope, when the seeds of the past find new beginnings." Willow's ears perked up, her heart leaping at the thought of spring's vibrant energy. She imagined the forest alive with the hum of bees and the dance of butterflies, the air thick with the scent of fresh blossoms. "Summer follows," Thistle went on, "bringing warmth and abundance. The sun shines brightly, and the days stretch long and languid. It is a time of growth, when the forest flourishes and the bonds of friendship deepen." As Thistle spoke, the sun's rays filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The warmth wrapped around the creatures like a gentle embrace, a reminder of summer's bounty. "Then comes autumn," Thistle said, his voice tinged with a note of reverence. "The leaves turn to gold and crimson, a fiery farewell to the sun's embrace. It is a time of harvest and reflection, when we give thanks for the gifts of the past year." Willow imagined the forest painted in hues of orange and red, the crisp air carrying the scent of fallen leaves and ripe fruit. She felt a sense of wonder at the beauty of change, at the way the forest transformed with the turning of the wheel. "Finally, winter arrives," Thistle concluded, blanketing the forest in a serene stillness. "It is a time of rest and contemplation, when the earth gathers strength for the coming spring. We learn patience and resilience, and we find warmth in the company of friends." The creatures nodded, their hearts warmed by Thistle's words. They understood the importance of balance, of living in harmony with the rhythms of nature. As the day drew to a close, the forest began to glow with the soft light of the setting sun. The sky blazed with hues of pink and orange, casting a warm glow over the trees. Thistle's voice softened, carrying a message of comfort and hope. "Remember, dear friends," he said, "that we are all part of this great tapestry. Our actions, no matter how small, contribute to the balance of the world. Let us cherish and protect our home, and let the wisdom of the ages guide us." With that, the creatures slowly dispersed, carrying Thistle's words in their hearts. Willow lingered a moment longer, her spirit alight with the promise of the future. She had learned that the magic of the forest was not just in its enchanting beauty, but in the wisdom and love that bound its inhabitants together. As the first stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber. The gentle rustle of leaves and the soft hoot of an owl were the lullabies that soothed the land to sleep, wrapping it in a blanket of tranquility. And so in the heart of the whispering woods, the ancient dance of life continued, a testament to the enduring bond between nature and those who call it home. The forest thrived, nourished by the harmony of its creatures and the timeless wisdom that flowed through its veins, whispering of hope, love, and the eternal cycle of renewal. Story 30. In the heart of an ageless forest, where towering trees stood as silent sentinels, a world of wonder unfolded beneath the dappled canopy. Here, the realm of nature intertwined with the whispers of magic, creating a harmonious symphony that echoed through every leaf and stream. Among the winding roots and mossy hollows dwelled creatures both great and small, each playing their part in the intricate tapestry of life. The wise old oak, whose branches stretched skyward, was home to a family of squirrels, their chitters and scampering a joyful melody. Beneath the ferns, a rabbit warren hummed with the gentle thumping of tiny feet, while a nearby burrow sheltered a badger clan, their gruff snuffles a familiar refrain. As the seasons waxed and waned, the forest thrummed with change, and the creatures adapted in harmony with nature's rhythms. In spring, the first tender buds unfurled to the song of returning songbirds, their melodies heralding the renewal of life. Summer brought a verdant explosion of growth, the air thick with the scents of wildflowers and rich, loamy earth. Autumn painted the canopy in a blaze of fiery hues, the crisp scent of decaying leaves mingling with the earthy aroma of mushrooms. It was in winter, however, that the magic of the forest truly came alive. When the first snowflakes drifted lazily from the iron-gray sky, a hush fell over the woodland. The creatures retreated to their cozy dens, and the trees stood watchful, their bare branches etched against the frosty air. On the longest night of the year, an ancient ritual unfolded, a secret passed down through generations. As the moon rose full and bright, casting its silvery glow over the pristine snowscape, the forest seemed to hold its breath. Then, from the depths of a hollow oak, a faint glow began to emanate, pulsing in time with the heartbeat of the earth. One by one, the creatures emerged from their slumbers, drawn by the enchanting light. Squirrels and rabbits, badgers and foxes, all gathered in a hushed circle around the tree, their eyes wide with wonder. For this was the night when the spirits of the forest danced among the branches, their ethereal forms weaving intricate patterns of light and shadow. As the creatures watched, transfixed, the spirits swirled and shimmered, their movements mirroring the ebb and flow of the seasons. They danced the awakening of spring, the vibrant bloom of summer, the bountiful harvest of autumn, and the quiet slumber of winter. It was a celebration of the eternal cycle, a reminder that life persisted even in the depths of the coldest night. At the heart of the dancing spirits glowed a warm, radiant light, the very essence of the forest itself, a wellspring of life and magic. And as the creatures gazed upon this marvel, they felt a profound sense of connection, a kinship that transcended species and bound them all to the rhythms of nature. When at last the spirits faded into the night, the creatures returned to their homes, their hearts filled with wonder and a renewed reverence for the sacred balance of the forest. Generation after generation, they would pass down the tale of the dancing spirits, a reminder that magic lived in the unseen spaces between root and branch, and that true wisdom lay in walking in harmony with the eternal song of nature. As the first pale light of dawn seeped through the trees, the forest seemed to breathe a contented sigh, its ancient magic once more cloaked in the gentle murmurs of everyday life. Yet for those who knew where to look, the whispers of enchantment lingered, waiting to be rediscovered by those with open hearts and minds attuned to the rhythms of the wild. Story 31. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest, blanketed by a tapestry of emerald leaves and vibrant flowers, a hidden world thrived. Here, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming jasmine, and the gentle whispers of the wind through the towering oaks spoke of secrets only the forest knew. This was a place where the boundaries between reality and magic danced like mist on a cool morning. In this enchanted forest, beneath the canopy where sunlight filtered through like liquid gold, lived a community of creatures bound by harmony and balance. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was as gnarled and textured as the bark of the oldest trees. Thistle had lived through many seasons and was the guardian of the forest's ancient wisdom. Each morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and lavender, Thistle would slowly make his way to the great glade. It was an open meadow where the grass shimmered with dew, and every creature, from the tiniest ant to the most majestic stag, gathered to learn and share stories. One bright morning, as Thistle reached the glade, he was met by his dear friend, a gentle deer named Bramble. Bramble's coat was speckled with sunlight, and her eyes were as warm as a summer's afternoon. "Good morning, Thistle," she greeted softly, her voice a melody that harmonized with the rustling leaves. "Good morning, Bramble. Thistle replied, his voice deep and soothing like the rumble of distant thunder. Today we gather to learn of the changing seasons and the magic they bring. As the creatures assembled, the air buzzed with anticipation. The forest had long been a place of balance, where each season brought its own magic and lessons. Spring nurtured new beginnings with the soft patter of rain and the scent of fresh earth. Summer gifted warmth and abundance, its golden days stretching lazily into twilight. Autumn painted the world with fiery colors, teaching about change and letting go. And winter, with its cloak of snow, whispered of rest and renewal beneath the silent stars. Thistle began to speak, his words weaving through the air like a gentle stream. The magic of the seasons is not just in their beauty, but in their wisdom. Each change is a reminder that life is a cycle, and in every ending there is a new beginning. The creatures listened intently, their hearts open to the lessons of nature. Bramble, standing close to Thistle, felt a sense of peace wash over her. She knew that the balance of the forest depended on each creature understanding their role and working together. As the sun climbed higher, casting dappled shadows across the glade, a soft breeze carried the scent of pine and wildflowers. Thistle continued, "In our forest, every creature has a purpose, and every action has an impact. The dance of the seasons reminds us to live in harmony with the world around us." A small family of rabbits, their fur as soft as dandelion fluff, listened with wide eyes. The youngest, a curious little rabbit named Clover, hopped closer, eager to learn. "But how do we keep the balance, Thistle?" she asked, her tiny voice filled with wonder. Thistle smiled, his eyes twinkling like the stars that would soon grace the night sky. "By respecting each other and the world we share, by understanding that even the smallest creature can make a difference. The balance of our forest is built on friendship and wisdom passed down through generations." The words resonated deeply within the creatures, filling them with a sense of unity and purpose. Bramble nudged Clover gently, her heart swelling with pride for the young rabbit's eagerness to learn. As the day began to wane, the creatures slowly dispersed, their spirits lifted by the morning's gathering. Bramble and Thistle lingered, enjoying the serenity of the glade as dusk began to fold the world in its gentle embrace. "Thank you, Thistle," Bramble said softly, her gaze resting on the horizon where the sun dipped low, painting the sky with strokes of orange and purple. "Your wisdom is a gift to us all." Thistle chuckled, a sound like leaves rustling in a soft breeze. "It is the forest that teaches us, dear Bramble, and we are its humble students." As the first stars began to twinkle above, Bramble and Thistle made their way back beneath the canopy of trees, their footsteps cushioned by the soft moss that covered the forest floor. The night was peaceful, a lullaby of crickets and owls serenading the world into slumber. And so, in the ancient forest where magic and reality intertwined, the creatures continued to live in harmony, guided by the wisdom of the seasons and the gentle guardianship of Thistle and Bramble. As the world turned and each season passed, the lessons of balance and friendship were cherished and passed down, ensuring that the forest would remain a place of wonder and peace for generations to come. With the forest nestled in the comforting arms of night, the creatures dreamed sweet dreams of the beauty and magic that surrounded them, secure in the knowledge that they were part of something greater, a timeless dance of life and nature's gentle wisdom. Story 32. In the gentle embrace of a whispering forest, where the trees stood tall and proud like ancient guardians, there lived a young boy named Oliver. His home was a quaint little cottage nestled at the edge of the woodland, where the air was always thick with the scent of pine and the melodic chirping of sparrows. Oliver was a curious soul, with eyes that glimmered like dew-kissed leaves and a heart as open as the sky above. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves carpeted the forest floor, Oliver set out on one of his many adventures. He loved nothing more than exploring the woods, where every rustling branch and babbling brook seemed to hold a secret just waiting to be discovered. Today, however, something felt different. The air carried a whisper of mystery, and Oliver could sense that the forest had a story to tell. As he wandered deeper into the woods, the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the path. He hummed a tune to himself, a simple melody that matched the rhythm of his footsteps. Soon his attention was caught by a peculiar sight, a soft, shimmering glow emanating from beneath a cluster of ferns. Curious and unafraid, Oliver crouched down and gently parted the foliage. There, nestled in the earth, lay a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with delicate symbols that seemed to pulse with an inner light, as if the very wood was alive. Oliver's fingers tingled with excitement as he carefully lifted the box from its resting place. It felt warm and comforting in his hands, as if it had been waiting just for him. With a sense of reverence, Oliver opened the box, revealing a collection of tiny, iridescent stones that sparkled like stars in the night sky. As he gazed at them, he felt a gentle warmth spreading through his chest. It was as if each stone held a promise of something wondrous, a spark of magic that whispered secrets of the universe. Unbeknownst to Oliver, these stones were no ordinary trinkets. They were the heartstones of the forest, relics of an ancient magic that had long been hidden from the world. With each stone, the bearer was granted a single wish, one that could shape the very fabric of their destiny. Oliver's heart raced with possibilities. What would he wish for? What grand dreams could he bring to life? But before he could ponder further, he heard a soft rustle behind him. Startled, he turned to find a small group of woodland creatures peering at him with wide, curious eyes. There was a wise old owl with feathers as white as snow, a timid but friendly fox with a bushy tail, and a gentle deer whose eyes shone with kindness. "Greetings, young one," the owl hooted, his voice deep and soothing. "We have been watching you, and we know of the treasure you have found." Oliver blinked in surprise. "You know about the Heartstones?" The fox nodded, stepping forward with a graceful bow. "Indeed we do. The Heartstones are a gift of the forest, a magic that chooses its keeper with great care." The deer smiled warmly. "We believe you are the one destined to wield their power, Oliver." The boy felt a flutter of pride mixed with apprehension. "But what should I do with them?" The owl's eyes twinkled with wisdom. "The Heartstones are meant to be used with kindness and wisdom. Each wish you make should not only fulfill your own desires, but also bring harmony to those around you." Oliver nodded, understanding the weight of the responsibility he held. He glanced back at the stones, feeling their gentle warmth and the promise of adventure they carried. He knew that his journey had only just begun. With newfound purpose, Oliver returned to his cottage, the Heartstones tucked safely in his pocket. Over the days that followed, he pondered his wishes, careful to consider the needs of the forest and its inhabitants. He spent time with the owl, learning the wisdom of the trees and the secrets of the night. The fox taught him the art of resourcefulness and the joy of playful curiosity, while the deer showed him the beauty of gentle strength and compassion. As autumn deepened into winter, the forest underwent its own transformation. The vibrant hues of fall gave way to a serene blanket of snow, and the air was filled with the crisp scent of frost. Yet within this quiet season, the forest thrummed with life, each creature preparing for the cold months ahead. It was during one such snowy day that Oliver decided to use his first Heartstone. He stood at the edge of the frozen pond, the stone warm in his palm, and closed his eyes. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees as he made his wish, a wish for warmth and shelter, not just for himself, but for all the creatures of the forest. As the Heartstone dissolved into a shimmering mist, the air around him seemed to hum with energy. The snow-laden branches glowed with a soft, golden light, and the pond sparkled like a bed of diamonds. Slowly, the forest transformed before his eyes. Cozy burrows appeared beneath the snow, warm and inviting, while the trees wove themselves into snug shelters for the birds and squirrels. Oliver watched in awe as his wish came to life, feeling the warmth of gratitude spreading through him. The creatures of the forest emerged from their hiding places, their eyes alight with wonder and appreciation. The owl perched on a nearby branch, nodding with approval. "Well done, young one," he said, his voice gentle and proud. "You have used your first wish wisely." The fox scampered over, his tail swishing with excitement. "You brought warmth to us all, Oliver. Thank you." The deer nuzzled his shoulder affectionately. "Your kindness is a gift to the forest. We are grateful for your friendship." Oliver beamed with happiness, his heart swelling with the joy of giving. He knew that the true magic of the Heartstones lay not in their power, but in the connections they forged between him and the world around him. As the weeks passed, Oliver continued to explore the forest, learning and growing with each step. He discovered hidden groves where the air was filled with the scent of wildflowers, and secret trails that led to breathtaking vistas. With every adventure, he carried the Heartstones close, their warmth a constant reminder of the magic within him. One day, as winter began to wane and the first signs of spring appeared, Oliver felt a gentle nudge at his side. It was the fox, his eyes twinkling with a mischievous glint. "Oliver," the fox said, "there is something I must show you, a place where the magic of the forest is at its strongest." Intrigued, Oliver followed the fox through the woods, their footsteps crunching softly on the thawing ground. They wound their way through the trees until they reached a clearing, bathed in dappled sunlight. At its center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching skyward in a majestic embrace. "This is the heart of the forest," the fox explained, his voice filled with reverence. "It is said that the spirits of the earth and sky gather here, their whispers carried on the breeze." Oliver gazed at the oak with awe, feeling its age-old wisdom seep into his soul. He approached the tree, placing his hand against its rough bark. As he did, he felt a deep connection to the earth beneath his feet, as if the roots of the tree stretched into his very being. In that moment, Oliver understood the true nature of the Heartstones. They were not just a gift of magic, but a bridge to the hidden world within the natural environment, a world where every creature, every leaf and stone was interwoven in a tapestry of life. With this newfound understanding, Oliver made his second wish. He wished for the forest to flourish, for the trees to grow tall and strong, and for the creatures to live in harmony. As the Heartstone dissolved, a gentle breeze swept through the clearing, carrying with it a melody of renewal. Over the days that followed, Oliver watched as the forest transformed. The trees stretched their branches towards the sky, their leaves unfurling in a vibrant symphony of green. Flowers blossomed in a riot of colors, their sweet fragrance filling the air. The creatures of the forest thrived, their hearts lifted by the abundance of the earth. Oliver felt a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing that his wishes had brought joy to the world around him. He had learned that true magic was not about altering reality, but about embracing the beauty and wonder that already existed. As spring blossomed into summer, Oliver found himself at peace, his heart intertwined with the rhythm of the forest. He spent his days exploring new paths, forging friendships with the creatures that called the woods their home. The owl, the fox, and the deer became his closest companions, their bonds strengthened by the shared magic of the Heartstones. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blazed with hues of pink and gold, Oliver sat beneath the ancient oak. The air was warm and fragrant, and the forest hummed with the sounds of life. He reached for his final Heartstone, feeling its familiar warmth in his hand. This time, he made a wish for himself, a wish for wisdom and courage, to carry the lessons of the forest with him wherever he went. As the Heartstone dissolved, Oliver felt a gentle whisper in his heart, a promise of guidance and strength. In the days that followed, Oliver's life was filled with new adventures and discoveries. He ventured beyond the forest, exploring the world with an open heart and a curious mind. Yet no matter where his journey took him, the spirit of the forest remained with him, a constant reminder of the magic within. And so Oliver's story came full circle, a tale of friendship, wisdom, and the gentle power of nature. His journey had changed him, weaving a tapestry of memories and dreams that would last a lifetime. As the years passed, the forest remained a place of wonder and magic, its secrets known only to those who listened with their hearts. And amidst the whispering trees and glistening streams, the spirit of a young boy lingered, a guardian of the Heartstones and a keeper of the forest's eternal magic. Story 33. In the heart of the lush, whispering forest known as Verdant Wood, there lay a secret that had been cradled by the ancient trees for centuries. This secret was not one of gold or jewels, but of a world hidden just beneath the roots, where the soil hummed with a gentle magic that only the most perceptive could feel. On the periphery of this emerald sanctuary stood a small, welcoming village named Willowbrook, known for its warm hearths and even warmer hearts. The villagers often spoke in hushed tones of the forest's mysteries, telling tales by candlelight of the magical creatures and hidden worlds entwined with their lives. It was in this village that a boy named Finn lived, a boy of gentle spirit and curious heart, whose dreams were woven from the stories of the old. Finn was a peculiar child, or so the villagers said, with eyes that seemed to see beyond the horizon and a mind that never ceased to wander. He spent his days exploring the edges of verdant wood, accompanied by his loyal friend and confidant, a wise old fox named Ember. Ember, with her fiery coat and eyes that sparkled like the night sky, had chosen Finn as her companion many years ago, and their bond was one of deep understanding and unspoken words. On a crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of fallen leaves and the sun cast a golden glow upon the forest floor, Finn and Ember embarked on another of their adventures. The forest was alive with the sound of rustling leaves and the distant call of birds, creating a symphony that echoed through the trees. As they walked, Finn felt a familiar tug in his heart, a pull towards something unknown yet achingly familiar. "Ember," he said, his voice barely a whisper above the gentle breeze, "do you ever feel like there's more to this world than we can see?" Ember paused. Her sharp ears perked as she considered his question. "The world is vast and full of secrets, Finn. Sometimes we must look with more than just our eyes." Encouraged by her words, Finn continued deeper into the forest, his senses attuned to the whispers of the woods. It was then that they stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a delicate, shimmering thread of light weaving through the trees, almost like a path waiting to be followed. Entranced, Finn and Ember exchanged a glance of understanding before stepping onto the glowing trail. The path led them further into the heart of verdant wood, where the air grew thick with magic, and the trees seemed to lean in, listening. They followed the thread until it ended at the base of a grand, ancient oak, its trunk wide enough to house a family of bears. The oak's bark was gnarled and wise, and its roots spread out like fingers grasping for secrets hidden beneath the earth. As Finn knelt by the roots, his fingers brushed against something cool and smooth. He dug gently, revealing a small, ornate box, its surface engraved with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. The box was locked, but as Finn held it, he felt a warmth spread through his fingers, a sensation both comforting and exhilarating. Ember sniffed the box curiously, her whiskers twitching. "This is no ordinary object, Finn. It holds a magic that calls to you." Finn nodded, his heart thrumming with excitement and trepidation. He knew, deep within, that this box was the key to the mystery that had long lingered in the shadows of his dreams. But to unlock its secrets, he would need to embark on a journey unlike any he had ever imagined, a journey into the hidden world of verdant wood. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Finn and Ember returned to Willowbrook with the box tucked safely in Finn's satchel. That night, as the village settled into the soft embrace of sleep, Finn lay awake, the box resting on his bedside table, its presence a beacon of promise and mystery. The following morning, Finn sought the counsel of the village elder, a kindly woman named Elder Rowan, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. Her cottage was filled with the comforting scent of herbs and the soft glow of candlelight, and as Finn entered, she greeted him with a warm smile. "Ah, Finn, what brings you to my doorstep on this fine morning?" she asked, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. Finn carefully produced the box, placing it on the table between them. "I found this in the forest, near the old oak. There's something special about it, but I don't know how to unlock its secrets." Elder Rowan studied the box, running her fingers over its intricate engravings. "This is a relic of the ancients," she murmured, her voice reverent. "It is said that such artifacts hold the power to reveal hidden worlds and awaken dormant magic. But to unlock it, one must first understand the language of the forest." "The language of the forest?" Finn echoed, intrigued. "Yes," Elder Rowan replied, her gaze meeting his. "The forest speaks in whispers and dreams, in the rustle of leaves and the song of the wind. To truly hear it, you must open your heart and listen with your soul." Finn pondered her words, feeling a sense of clarity and purpose blossom within him. He thanked Elder Rowan and returned to the forest, Ember trotting by his side, her tail a fiery plume against the verdant backdrop. As they walked, Finn attuned himself to the symphony of the forest, the gentle rustling of leaves, the distant call of a lark, the soft murmur of the brook. He let the sounds wash over him, feeling their rhythm seep into his very being. Days turned into weeks as Finn immersed himself in the forest's embrace, learning to understand its language. With Ember as his guide, he discovered hidden nooks where wildflowers bloomed in vibrant hues, and secret glades where the air shimmered with magic. One evening, as the sky blazed with the colors of sunset, Finn sat beneath the old oak, the box resting in his lap. He closed his eyes and listened, truly listened, to the whispers of the forest. And as he did, he felt a shift deep within, a connection to the very essence of verdantwood. When he opened his eyes, the engravings on the box seemed to glow with a gentle light, resonating with the harmony he had found. With a sense of awe and anticipation, Finn placed his hand on the box, and it opened with a soft click, revealing a small, ethereal orb nestled within. The orb pulsed with a soft, luminescent glow, casting a warm light that filled the clearing. As Finn held it, he felt its magic intertwine with his own, revealing glimpses of a world hidden beneath the forest floor, a world of wonder and enchantment. Ember watched with a knowing gaze, her eyes reflecting the orb's light. "You have unlocked the doorway, Finn. The hidden world awaits." With the orb as their guide, Finn and Ember stepped into the secret world of verdantwood, a world where the air hummed with magic and the trees towered like ancient sentinels. Here, time seemed to dance to a different rhythm, and the colors of the forest were more vivid, more alive. Their journey took them through glistening groves and across crystal-clear streams, where creatures of legend dwelled, gentle sprites with wings like gossamer, and wise old turtles who carried the stories of the world on their backs. As they explored, Finn realized that this world was not separate from his own, but a part of it, woven into the very fabric of verdantwood. And as he embraced this truth, he felt a transformation within himself, a growth that came not from the magic around him, but from the understanding he had gained. One day, as they rested by a tranquil pond, Finn noticed a figure approaching, a young girl with hair like spun gold and eyes the color of the forest. She moved with the grace of the wind, her presence both serene and vibrant. "Hello," she greeted, her voice like the gentle rustle of leaves. "I am Lyra, guardian of this realm." Finn rose to meet her, feeling a sense of kinship as he looked into her eyes. "I am Finn, and this is Ember. We come seeking to understand the magic of this world." Lyra smiled, a smile that spoke of centuries of wisdom. "You have already begun to understand, Finn. The magic is not just in this world, but in the bond you share with Ember, in the courage that led you here, and in the love for the world you call home." As they talked, Finn learned that the orb was a gift, a means to connect the two worlds, to remind the people of Willowbrook of the magic that lay both within and around them. It was a magic that thrived on kindness and understanding, on the friendships that defied expectations, and the journeys that changed hearts. With Lyra's guidance, Finn and Ember returned to their world, carrying with them the wisdom and magic of the hidden realm. They shared their stories with the villagers, who listened with wonder and newfound appreciation for the forest that enveloped their lives. As the seasons turned, the village and the forest became more intertwined, the barriers between the worlds dissolving in the light of understanding. The people of Willowbrook learned to listen to the whispers of the forest, to cherish the magic in their everyday lives, and to embrace the transformation that came from seeing the world with new eyes. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, Finn and Ember continued to explore the wonders of verdantwood, their hearts ever open to the secrets of the world and the magic that lay within. Together they walked the paths of the forest, guided by the gentle light of the orb and the wisdom of the journey they had undertaken. As the sun set over the horizon, casting a golden glow across the land, Finn knew that his journey was just beginning. For in every whisper of the wind and every rustle of the leaves, there was a new story waiting to be discovered, a new world to be explored, and a new adventure to be embraced. And so, with a heart full of wonder and a spirit unbound by the limits of the ordinary, Finn and Ember journeyed on, guided by the light of friendship and the magic of the world around them, ever ready for the mysteries and marvels that lay ahead. Story 34. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, Nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, a peculiar hush had settled over the land. The village was known for its lush gardens and winding cobblestone paths, where ivy clung to stone walls and lanterns cast a warm glow at dusk. However, lately the usual chatter of birds and rustling leaves had been replaced by an uncanny silence. The villagers, gentle folk who thrived on harmony and routine, began to notice strange occurrences. The river that meandered through the village had started to shimmer with an unusual silver hue, and the wind carried with it a melody that seemed to beckon from the woods. It was as if the very fabric of their world was softly humming a tune only half remembered. Amidst this curious backdrop lived a young girl named Lilia. With hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Lilia was known for her insatiable curiosity and gentle heart. She often spent her days exploring the forests and meadows, befriending the woodland creatures who called her their own. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in shades of rose and gold, Lilia decided to investigate the mysteries that had enveloped her beloved village. As she wandered down the cobblestone path, the cool morning air filled her lungs, and she could smell the faint scent of honeysuckle mingled with the earthy undertones of the forest. Lilia's first stop was the river, now gleaming with its curious silver light. Kneeling by the water's edge, she noticed tiny silvery fish dancing just below the surface, their scales reflecting the sunlight in a dazzling display. She watched in awe, her fingers tracing patterns in the water, when a gentle voice called out to her. "Why, hello there, Lilia," came the soft voice of Old Man Thistle, the village's wise storyteller. With a beard as white as winter's first snow and eyes twinkling with mischief, Thistle was known for his tales of wonder and wisdom. "Good morning, Mr. Thistle," Lilia replied, a smile spreading across her face. "Have you seen the river? It's as if the stars themselves have fallen into the water." Thistle chuckled, a sound like dry leaves rustling in the breeze. "Ah, the river's secret is not so easily uncovered. Perhaps the woods hold the key, where the melodies of the wind play." Intrigued by his words, Lilia thanked Thistle and continued on her way, her heart filled with anticipation. The path led her deeper into the forest, where sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the ground in dappled patterns of light and shadow. As she walked, the mysterious melody grew stronger, a gentle lullaby that seemed to weave itself through the air. It wasn't long before Lilia arrived at a clearing, where a grand oak tree stood sentinel, its branches stretching wide as if embracing the sky. Perched on one of its lower branches was a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, fluffy creature with wings that shimmered like moonlight and eyes as bright as sapphires. "Good day to you, little one," the creature chirped, its voice as light as a breeze through the leaves. "I am Zephyra, guardian of these woods." Lilia's heart swelled with delight. "Hello, Zephyra. The village is filled with wonders today. Do you know why the river shines and the wind sings?" Zephyra fluttered down to rest on Lilia's shoulder, her feathers soft and comforting. "These are signs of the enchanted harmony, a rare and magical event when the natural world aligns in perfect balance. But something is amiss, and it is up to a kind heart and keen eyes to set things right." Together, Lilia and Zephyra explored the forest, listening closely to the melody that seemed to guide them. They passed beneath arches of willow and across carpets of moss, where the scent of pine mingled with the sweetness of wildflowers. The melody led them to a hidden glen, where a gentle waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. Here, the music swelled to a crescendo, and Lilia noticed something curious, a single delicate flower growing at the water's edge, its petals shimmering with the same silvery light as the river. Zephyra's wings fluttered with excitement. "This is the source," Zephyra whispered. "The moonflower, a rare bloom that only appears once in a generation. Its presence brings balance, but it must be nurtured with care." Lilia knelt beside the moonflower, her fingers brushing the soft petals. She realized that the flower needed more than just water and sunlight. It required the harmony of the village to thrive. Drawing inspiration from the wisdom of her elders and the friendship of her woodland companions, Lilia devised a plan. She gathered the villagers, sharing the story of the moonflower and its need for their collective care. Together, they sang songs of joy and gratitude, their voices blending with the melody of the wind. They tended to the gardens, ensuring the earth was fertile and the air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers. As the days passed, the village thrived under their newfound kinship. The river continued to sparkle, and the wind carried a symphony of harmony and peace. The moonflower flourished, its petals unfurling to reveal a heart of gold, casting a warm glow that illuminated the forest. Lilia and Zephyra stood by the river, watching as the village came alive with laughter and song. The mysteries had been unraveled, not through magic alone, but through the unity and kindness of the villagers. And so, as the sun set over Willowbrook, painting the sky in hues of lavender and amber, a sense of calm and contentment settled over the land. The village was once again a place of peace and wonder, its mysteries cherished and understood. In the heart of the forest, the moonflower swayed gently in the breeze, a testament to the enduring power of friendship and the magic that lies within us all. With a grateful heart, Lilia returned home, her spirit as bright and warm as the hearth fire that welcomed her back. And as she drifted off to sleep, she knew that the magic of the enchanted harmony would live on, in the laughter of the villagers, the whisper of the wind, and the gentle glow of the moonflower, forever lighting their way. Story 35. In a forest older than time itself, where the whisper of the wind carried tales of yore and the soft rustle of leaves played melodies only the heart could understand, dwelled an enchanting community of creatures. Here, beneath the towering canopy of ancient oaks and whispering pines, life thrummed with a gentle rhythm, guided by the unseen hands of nature's own magic. As dawn kissed the edges of the world with a soft golden light, a delicate mist curled lazily through the underbrush, weaving around moss-covered stones and gnarled roots. The air was crisp with the scent of pine and dew, mingling with the earthy aroma of damp soil. This was a place where the seasons themselves danced in an eternal cycle of birth, death, and renewal, a symphony conducted by the unseen forces that governed the land. The creatures of this forest lived in harmony, each playing their part in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was marked with patterns resembling the rings of ancient trees, each line a story of seasons past. Thistle had seen countless springs awaken from the slumber of winter, and knew the secrets the forest held. One cool autumn evening, as the leaves turned to fiery hues of ochre and crimson, a gentle breeze stirred the air, carrying the soft whispers of change. Thistle, with his deep, knowing eyes, sensed a disturbance, a discord in the harmonious song of the forest. It was as if the very essence of the seasons had faltered, causing confusion among the creatures, whose instincts were guided by the subtle cues of nature. Seeking to unravel the mystery, Thistle embarked on a journey through the forest, his path illuminated by the silvery light of the moon. The soft crunch of leaves underfoot was a soothing accompaniment to his thoughts. He first visited Hazel, the wise old owl perched high in the boughs of an ancient elm. Her eyes, large and luminous, reflected the wisdom of the forest's night. "The stars sing a different tune, Thistle," Hazel hooted softly, her voice a gentle caress on the night air. "The constellations have shifted, and with them, the balance of our home." Thistle nodded thoughtfully, the creases on his ancient face deepening with concern. "We must find the source of this change," he said, "for the harmony of our world depends on it." Together, they ventured deeper into the forest, where the trees stood like silent sentinels, guardians of secrets untold. Along the way, they were joined by Willow, a sprightly squirrel with fur as soft as velvet and eyes bright with curiosity. Willow, with her boundless energy, danced from branch to branch, her chatter a cheerful melody that lightened their journey. As they traveled, the forest revealed its wonders. Delicate mushrooms glowed with an ethereal light beneath the shadows, and the gentle hum of crickets serenaded them. Yet, amidst this beauty, an undercurrent of unease lingered, like a note out of tune in a familiar song. Their path led them to the heart of the forest, where a crystal-clear spring bubbled up from the earth, its waters shimmering with a faint, otherworldly glow. Here they found elder birch, a venerable tree whose roots delved deep into the earth, connecting with the very soul of the forest. "Ah, Thistle, Hazel, Willow," Elder Birch greeted them in a voice like the rustling of leaves, ancient and wise. "I have felt the imbalance too, a ripple in the fabric of our world." What could have caused such a disturbance? Thistle inquired, his voice gentle yet firm. The seasons themselves have been disrupted, Elder Birch replied, his bark creaking softly. The bond between them, a delicate web of magic, has weakened. Understanding dawned in Thistle's eyes. The forest thrived on the seamless transition from one season to the next, each bringing its own gifts and challenges. Without harmony, the cycle of life faltered. We must restore the balance, Hazel declared, her feathers ruffling with determination. But how? Elder Birch's branches swayed as if pondering the question. The answer lies within us, in the stories and wisdom passed down through time. We must remember the old ways, the rituals that celebrate the dance of the seasons. And so, guided by Elder Birch's ancient knowledge, Thistle, Hazel, and Willow embarked on a quest to rekindle the magic that bound the seasons together. They visited the meadow where wildflowers swayed in the breeze, gathering petals of vibrant colors, each representing a season: yellow for spring, green for summer, red for autumn, and white for winter. With these offerings, they returned to the spring, where the water glistened under the starlit sky. Elder Birch instructed them in a gentle rhythmic chant, a song of renewal and balance. As their voices rose, the forest seemed to breathe along with them, the air humming with an energy both ancient and new. The petals, cast upon the water, swirled in a graceful dance, their colors blending and separating in a mesmerizing display. Slowly, the glow of the spring intensified, casting a warm, reassuring light throughout the forest. It was as if the very essence of the seasons had awakened, responding to the call of those who cherished the land. In that moment, the forest felt whole again, its heart beating in time with the rhythms of the earth. The creatures, sensing the restoration of harmony, emerged from their dens and nests, their eyes reflecting the peace that had settled over their home. Thistle, Hazel, and Willow watched as the forest came alive with joy. The stars above twinkled with approval, and the gentle breeze carried a promise of hope and renewal. They knew that the wisdom of the forest, passed down through generations, had guided them to this moment. As dawn broke once more, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Thistle nodded to his companions, a peaceful smile on his ancient face. "We have done well," he said softly. "The forest sings once more." And so, under the watchful eyes of the towering trees and the gentle glow of the morning sun, the forest thrived, a testament to the power of harmony, friendship, and the wisdom of those who listened to the whispers of the world around them. Story 36. Once upon a dreamy eve, in a forest where whispers danced among the boughs, there lived creatures unseen by mortal eyes. The ancient trees stood as silent sentinels, their roots intertwined with the very heartbeat of nature itself. At the center of this verdant realm resided a family of gentle deer, their coats dappled like sunlight filtering through leaves. The matriarch, a stately doe named Willow, possessed a wisdom that spanned generations. Her kind eyes held the secrets of the forest, secrets passed down through countless moons. On this particular eve, Willow gathered her fawns beneath the sheltering canopy of an ancient oak. Its gnarled branches seemed to reach for the stars, as if cradling the very cosmos within its embrace. "My little ones," Willow began, her voice a soothing melody amidst the symphony of nightfall. "Tonight we shall bear witness to a magical phenomenon that occurs but once a year." The fawns listened with rapt attention, their eyes wide with wonder, for they knew that in this forest the line between the natural and the mystical was ever blurred. As the last rays of sunlight surrendered to the velvety cloak of night, the air grew thick with anticipation. Suddenly, a soft glow began to emanate from the forest floor, tiny specks of light swirling and dancing like ethereal fireflies. Willow's eyes sparkled with delight. "Behold, my dears, the luminous bloom, a gift from the earth herself, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustains all life." The fawns gasped in awe as the luminescent blossoms unfurled their petals, bathing the forest in a gentle, otherworldly radiance. It was as if the stars themselves had descended to grace the ancient boughs with their celestial light. "These blooms," Willow whispered, "are born from the very essence of harmony. They thrive only when the forest remains in perfect equilibrium, a tapestry woven by the intricate threads of every living creature." As the night wore on, the luminous bloom seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of its own. its ethereal glow ebbing and flowing in sync with the rhythm of the forest. The creatures of the woods stirred from their slumber, drawn by the enchanting light, yet mindful not to disturb the delicate balance. Willow's gaze swept across the wondrous scene, her heart swelling with pride. "You see, my little ones, we are all guardians of this sacred place. Each creature, each leaf, each drop of dew plays its part in maintaining the harmony that sustains us all." The fawns listened, enraptured, as Willow wove tales of seasons past when the luminous bloom had flourished or faltered, reflecting the ebb and flow of nature's intricate dance. They learned of the great sacrifice made by the ancient trees, whose roots reached deep into the earth, anchoring the balance that allowed such magic to thrive. As the first hints of dawn crept over the horizon, the luminous bloom began to fade, its ethereal petals closing once more, entrusting their secrets to the embrace of the forest floor. Yet the memory of its radiance lingered, a reminder of the profound beauty that bloomed when all elements existed in perfect harmony. Willow's fawns nestled close, their hearts filled with a newfound reverence for the wonders that surrounded them. For in that enchanted forest they had glimpsed the hidden lives of nature's creatures, the delicate balance that sustained them all, and the magical phenomena that bloomed when that balance was nurtured and protected. And as the first rays of morning light filtered through the canopy, the forest seemed to whisper its own ancient wisdom. "Cherish this harmony, for it is the very essence of life itself." Story 37. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the tall, whispering trees swayed like guardians of old secrets, there existed a realm where the magic of nature thrived in quiet harmony. This forest was a tapestry of emerald greens and the rich browns of earth, woven together with the vibrant hues of wildflowers that dotted the forest floor like scattered jewels. The air was alive with the lilting songs of hidden birds and the gentle rustle of leaves, a symphony of life echoing through the canopy. In this enchanted forest, the creatures lived in a delicate balance, each playing their part in the grand cycle of nature. Among them was a small, wise turtle named Thistle, who was known for his gentle nature and deep understanding of the forest's secrets. His shell was patterned with intricate designs as if etched by the very hand of time, and his eyes twinkled with the wisdom of many seasons. Thistle lived by the edge of a serene pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the sky's moods, sometimes a clear azure, at other times a stormy gray. The pond was a gathering place for creatures of all kinds. Frogs leapt and croaked from lily pad to lily pad, dragonflies buzzed like tiny sapphire helicopters, and the occasional deer would come to drink, their delicate hooves barely disturbing the water's surface. One autumn day, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and gold, the forest held its breath in anticipation of the coming change. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and the distant promise of winter. Thistle was nestled comfortably beneath a canopy of fallen leaves, warming himself against the cool breeze, when he heard a soft, worried chirp nearby. Peeking out from his leafy blanket, Thistle saw a small bird named Pippin, her feathers a bright splash of red against the autumn backdrop. Pippin was fluttering anxiously from branch to branch, her tiny heart beating fast with concern. "Thistle, oh Thistle," she chirped, her voice a high, sweet melody. "The winds are changing, and I fear the balance of the seasons is at risk. The trees whisper of a strange magic that could alter our world." Thistle nodded slowly, understanding the gravity of the bird's words. "Fear not, dear Pippin," he replied, his voice a calm, reassuring tide. "We must seek the wisdom of the forest's oldest guardian, the great oak. His roots run deep, and his branches have felt the touch of countless seasons. He will guide us." With a gentle resolve, Thistle began his journey through the forest, Pippin fluttering close by his side. As they traveled, the forest revealed its hidden wonders to them. The soft crunch of leaves underfoot, the sweet fragrance of ripened berries, and the distant call of an owl waking from its daytime slumber. They soon reached the great oak, a colossal tree whose branches seemed to touch the sky. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, a testament to its enduring presence through the ages. As Thistle and Pippin approached, the oak's leaves rustled with a voice that was deep and warm, like the rumble of distant thunder. "Wise Thistle and brave Pippin, what brings you to my ancient roots?" the oak inquired, his voice carrying the weight of time. The balance of the seasons is threatened, Thistle explained, gazing up into the canopy of golden leaves. The winds speak of a magic that could disrupt our world, and we seek your guidance. The great oak pondered for a moment, his branches swaying gently in thought. The magic you speak of is the dance of the winds, he finally said. It is a rare and powerful phenomenon that occurs once in a generation. When the winds of different seasons meet, they must dance in harmony to maintain the natural order. But what if they do not dance in harmony? Pippin asked, her eyes wide with concern. Then the balance will falter, and the seasons may not change as they should, the oak replied solemnly. But fear not, for there is a way to ensure the dance is harmonious. You must find the crystal of seasons, hidden deep within the heart of the forest. Its magic can soothe the winds and guide their dance. Thistle and Pippin thanked the great oak for his wisdom and set off on their quest, their hearts filled with determination. They journeyed deeper into the forest, where the light filtered through the leaves in dappled patterns, and the air was thick with the scent of moss and earth. As they ventured onward, they encountered many friends willing to help them. A family of squirrels shared their knowledge of the forest's hidden paths, and a wise old owl offered them guidance from above, pointing them toward the mysterious glade where the crystal of seasons lay. Finally, after a long and winding journey, they arrived at the glade, a tranquil, hidden valley bathed in the soft glow of twilight. At its center stood a pedestal of stone, upon which rested the crystal of seasons. It shimmered with all the colors of the spectrum, as if capturing the essence of spring, summer, autumn, and winter within its facets. With a gentle nudge, Thistle lifted the crystal, feeling its warmth seep through his shell. Pippin perched nearby, her eyes reflecting the crystal's glow. Together they began to hum a soft, ancient melody, a song passed down through generations, known only to those who truly understood the forest's heartbeat. As their song filled the glade, the winds began to swirl around them, a gentle breeze that grew into a harmonious dance. The crystal of seasons glowed brighter, casting rainbows across the forest and calming the restless winds. Slowly the winds settled, their dance complete, and the forest sighed with relief. The balance had been restored, and the seasons would continue their eternal cycle. With the crystal safely returned to its pedestal, Thistle and Pippin made their way back to the great oak, where they shared the tale of their adventure. The oak's branches swayed with approval, and he thanked them for their bravery and wisdom. As twilight deepened into night, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, the stars twinkling overhead like watchful guardians. Thistle returned to his cozy spot by the pond, and Pippin nestled into her nest high in the trees. In the heart of the ancient forest, life continued its harmonious dance, guided by the wisdom passed down through generations and the gentle magic of nature. The forest creatures slept soundly, knowing that balance had been restored and the world was at peace. Story 38. Once, in a land where the sun painted the sky in hues of gold and the moon bathed the earth in silver, there lay a village nestled between the arms of an ancient forest and the banks of a shimmering lake. This village, quaint and filled with laughter and stories, was home to a young girl named Callista. Callista was known throughout the village for her boundless curiosity and a heart as gentle as a summer breeze. Callista lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who often spoke in whispers about the olden days when magic flowed freely through the land. Their home, a cozy cottage with walls of weathered stone and a roof of moss-covered thatch, was filled with the comforting scent of herbs and the warm glow of candlelight. The fireplace, always crackling with a lively flame, seemed to echo the tales her grandmother told, of times when humans and magical creatures lived in harmony. One chilly evening, as the world outside was wrapped in the soft embrace of twilight, Callista sat by the hearth, her eyes wide with wonder. Her grandmother was weaving a story about a mystical amulet, said to hold the power to reveal hidden worlds. The amulet, she explained, was lost to time, but legends claimed it lay somewhere within the depths of the enchanted forest. The enchanted forest was a place of mystery, where trees towered like ancient sentinels and streams sang melodies unknown to human ears. Many villagers whispered of the forest's magic, but few dared to venture too far within its depths. Callista, however, felt a stirring in her heart, a pull towards the unknown that she could not ignore. "Grandmother," Callista asked, her voice soft yet filled with determination, "do you think the amulet truly exists?" Her grandmother paused, her eyes reflecting the flickering flames. "Ah, my dear, many things exist in this world that we cannot see. If you believe, then perhaps it is waiting for someone like you to find it." That night, as Callista lay cocooned in her warm bed, her mind was alight with possibilities. The thought of discovering the amulet and the hidden world it promised filled her dreams with vibrant colors and whispered secrets. The following morning dawned bright and crisp, with the air carrying the gentle scent of pine and earth. Callista awoke with a resolve as strong as the mountain winds. She knew she must journey into the forest, to find the amulet and whatever wonders it might reveal. After bidding her grandmother farewell, with promises of safety and tales to share, Callista set off towards the forest's edge. The path was well worn, lined with wildflowers that danced in the breeze, their petals a riot of colors. As she ventured deeper, the light grew softer, filtered through the canopy of leaves that whispered in the gentle wind. The forest was alive with sounds, birds chirping their morning sonatas, the rustle of leaves underfoot, and the distant babble of a brook. Callista walked with a sense of wonder, each step taking her further from the familiar and closer to the heart of enchantment. As midday approached, Callista found herself at a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. At the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching skyward as if to embrace the clouds. It was here she decided to rest, leaning against the sturdy trunk and feeling the heartbeat of the forest pulsing through the wood. It was then she noticed something unusual, a gentle glow emanating from the roots of the tree. Curiosity piqued, Callista knelt and brushed aside the earth and leaves, revealing a small, intricately carved box. Her heart raced with a mix of excitement and apprehension as she lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet so soft it seemed woven from starlight, lay the amulet. It was a delicate piece, crafted from silver, that caught the light and reflected it in a myriad of colors. In its center was a gem, a deep blue that seemed to hold the depths of the ocean and the expanse of the sky. Callista held the amulet in her hand, feeling a warmth spread through her fingers. The air around her seemed to shimmer, and she gasped as the world shifted. Colors brightened, sounds deepened, and the forest transformed before her eyes. Trees that were once silent now whispered secrets of the ages, and the very ground seemed to hum with ancient melodies. As she stood, mesmerized by the transformation, a soft voice interrupted her reverie. "Welcome, seeker," it said, melodic and kind. Callista turned to see a small creature perched upon a branch. It was a fae, delicate and luminous, with wings that shimmered like a dragonfly's in the sun. "You have found the amulet of realms," the fae continued, its eyes twinkling like stars. "It grants the bearer the ability to see and traverse the hidden worlds within our own." Callista's heart swelled with wonder. "Are there truly hidden worlds?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The fae nodded, its expression gentle. "There are worlds within worlds, places of magic and marvels that exist just beyond the veil of the ordinary. You, dear child, have the heart to see them." With the fae as her guide, Callista embarked on a journey deeper into the forest than she had ever dared venture. They traversed paths that twisted and turned like the pages of a forgotten tale, each step taking them further into realms of wonder. They passed through a grove where the trees sang in harmony, their leaves rustling to a tune as old as time. The air was filled with the scent of blossoms that never faded, their fragrance soothing and sweet. Callista felt a sense of peace envelop her, as if she had found a place where dreams were born. In another realm, they came upon a lake so still it mirrored the sky, its surface a tapestry of stars caught in daylight. Beneath the water danced creatures of light, their forms shifting and changing like the patterns of a kaleidoscope. Here, Callista learned to listen with her heart, to hear the stories told by the ripples and the wind. As their journey continued, Callista encountered beings of all shapes and sizes, sprites that flitted like laughter on the breeze, wise old trees that shared secrets in the language of leaves, and gentle giants whose footsteps shook the earth with a kindness that belied their size. Through it all, the amulet remained warm against her chest, a constant reminder of the magic she now held within her grasp. With each new realm, Callista's spirit grew, her heart expanding to embrace the wonders of the world and the wisdom it held. Yet as the sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky in strokes of pink and gold, Callista felt a tug of longing. She missed her grandmother, her village, and the simple joys of her life by the lake. Though the hidden worlds were enchanting, the love she held for her home was a magic all its own. Sensing her thoughts, the Fae alighted on her shoulder, its presence a comforting weight. "You have seen much, dear one, and learned more than many do in a lifetime. It is time to return." With a nod, Callista turned back along the path they had traveled, each step now familiar and filled with a sense of belonging. As they neared the edge of the enchanted forest, the Fae paused, its eyes meeting hers with a look of fondness. "Remember, Callista," it said, its voice a gentle breeze, "magic is not just in the realms you have visited, but in the heart that seeks it. Carry it with you always." With those words, the Fae faded into the forest, leaving Callista standing at the edge, the amulet a comforting weight against her heart. She stepped out into the light of the village, her spirit aglow with the wonders she had witnessed. Her grandmother awaited her, sitting on the porch of their cottage, a knowing smile on her lips. Callista ran to her, wrapping her in a hug as the warmth of the hearth welcomed her home. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Callista held the amulet close. She knew that though her journey had ended, the magic it had awakened within her would remain, a beacon of light to guide her through all the adventures yet to come. And so, in the gentle embrace of the night, the village slept, wrapped in dreams spun from the threads of wonder and love. For in the heart of every story lies the magic of those who dare to believe, and in every ending, the promise of new beginnings. Story 39. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled deep in the lush valleys of an ancient land, there lived a young girl named Amara. Amara was a curious and adventurous soul with a heart that yearned to uncover the mysteries of her family's heritage. One crisp autumn evening, as Amara sat by the crackling fire, her grandmother, with eyes that sparkled like the stars above, began to weave a tale that would forever change the course of Amara's life. "My dear child," her grandmother whispered, "our family carries a legacy as rich and enduring as the mountains that surround us. Long ago, our ancestors were the guardians of a sacred tradition, a tradition that has been passed down through generations, like the gentle flow of a river." Amara's eyes widened with wonder as her grandmother revealed an ornate wooden box, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance before her eyes. With trembling hands, her grandmother opened the box, revealing a stunning necklace adorned with a glowing crystal pendant. "This is the amulet of harmony," her grandmother explained. "It has been our family's most cherished possession, a symbol of our connection to the natural world and the harmony that exists within all living things." As Amara's fingers traced the intricate patterns on the amulet, she felt a profound sense of belonging wash over her. It was as if the stories of her ancestors had come to life, whispering secrets long forgotten. In the days that followed, Amara's grandmother shared tales of their ancestors' deep reverence for the land, their respect for the delicate balance of nature, and their unwavering belief in the power of love and compassion. With each story, Amara felt her connection to her roots grow deeper, like the roots of a mighty oak tree, intertwining with the rich soil of her ancestry. The amulet became her constant companion, a reminder of the wisdom and resilience that flowed through her veins. As the seasons changed, Amara embarked on a journey of self-discovery, guided by the teachings of her ancestors. She wandered through ancient forests, where the trees whispered secrets of patience and perseverance. She followed winding streams, whose gentle melodies spoke of the ebb and flow of life's challenges. In the quiet moments, when the world around her seemed to hold its breath, Amara would clutch the amulet close to her heart, drawing strength from its warm, familiar glow. Through her journey, Amara learned that true harmony begins within oneself, and that by embracing the lessons of the past, we can forge a brighter future. She discovered that her ancestors' legacy was not merely a collection of stories, but a tapestry woven with threads of wisdom, resilience, and love. And as the sun set on her adventures, Amara would return to the warmth of her grandmother's embrace, her heart overflowing with gratitude for the rich heritage she now carried within her. With each passing day, she understood more deeply the profound sense of belonging that came from honoring the traditions of her ancestors. In the flickering glow of the firelight, Amara would share her own tales, weaving her experiences into the tapestry of her family's legacy, ensuring that the threads of wisdom would never unravel, but rather continue to guide generations yet to come. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest where the trees whispered secrets to the wind, there lay a small, unassuming village called Willowbrook. The villagers lived simple, harmonious lives, their days marked by the gentle rhythm of nature. They cherished the deep, verdant woods that embraced them, for they held mysteries and wonders known only to those who dared to listen with open hearts. In this tranquil village lived a young girl named Lilia. She had a heart as open as the sky and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. Lilia was known for her adventurous spirit and her love for stories of enchantment and wonder, which she often heard from her grandmother by the fireside. Her favorite tales were those that spoke of the hidden world within the forest, a realm where magic breathed through every leaf and stone. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the sun painted golden patterns on the forest floor, Lilia decided to explore the woods beyond the familiar paths. She packed a small satchel with a loaf of bread, a flask of warm tea, and her most prized possession, a tiny, intricately carved wooden compass. The compass was a gift from her grandmother, said to have once belonged to a great explorer. Its needle, unlike ordinary compasses, pointed not to the north, but to the direction of the heart's deepest desire. As Lilia ventured deeper into the forest, the vibrant colors of autumn enveloped her, and the rustling leaves sang a song of adventure. Her heart swelled with anticipation, and she felt the compass grow warm in her hand, its needle quivering with excitement. She followed its gentle pull, weaving through the trees like a melody seeking its harmony. The forest grew denser, the light filtering through the canopy in soft, dappled patterns. Lilia's footsteps were muffled by a carpet of moss, and the air was alive with the sound of birdsong and the distant murmur of a brook. Suddenly, the compass needle spun wildly, and Lilia felt a tingling sensation, as if the very air around her was charged with magic. She knew then that she was close to something extraordinary. As she pushed aside a curtain of vines, Lilia gasped. Before her stretched a hidden glade, bathed in a gentle, otherworldly glow. At its center stood an ancient tree, gnarled and majestic, its branches reaching skyward like a wise old guardian. Nestled among its roots was a small, shimmering pool, the water so clear it seemed to hold the sky within it. Lilia approached the pool with reverence, her heart singing with the thrill of discovery. As she peered into the water, she saw not her own reflection, but a vision of a world alight with magic and wonder. It was a place where creatures of myth roamed freely, and where the impossible became possible. Lilia felt a deep yearning within her, a desire to step into this realm of dreams and possibilities. As if in response to her unspoken wish, the surface of the pool rippled, and a soft, melodic voice echoed through the glade. Seekers of truth and heart's desire, find the path through friendship's fire. Only those with courage to share shall uncover the wonders there. Lilia pondered the words, their meaning cloaked in mystery. She knew she needed a friend to embark on this journey, someone who would share in the magic and help her unravel the secrets of the hidden world. With newfound determination, Lilia turned back towards the village, the compass guiding her steps. As she walked, her mind buzzed with possibilities, and her heart swelled with the hope of finding a friend who shared her sense of wonder. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Lilia's thoughts turned to Finn, a quiet, thoughtful boy who lived on the edge of the village. Though they had never spoken much, she often saw him wandering the forest, his eyes alight with the same curiosity she felt within her own heart. With a flutter of excitement, Lilia approached Finn that very afternoon. She found him by the brook, sketching the landscape with a focus that seemed to transcend the world around him. "Hello, Finn," Lilia called softly, not wanting to startle him. Finn looked up, his eyes meeting hers with a warmth that belied his usual reticence. "Hello, Lilia," he replied, setting aside his sketchbook. What brings you here? Lila hesitated for a moment, then plunged ahead, her words tumbling out like a stream finding its course. She spoke of the hidden glade, the magical pool, and the riddle that beckoned her to uncover its secrets through friendship. Finn listened intently, his expression shifting from surprise to intrigue. A hidden world within the forest, he mused, his gaze distant yet focused. It sounds like something out of the stories I love to read. Would you come with me? Lila asked, her voice a blend of hope and anticipation. I feel like together we might find the way. Finn considered her offer, a thoughtful silence stretching between them. Then, with a small, decisive nod, he agreed. Yes, I'd like that, he said, his smile gentle and genuine. Let's discover it together. The next morning, with the sun casting a warm glow over the village, Lila and Finn set off towards the forest. The air was crisp and invigorating, filled with the scent of pine and the promise of adventure. As they walked, they shared stories and dreams, their laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves. Lila showed Finn the compass, its needle dancing with delight at their shared purpose. Together, they followed its guidance, venturing beyond the familiar paths into the heart of the forest. The journey was filled with wonder, each step revealing new sights and sounds that seemed to welcome their presence. As they neared the hidden glade, Lila felt a sense of anticipation building within her. She turned to Finn, her eyes alight with excitement. We're almost there, she whispered, her voice carrying the thrill of discovery. Finn nodded, his expression mirroring her own. I can feel it, he replied, his voice filled with quiet wonder. Together, they pushed through the curtain of vines, stepping into the glade that Lila had discovered. The ancient tree stood before them, its presence both serene and powerful, and the shimmering pool beckoned with its promise of magic. As they approached the pool, the melodic voice echoed once more. Seekers of truth and heart's desire, find the path through friendship's fire. Only those with courage to share shall uncover the wonders there. Lila and Finn exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them. They knew that the key to unlocking the secrets of the hidden world lay in their friendship and their willingness to share in the magic. With a deep breath, Lila spoke first, her voice steady and sincere. I wish to see the world beyond, to explore its wonders and learn its secrets. But more than that, I wish to share this journey with you, Finn. Finn smiled, his eyes warm with gratitude and trust. And I wish to see this world through your eyes, Lila, to discover what lies beyond the ordinary. Together, I believe we can find the way. As their words echoed through the glade, the water in the pool began to shimmer and dance, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the clearing. A gentle breeze swept through the air, carrying with it the scent of wildflowers and the promise of magic. Lila and Finn watched in awe as the vision within the pool shifted, revealing a path that wound through the hidden world. It was a path lined with wonders and challenges, but also with the promise of discovery and growth. Hand in hand, they stepped towards the pool, their hearts united in purpose and friendship. As they touched the water's surface, a feeling of warmth enveloped them, and they were drawn into the shimmering vision. The world around them transformed, the forest giving way to a landscape of vibrant colors and fantastical creatures. They found themselves standing at the edge of a meadow where flowers glowed with an ethereal light and the air hummed with magic. In this hidden world, every step they took revealed new wonders. They encountered creatures of myth and legend, each with stories to share and lessons to impart. A wise old owl taught them the value of patience and observation. A mischievous sprite showed them the joy of laughter and play, and a gentle ancient dragon shared tales of courage and wisdom. As they journeyed through this realm, Lila and Finn grew not only in knowledge, but also in understanding and compassion. They learned that magic was not just in the extraordinary, but in the simple moments of kindness and connection. Their friendship deepened with each shared experience, their bond becoming a source of strength and inspiration. They discovered that by embracing their differences and working together, they could overcome any challenge the hidden world presented. One day, as they rested by the banks of a crystal-clear stream, Lila turned to Finn, her eyes filled with gratitude. I'm so glad we took this journey together, she said softly. I've learned so much, not just about this world, but about myself and the power of friendship. Finn smiled, his heart echoing her sentiments. "I feel the same, Lila. This journey has been more than I ever imagined, and I couldn't have done it without you." Their words carried a quiet magic, a testament to the strength of their bond and the journey they had undertaken. As they spoke, the air around them shimmered with a gentle glow, a reminder of the hidden world's enchantment and the lessons it had shared. With each new day, Lila and Finn discovered more of the hidden world's secrets, their hearts opened to the magic and wonder that surrounded them. They knew that their journey was far from over, but they also understood that the true magic lay in the journey itself and the friendship that had blossomed along the way. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the meadow, Lila and Finn sat together, their faces turned towards the sky. The stars began to twinkle, their light a reminder of the infinite possibilities that awaited them. In that moment, Lila and Finn knew that the hidden world would always be a part of them, a place of magic and wonder that they could return to whenever they wished. They had discovered not only the secrets of the hidden world, but also the strength of their friendship and the power of shared dreams. With hearts full of gratitude and wonder, Lila and Finn closed their eyes, letting the gentle sounds of the hidden world lull them into a peaceful slumber. They knew that when they awoke, the journey would continue, filled with new adventures and discoveries. And so, under the starlit sky, Lila and Finn slept, their dreams woven with the magic of the hidden world and the enduring bond of friendship. The forest around them whispered its ancient secrets, cradling them in its embrace, and the hidden world watched over them, a silent guardian of their shared journey. As the first light of dawn touched the horizon, the hidden world slowly faded, leaving behind a sense of peace and fulfillment. Lila and Finn awoke to the gentle sounds of the forest, their hearts still aglow with the magic of their journey. They knew that the hidden world would always be there, waiting to welcome them back whenever they needed its wisdom and wonder. But for now, they carried its lessons with them, a guiding light in their hearts. With smiles of contentment, Lila and Finn began the walk back to Willowbrook, their steps light and their spirits high. The village welcomed them with the familiar sights and sounds of home, and they knew that they had been changed by their journey. As they parted ways, Lila and Finn exchanged a promise to cherish their friendship and to always seek the magic in the world around them. They knew that their journey had only just begun, and that together they could overcome any challenge and embrace any adventure. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, a new story began, one of friendship, discovery, and the enduring magic of the hidden world. Lila and Finn carried its light within them, a beacon of hope and wonder that would guide them on their journey through life. The forest watched over them, its ancient trees whispering tales of their adventure to the wind. And in the heart of the hidden world, the ancient tree stood as a guardian of secrets and dreams, a silent testament to the magic of friendship and the power of shared journeys. And so, dear reader, as you drift into slumber, remember the tale of Lila and Finn and the hidden world that welcomed them with open arms. Let their story inspire you to seek the magic in your own life, to embrace the wonders of friendship, and to discover the hidden worlds that await you, just beyond the edge of the familiar. May your dreams be filled with enchantment and wonder, and may the gentle whispers of the forest guide you on your own journey of discovery and growth. For in the heart of every adventure lies the magic of friendship and the promise of new beginnings. The story of Lila and Finn is but one of many, a reminder that the world is full of hidden wonders and untold tales, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and the courage to explore the unknown. As the embers of the fire glow softly, casting a warm light in the darkness, let this story wrap around you like a comforting embrace, a gentle reminder of the magic that exists within us all. Good night, dear reader, and may your dreams be as wondrous and enchanting as the hidden world of Willowbrook. Story 41. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of trees stretched as high as the eye could see, lay a hidden world teeming with life and enchantment. This forest, known to its inhabitants as the Whispering Woods, was a place where the air was always filled with the gentle hum of nature's symphony, a melody composed of rustling leaves, babbling brooks, and the distant calls of creatures unseen. Among the towering oaks and fragrant pines, a community of woodland creatures thrived in a delicate balance, each playing their part in the grand tapestry of life. The forest was alive with the vibrant colors of wildflowers painting the forest floor, while shafts of golden sunlight danced through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that seemed to sway to the rhythm of the breeze. One such inhabitant of the whispering woods was a wise old owl named Orin. His feathers were a patchwork of soft browns and grays, and his eyes gleamed with the wisdom of countless moons. Orin was the keeper of the forest's secrets, a role passed down through generations of owls, each more knowledgeable than the last. He lived in a hollowed-out tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled, with a view that overlooked the gentle curve of the river below. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and crimson, Orin noticed a change in the air. The wind carried with it a whisper of something amiss, a subtle shift in the harmony that held the forest together. Concerned, Orin decided to call a meeting of the forest's elder council, a gathering of creatures who, like him, had long served as guardians of their home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a warm golden glow, the council convened beneath the great willow. Its drooping branches formed a natural canopy, creating a space that felt sacred and serene. There was Bramble, the wise old fox with fur as silver as the moonlight; Mistral, the gentle deer whose antlers were adorned with moss and lichen; and Willow, the matronly hare with a coat the color of freshly fallen snow. Orin spoke first, his voice a soothing murmur that blended seamlessly with the rustling leaves. "Friends, I have sensed a disturbance in our forest. The balance we have maintained for so long feels threatened. I fear that the magic of the seasons is not as it should be." Bramble nodded, his eyes thoughtful. "I too have felt it. The undergrowth is not as lush, and the berries have ripened too soon. Something is indeed amiss." Mistral pawed the ground gently, her voice soft like the whisper of a breeze. "Perhaps it is the work of the north wind, who grows restless as winter approaches." Willow, ever the voice of reason, proposed, "We must seek the wisdom of the season stones. They hold the knowledge of our ancestors and can guide us in restoring balance." The season stones were ancient relics, hidden deep within the heart of the forest. Each stone was imbued with the essence of one of the 4 seasons, glowing softly with its own unique color. It was said that they could communicate with those who knew how to listen, sharing the wisdom of all who had come before. With their course set, the elders agreed to journey together at first light, each bringing their unique gifts to aid in the quest. As dawn broke, painting the sky in soft pastels, the 4 friends set off, their hearts buoyed by the camaraderie of their shared purpose. The path to the season stones wound through the forest, taking them past towering ferns and across sparkling streams, the air crisp and filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Along the way, they encountered various friends who offered their help. Sable, the playful squirrel, scampered down from the branches, offering sweet acorns for their journey. "Keep up your strength," she chattered cheerfully, her tail flicking with excitement. The group thanked her and continued on, their spirits lifted by the warmth of the forest community. As they journeyed deeper, the trees began to thin, revealing a glade bathed in the gentle light of the sun. In the center stood the season stones, each one glowing with a vibrant hue, the deep green of spring, the golden yellow of summer, the fiery orange of autumn, and the icy blue of winter. Orin stepped forward, his heart filled with reverence. "Great stones, we seek your wisdom to restore the balance of our forest. Guide us, and we shall listen." For a moment, all was still. Then a gentle breeze swept through the glade, and the stones began to hum with a soft, melodic resonance. The colors pulsed gently, and images began to form in the air above them, memories of the forest's past, showing times of hardship and renewal, of seasons out of sync, and the harmony restored through unity and understanding. It became clear to the elders that the imbalance was not the doing of any one force, but a natural cycle that required their intervention. The forest needed a reminder of its own resilience, a gentle nudge to set the seasons back into their rightful dance. Mistral, with her deep connection to nature, suggested they gather the forest's creatures in a celebration of life, a festival to honor the changing seasons and the unity of their world. Let us remind the forest of its beauty and strength through song and dance, through the laughter and joy that binds us all." The others agreed, their hearts swelling with hope and determination. They returned to the heart of the forest, spreading the word of the festival. As the day of the celebration approached, the forest buzzed with anticipation. Creatures of all kinds, from the smallest ants to the great stags, came together, each contributing their unique gifts to the preparations. The night of the festival was cool and clear, the stars twinkling like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky. A great bonfire was lit, its flames crackling and sending sparks into the night. Around it, the forest's inhabitants gathered, their faces glowing in the warm light. The celebration began with Orin's deep melodic call, a song that resonated through the trees, touching the hearts of all who heard it. The forest responded, its magic awakening in a dance of lights and colors that swirled around the gathering. Bramble led the dance, his movements fluid and graceful. Willow shared stories of old, tales of courage and friendship that wove through the crowd like a gentle current. Mistral's presence brought a calming peace, her soft eyes reflecting the firelight as she watched over the celebration. As the night wore on, laughter and music filled the air, weaving a tapestry of joy and unity that reached deep into the heart of the forest. The seasoned stones, sensing the harmony restored, glowed with renewed vigor, their colors bright and steady. In the glow of the fire, Orin watched with a heart full of gratitude. He knew that the forest would face challenges again, as all living things do, but he also knew that together they could overcome anything. The Whispering Woods, with its creatures bound by friendship and wisdom, would always find a way to restore its balance. And so, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in shades of rose and gold, the festival drew to a gentle close. The creatures of the forest returned to their homes, their hearts light and their spirits renewed, each carrying with them the memory of a night when the forest itself seemed to sing with joy. In the days that followed, the forest thrived, its magic stronger than ever. The seasons fell into their natural rhythm, each one bringing its unique gifts and challenges, embraced with open arms by the woodland community. Orin, perched in his hollow tree, looked out over the forest he loved so dearly. He felt the gentle tug of the breeze, carrying with it the whispers of the forest's gratitude. With a contented sigh, he closed his eyes, knowing that the harmony of the Whispering Woods was once again whole. And so, the ancient forest continued to thrive, its secrets safe in the care of its wise and gentle guardians, watched over by the ever-watchful eyes of Orin and the spirit of the seasoned stones. The magic of the Whispering Woods endured, a testament to the beauty of friendship and the enduring strength of nature's balance. Story 42. In the heart of an ancient forest where the sunlight danced through the emerald canopy, there lived a community of creatures who thrived in the delicate embrace of nature. This forest, a sanctuary of whispering leaves and murmuring brooks, was known as the Enchanted Glade, where the air was always sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers. The forest was home to the wise old owl, Orin, who perched high in the branches of the oldest oak. With eyes as deep as the night sky, Orin was the keeper of the forest's secrets and traditions. His feathers were the color of midnight, flecked with silvery starlight, and his voice resonated with the wisdom of ages. In this harmonious world, each creature had a role to play. The busy squirrels scurried through the underbrush, gathering acorns and seeds, while the gentle deer moved gracefully among the trees, their hooves barely touching the earth. The air hummed with the soft buzzing of bees flitting from flower to flower, collecting nectar in a dance as ancient as the forest itself. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was painted in hues of amber and gold, a curious young fox named Finn emerged from his den. His fur was a vibrant red, and his eyes sparkled with mischief and wonder. Finn had heard the stories of the forest's magic from Orin, and his heart brimmed with the desire to uncover its mysteries. As he trotted along the leaf-strewn path, Finn marveled at the way the sunlight filtered through the trees, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. He paused to sniff the cool, earthy scent of the fallen leaves, feeling the crispness of the air tickle his whiskers. Finn's journey led him to the banks of a babbling brook, where the water danced over smooth stones. It was here that he met Luna, a graceful doe with eyes like pools of liquid amber. Luna had a gentle, nurturing presence, and Finn felt an immediate warmth in her company. "Good morning, Finn," Luna said, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "What brings you to the brook today?" "I'm seeking the magic of the forest," Finn replied, his voice filled with youthful excitement. "I want to understand how everything works together so perfectly." Luna smiled, a serene glow about her. "Then let us walk together, and I'll share what I know." As they strolled along the brook, Luna spoke of the harmony that sustained the forest. She explained how the trees, with their roots deep in the earth, drew water and nutrients to nourish themselves, providing shade and shelter for countless creatures. The bees, in turn, pollinated the flowers, spreading life throughout the forest. "The balance we share is a delicate one," Luna said, her gaze sweeping over the lush landscape. "Every creature, every plant, plays a part in ensuring the health of the glade." Finn listened intently, his heart swelling with a newfound appreciation for his home. He realized that the forest's magic was not a single force, but the culmination of countless smaller miracles working in concert. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a golden glow over the forest, Finn and Luna came upon a clearing where the leaves rustled gently in the breeze. Here they found Orin, perched upon a gnarled branch, his eyes gleaming with ancient wisdom. "Ah, Finn, Luna." The owl greeted them with a nod, his voice as rich as the forest's soil. "Have you discovered the secret of our glade?" Finn nodded eagerly. "I've learned that the magic of the forest lies in its balance. Every creature, every element, is part of a greater whole." Orin's eyes twinkled with approval. "Indeed, young one, and it is our duty to preserve this balance, to cherish and respect the world around us." With the sun setting in a blaze of orange and pink, casting long shadows across the clearing, Finn felt a deep sense of peace. He understood now that his role, like that of every creature in the forest, was to protect and nurture the delicate harmony that sustained their world. As darkness enveloped the glade, the forest came alive with the chorus of nighttime creatures. The hoot of owls, the chirp of crickets, and the soft rustle of leaves blended into a soothing lullaby. Finn curled up beneath a canopy of stars, his heart full of gratitude and wonder. In the days that followed, Finn became a diligent guardian of the forest, sharing his newfound knowledge with others. Together with Luna, Orin, and all the creatures of the enchanted glade, he worked to ensure that their home remained a sanctuary of balance and beauty. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees, the forest thrived, its magic woven into the very fabric of life. The lessons of harmony and respect passed down through generations, ensuring that the enchanted glade would remain a beacon of peace for all who dwelled within its embrace. Story 43. In the vast expanse of the Orion Nebula, where stars were born in vibrant swirls of color, there existed a small, unassuming planet called Luminara. It was a world bathed in eternal twilight, its skies painted with hues of lavender and gold, and its air filled with the sweet scent of luminescent flowers that bloomed under the gentle glow of twin moons. On this planet lived a gentle creature named Nissa, a being of soft, swirling light and ethereal grace. Nissa belonged to the Lumens, a species known for their ability to harness the energy of the cosmos, channeling it into warmth and light. Nissa spent her days tending to the radiant gardens of Luminara, and her nights wandering along the shores of its crystal-clear lakes, her presence casting a comforting glow in the dimly lit world. One evening, as the moons began their ascent into the indigo sky, Nissa noticed a strange object hurtling towards the surface of Luminara. It was a small spacecraft, its metallic hull glinting in the moonlight as it spiraled downward. Concerned, Nissa hurried to the open glade where the ship landed with a gentle thud, its engines humming softly as they cooled. From the ship emerged a figure unlike any Nissa had seen before. It was tall and covered in sleek, iridescent scales that shimmered with every movement. The creature had large, curious eyes and a pair of wings folded neatly against its back. It was a draconian named Zephyr from the distant planet of Dracoria, a world of soaring cliffs and endless skies. Zephyr had embarked on a journey to explore the galaxies, seeking knowledge and adventure. However, a sudden meteor storm had forced him to make an emergency landing on Luminara. As he stepped out of his ship, he found himself face to face with Nissa, her light casting a warm glow over the clearing. Their initial encounter was fraught with misunderstanding. Nissa, with her gentle voice and luminous form, attempted to communicate with Zephyr, but her words were lost in translation. Zephyr, accustomed to the bold and direct manner of his own people, found Nissa's subtle expressions difficult to interpret. The two stood in awkward silence, each unsure of the other's intentions. However, as the days passed, they began to bridge the gap between their worlds. Nissa, with her patient nature, learned to understand Zephyr's gestures and expressions, while Zephyr found comfort in the quiet wisdom of Nissa's presence. They communicated through shared experiences, exploring the wonders of Luminara together. One evening, as they sat by the edge of a shimmering lake, Zephyr shared stories of his home, of the mighty draconian festivals and the thundering flights over the vast canyons of Dracoria. Nissa, in turn, revealed the secrets of Luminara, the hidden groves where the stars sang their quiet songs, and the ancient stones that whispered tales of the universe. Their bond deepened when they faced their first shared challenge. A sudden and fierce storm swept across Luminara, threatening to uproot the delicate gardens and disturb the harmony of the land. Nissa, unable to control the storm alone, found herself overwhelmed by the intensity of the cosmic energies surging through the atmosphere. Seeing Nissa's distress, Zephyr unfurled his wings and took to the skies. With powerful beats, he soared above the storm, his scales catching the lightning and redirecting its fury away from the fragile ecosystem below. Meanwhile, Nissa focused her energies, drawing strength from the land itself, weaving a protective barrier around the vulnerable flora. Together, they calmed the storm, their combined efforts creating a symphony of light and sound that resonated through the valley. When it was over, they sat exhausted but triumphant, their friendship forged in the crucible of adversity. In the following days, as they repaired the damage and restored the gardens to their former glory, they reflected on their journey. They realized that despite their differences, they complemented each other perfectly. Nissa's gentle wisdom balanced Zephyr's bold courage, and in their union, they discovered a profound connection that transcended the boundaries of their worlds. Through their friendship, they learned the true meaning of companionship, the ability to see through the eyes of another, to embrace differences, and to find strength in unity. As the twin moons shone brightly above, Nissa and Zephyr pledged to continue their journey together, exploring the cosmos and sharing the wonders of their respective worlds. And so, under the eternal twilight of Luminara, two unlikely companions found solace in one another, their friendship a beacon of hope and harmony in the vast, star-studded tapestry of the universe. Together they would face whatever challenges lay ahead, their bond unbreakable and their hearts aglow with the warmth of true friendship. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious child, always eager to explore the wonders that lay beyond the familiar paths. One crisp autumn morning, Willow was wandering through the forest, kicking up leaves and humming a merry tune. As she rounded a bend, something caught her eye, a peculiar rock, shimmering with flecks of gold. Willow bent down to examine it more closely and gasped in surprise. The rock seemed to be glowing from within, pulsing with a gentle warmth. Suddenly, a tiny voice called out, "Hello, dear one." Willow nearly dropped the rock in her startlement. "Who said that?" "Why, it was I," the voice replied, and to Willow's amazement, it seemed to be emanating from the very rock she held. "You can talk?" she exclaimed. The rock chuckled. "Indeed, I can, and I have many wondrous secrets to share with you, if you'll be my friend." Thus began Willow's extraordinary adventure with her new companion, whom she affectionately named Glimmer. Over the following days, Glimmer revealed that she was a magical stone, imbued with the power to unveil hidden truths and guide those pure of heart. Willow listened, enraptured, as Glimmer spoke of ancient forests where trees could walk and rivers that flowed with liquid stars. The young girl's eyes grew wide with wonder, her thirst for knowledge kindled by Glimmer's tales. One day, Glimmer announced that they must embark on a journey to find the Valley of Wisdom, where the greatest secrets of the world were safeguarded. Willow readily agreed, her heart filled with eager anticipation. Their path was not an easy one. They encountered treacherous ravines, dense thickets, and gurgling streams that seemed to shift their course on a whim. But always at Willow's side were her steadfast helpers, a wise old oak named Oakley, whose branches creaked with gentle wisdom, and a mischievous rabbit named Nibbles, whose antics brought laughter to even the darkest moments. At last, after many trials, they reached the Valley of Wisdom. It was a breathtaking sight, with towering cliffs that glowed like opals and waterfalls that shimmered with every color imaginable. As they approached the heart of the valley, they were met by a riddle, spoken by an ancient, gnarled tree. "I am always hungry, I must be fed, yet the more you give me, the more I live. What am I?" Willow pondered the cryptic words, her brow furrowed in thought. Oakley and Nibbles offered their own insights, but it was Glimmer who finally whispered the answer. "Fire," Willow declared, and the tree's branches parted to reveal a hidden path. They ventured forth and soon found themselves in a vast cavern where crystals of every hue cast dancing lights upon the walls. In the center stood a great pedestal, and upon it rested a shimmering book. "The Tome of Truth," Glimmer breathed reverently. "Within its pages lie the deepest secrets of the universe." Willow approached the pedestal, her heart pounding with anticipation. Gently she opened the book, and a warm, radiant light spilled forth, enveloping her in its embrace. In that moment, Willow understood. The greatest wisdom was not found in ancient texts or hidden valleys, but within the depths of her own heart. It was a truth that had been there all along, waiting to be unlocked by the key of experience and the guidance of true friends. As the light faded, Willow turned to Glimmer, Oakley, and Nibbles, her eyes shining with tears of joy. "Thank you," she whispered, "for this amazing journey and for helping me find the wisdom within." And so, hand in hand with her loyal companions, Willow embarked on a new adventure, one of living each day with wonder, compassion, and the knowledge that the greatest magic lies in the bond of friendship and the courage to follow one's heart. Story 45 title: The Whispering Winds of Willow Glade. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay the hidden world of Willow Glade. This secluded haven was known only to a few, shielded by a veil of enchantment that kept it safe from wandering eyes. Within its boundaries, the air shimmered with magic, and the earth thrummed with life. The gentle murmur of a nearby brook harmonized with the rustling leaves, creating a lullaby that soothed every creature that called the glade home. It was here, in the warm embrace of Willow Glade, that a young girl named Anwen found herself on a crisp autumn evening. Her journey to this mystical place had begun with a simple walk through the woods surrounding her village, where the scent of pine and the crunch of fallen leaves beneath her boots had promised an adventure beyond her wildest dreams. Anwen had always been drawn to the whisper of the wind and the stories it carried, tales of hidden worlds and forgotten magic. She often imagined what it would be like to discover one of these places, to step beyond the veil and into the realm of wonder. As twilight descended, painting the sky in hues of rose and amber, Anwen felt a gentle pull, a nudge from the forest itself. The path beneath her feet seemed to glow softly, guiding her deeper into the woods. Curiosity piqued, she followed the trail as it wound through the towering trees, their branches forming a cathedral of emerald and gold above her. The air was cool and crisp, tinged with the promise of autumn, and Anwen wrapped her woolen shawl tighter around her shoulders. Soon, the path opened into a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In the center stood an ancient willow tree, its branches sweeping down like a curtain, shielding the secrets within. Anwen approached cautiously, her heart thrumming with anticipation. She pushed aside the trailing branches and stepped into the glade, gasping in awe at the sight before her. The glade was a tapestry of vibrant colors and gentle sounds. Fireflies danced in the air, their soft luminescence casting playful shadows on the lush grass. Flowers of every hue carpeted the ground, their petals dewy with the evening mist. In the center of it all, the brook babbled merrily, its waters crystal clear and inviting. Anwen felt a sense of peace envelop her, as if she had come home to a place she had never known existed. As she stood there, absorbing the beauty around her, Anwen noticed a faint glimmer in the grass near the brook. Intrigued, she knelt down and reached for the object, her fingers brushing against something cool and smooth. She lifted it to the light, revealing a pendant of exquisite craftsmanship. It was shaped like a teardrop, with a swirling pattern of silver and gold encasing a stone that seemed to hold the essence of the sky itself, shifting in color from azure to deep indigo. The pendant pulsed gently in her hand, a rhythm that matched her own heartbeat. Anwen felt a connection, a bond forming between her and this mysterious object. She slipped the pendant over her head, letting it rest against her chest. The moment it touched her skin, she felt a surge of warmth and energy, as if the pendant held a magic all its own. With the pendant's magic coursing through her, Anwen sensed the glade awakening around her. The whispers of the trees grew louder, forming words she could understand. "Welcome, child of the forest," they said, their voices as gentle as the breeze. "You have found the heart of Willow Glade, a gift for those who seek the hidden truths of the world." Anwen's heart swelled with wonder and gratitude. She had always felt a kinship with nature, a longing to understand its mysteries. Now, with the pendant's magic, she felt as if she could hear the very soul of the forest. She spent the night in the glade, listening to the stories of the trees, learning of the ancient magic that flowed through the earth. She discovered that the pendant, the heart of Willow Glade, held the power to connect her to this hidden world, to understand its language and protect its secrets. As dawn broke, painting the sky in shades of lavender and gold, Anwen knew that she had been changed by her journey. She had come seeking adventure, and instead she found a purpose. The forest had chosen her to be its guardian, to protect the hidden world of Willow Glade and all the magic it held. With the pendant resting against her heart, Anwen returned to her village, her steps light and her spirit lifted. She carried with her the wisdom of the forest, a deep understanding of the balance between the world of magic and the world of men. She knew that her life would never be the same, for she had been touched by the magic of Willow Glade. In the days that followed, Anwen visited the glade often, each time learning new secrets and strengthening her bond with the forest. She became a caretaker of the land, using the magic of the pendant to heal the earth and protect it from harm. The villagers noticed the change in her, the way she seemed to glow with a quiet inner light. They began to speak of her with reverence, calling her the keeper of the glade. Through her wisdom and friendship with the forest, Anwen brought a sense of peace and harmony to her village. She taught the villagers to respect the land, to listen to its whispers and honor its gifts. They learned to live in harmony with nature, nurturing the earth as it nurtured them. And so, the hidden world of Willow Glade remained safe and untouched, a sanctuary for all who sought its magic. Anwen's journey had transformed her, opening her heart to the wonders of the world and the power of friendship and wisdom. She had learned that true magic lay not in the pendant she wore, but in the connections she forged and the love she shared with the world around her. As the years passed, the legend of the Keeper of the Glade grew, spreading far beyond the borders of the village. Travelers spoke of a hidden world where magic flowed like a river, and a young girl with the heart of the forest watched over it with gentle wisdom. And though the world changed and grew, the glade remained a place of wonder and peace, its secrets safe in the hands of its guardian. And so, as the sun set over the ancient forest, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson, the whispers of the wind carried a promise that the magic of Willow Glade would endure, as long as there were those who believed in the power of friendship, wisdom, and love. Story 46. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though she appeared ordinary, Willow possessed an extraordinary gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and all living creatures of the woodland realm. From the moment she could toddle, Willow felt an inexplicable connection to the whispering leaves and the gentle rustling of branches. She would spend countless hours wandering the winding trails, her small hands trailing along the rough bark of towering oaks, and her ears attuned to the secrets spoken by the wind. It was on one such adventure that Willow stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a glowing acorn, pulsing with an ethereal light. Overcome by curiosity, she reached out and cradled the acorn in her palms, and in that instant, a world she had never imagined unfolded before her eyes. Willow found herself transported to a hidden realm within the forest, a place where the trees danced and the streams sang melodies of ancient wisdom. Here, the guardians of the woodland, majestic creatures with faces carved from bark and eyes that shone like sunbeams filtering through the canopy, welcomed her with open arms. In this magical domain, Willow learned the true language of the forest, a tongue woven from the whispers of leaves and the music of birdsong. She discovered that the glowing acorn was a powerful talisman, a key that unlocked the secrets of the hidden world and allowed her to bridge the gap between the realms. As the seasons changed and the years passed, Willow's bond with the guardians deepened, and she became a trusted friend and protector of the woodland realm. Her days were filled with wondrous adventures, from soaring among the treetops on the wings of a giant owl to diving into the crystal-clear pools where water nymphs played. Yet, even in this paradise, shadows lurked. A dark force, born from the greed and disregard of humans, threatened to consume the hidden world. Willow witnessed the once vibrant trees wither and the streams grow stagnant, their life force drained by an invisible blight. Determined to save her cherished realm, Willow embarked on a quest, guided by the wisdom of the guardians and armed with the glowing acorn. Her journey took her far beyond the boundaries of the forest, across vast plains and towering mountains, until she reached the heart of the human world. There she encountered a young boy named Finn, whose eyes held a kindred spark of wonder and curiosity. Finn, too, possessed a special connection to nature, though he had yet to discover its true depths. Together, they forged an unbreakable bond of friendship, united in their mission to heal the rift between the human and woodland realms. With Finn by her side, Willow navigated the complexities of the human world, opening the eyes and hearts of those blinded by greed and ignorance. She shared the secrets of the hidden realm, the delicate balance that sustained all life, and the grave consequences of disrupting that harmony. As their journey unfolded, Willow and Finn faced countless challenges, from cunning tricksters who sought to lead them astray to treacherous landscapes that tested their resolve. Yet through it all, their friendship remained steadfast, a beacon of hope in the darkest of times. At last, after a series of harrowing trials, they stood before the very source of the blight, a towering factory belching noxious fumes and poisoning the land. With a wave of the glowing acorn, Willow summoned the guardians of the woodland realm, and together they wove a tapestry of life-giving magic, restoring the balance and banishing the darkness. In that moment, the veil between the realms parted, and humans witnessed the beauty and wonder of the hidden world for the first time. Hearts were opened, and a newfound reverence for nature took root, forever changing the way they perceived and interacted with the world around them. As the sun set on their extraordinary journey, Willow and Finn stood side by side, their eyes filled with the promise of a future where humans and the woodland realm lived in harmony. The glowing acorn, now a symbol of their friendship and the power of unity, shone brightly, casting its warm light upon a world forever transformed by their courage and wisdom. And so, the tale of Willow and the hidden world became a cherished legend, passed down through generations as a reminder of the magic that resides within us all. The magic of friendship, perseverance, and the eternal bond that connects us to the beating heart of nature. Story 47. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed in gentle rhythm to the songs of the wind, there lived a young woman named Leora. Nestled in a small cottage surrounded by wildflowers that painted the landscape in vibrant hues, Leora often found solace in the quiet of her surroundings. Yet, despite the beauty around her, a restlessness stirred within her chest, a longing for something she could not quite name. Leora's life was as predictable as the sunrise. Each morning she would gather herbs and berries from the forest, her basket swaying against her hip as she walked familiar paths. The villagers relied on her to mix potions and salves, a task she performed with practiced hands and a patient heart. But as the seasons turned, Leora found herself yearning for change, though the thought of it filled her with apprehension. One crisp autumn morning, while the leaves crunched beneath her feet and the air was rich with the scent of earth and pine, Leora stumbled upon an ancient oak. Its gnarled branches stretched out like welcoming arms, and in its bark was carved an intricate door, barely noticeable unless one knew where to look. Curiosity piqued, Leora reached out and traced the door's edges with her fingers. To her astonishment, the door swung open, revealing a staircase spiraling down into the heart of the tree. Here was the change she feared yet craved. With a deep breath, she stepped inside, the warmth of the tree surrounding her like an embrace. The staircase led her to a hidden chamber where the air was thick with magic. The walls glimmered with soft, golden light, and at the center stood a pool of water, its surface as smooth as glass. Leora knelt beside it, gazing into its depths. As she did, the water shimmered, revealing visions of her life, moments of joy, sorrow, and everything in between. As she watched, the images shifted, showing her future paths, each one branching out like the veins of a leaf. One path glowed brightly, leading to a version of herself more vibrant and fulfilled than she had ever imagined. Yet the way was strewn with challenges, each one demanding courage and change. Leora hesitated, her heart a cacophony of fear and excitement. Just then a soft rustling drew her attention, and from the shadows emerged a creature of ethereal beauty, a fox with fur like moonlight and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. "Do not fear change, dear one," the fox spoke, its voice like a gentle breeze, "for it is through change that we grow. Embrace it, and you shall find your true self." The fox's words wrapped around Leora like a comforting shawl. She realized that the fear she felt was simply the first step of her journey. With newfound resolve, she dipped her hand into the pool, the cool water sending a shiver up her spine. As her fingers broke the surface, the chamber filled with light, and Leora felt herself lifted, the magic within the tree embracing and transforming her. She could feel the changes within, a blossoming of strength, wisdom, and an unshakable sense of self. When the light dimmed, Leora found herself standing at the base of the oak once more, the hidden door a secret only she knew. She felt lighter, her heart no longer burdened by uncertainty. The world around her seemed more vivid, each leaf and petal a testament to the beauty of transformation. Returning to her cottage, Leora was greeted by her friends, Amara, the gentle healer, and Rowan, the wise old storyteller. They noticed the change in her immediately, a new light in her eyes and a confidence in her step. "Tell us, Leora, what new secrets do you hold?" Amara asked, her voice a melody of curiosity and warmth. Leora smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude for her friends, who had always supported her. "I have learned that change is not to be feared, but embraced," she replied, her voice steady. "For it is through change that we discover who we truly are." Together, they sat by the fireplace, its crackling warmth a backdrop to Leora's tale of transformation. As the flames danced, Leora realized that the journey she had embarked upon was just the beginning. With each new day, she would continue to grow, her path illuminated by the magic of the whispering woods and the unwavering support of her friends. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak and the twinkling stars above, Leora settled into a peace she had never known. She had found her place in the world, a place where change was not an end, but a beautiful beginning. Story 48. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle tunes and the streams murmured secrets, lay a quaint little village known as Elderglen. The village was cradled by rolling hills and carpeted with wildflowers that danced in the breeze. Each night, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its starry cloak, a comforting calm blanketed the land. One day, peculiar things began to happen in Elderglen. It started with the morning dew glistening in unusual patterns, forming shapes that looked like cryptic runes. The villagers, though puzzled, found these sparkling symbols rather enchanting. But soon other oddities followed. The bakery's sourdough loaves, once predictably oval, began to rise into whimsical spirals and stars. The wind chimes hanging in the square played melodies no one had ever heard, tunes that were both haunting and beautiful. Amongst the villagers was a young girl named Lyra. Lyra was known for her keen eyes and gentle heart. She had a knack for noticing things others might overlook, like the subtle shift in a bird's song or the way the sunbeam fell just so through the leaves. Intrigued by the strange happenings, Lyra decided to unravel the mystery behind them. One misty morning, Lyra set off into the woods, a basket of fresh scones tucked under her arm, for she believed a problem was best solved on a full stomach. As she strolled along the familiar path, her senses were alive with the scent of pine and the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. The forest seemed to whisper encouragement, urging her deeper into its embrace. At the heart of the whispering woods lay a clearing known as the Grove of Echoes. This was a place of old magic, where the air shimmered with ancient energy, and every sound seemed to linger just a moment longer. Here Lyra hoped to find answers. In the grove she found Orin, the wise old owl who had lived in the whispering woods longer than any could remember. Orin was perched atop a gnarled oak, his feathers fluffed against the morning chill. His eyes, deep as the night sky, blinked down at her with a knowing gleam. "Good morning, Orin," Lyra called softly, offering a scone. "Have you noticed the strange things happening in Elderglen?" Orin hooted gently, a sound like the rustling of leaves in a breeze. "Indeed, young Lyra, the forest speaks of changes, of magic stirring in ways it has not for many seasons." Lyra nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Do you know why this is happening?" The old owl tilted his head, eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "Perhaps it is time for a story, one that the winds have whispered to me," Orin replied, settling more comfortably on his branch. As Lyra sat beneath the oak, Orin began to speak in his slow, melodic voice. "Long ago, before even the oldest trees had taken root, there lived a spirit named Sylvan. Sylvan was a guardian of balance, ensuring harmony between the natural and magical realms. But as the years passed, Sylvan grew weary and sought a successor, a heart pure and observant, one who could see the beauty in both the ordinary and the extraordinary." Lyra listened intently, piecing together the story with the recent oddities in the village. "Is it possible," she mused aloud, "that these changes are Sylvan's way of finding their successor?" Orin ruffled his feathers, a sign of approval. "Very perceptive, Lyra. The symbols, the melodies, the transformations, they are Sylvan's call, a test of sorts." Understanding dawned on Lyra, a warm glow spreading in her chest. "So, if I can decipher these signs and show that I cherish the balance, I might be able to help Sylvan." The owl nodded, pride gleaming in his eyes. "Exactly, my dear. You must observe, learn, and embrace the wonder that surrounds us." Armed with this newfound knowledge, Lyra returned to Elderglen, her mind abuzz with possibilities. She spent her days watching the dew patterns, listening to the wind chimes, and finding joy in the bakery's whimsical bread. Each discovery brought her closer to understanding Sylvan's message. One evening, as the village gathered in the square for their weekly storytelling, Lyra stepped forward. With a quiet confidence, she shared her findings, weaving together the enchanting tale of Sylvan and the harmony between the worlds. Her words painted vivid pictures, and as she spoke, the villagers felt the magic she had discovered. As she concluded, a gentle breeze swept through the square, carrying the scent of wildflowers and the softest of whispers. The wind chimes played a harmonious tune, and the dew on the grass sparkled anew, forming a heart, a sign of approval from Sylvan. The village erupted in soft applause, their hearts touched by the tale and the gentle magic surrounding them. From that day forward, Elderglen thrived in an even greater harmony, its people more in tune with the wonders of their world. Lyra, forever grateful for the wisdom shared by Orin and the spirit of Sylvan, continued her explorations, always seeking the extraordinary in the everyday. And though the strange occurrences slowly faded, the lessons learned lingered in the hearts of the villagers, a testament to the power of observation, kindness, and the gentle magic of friendship. As the stars twinkled above the peaceful village of Elderglen, Lyra lay in bed, comforted by the sounds of the forest and the knowledge that sometimes the most enchanting mysteries were those that brought us closer to the world around us. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a deep, restful sleep, knowing that the whispering woods would always be there to cradle her dreams. Story 49. In the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering woods, there existed a peculiar and delightful place known as the Twinkle Tea Shop. This was no ordinary tea shop. It was a haven where magic brewed as naturally as the fragrant teas themselves. The shop was adorned with sparkling fairy lights that danced merrily in the evening breeze, casting a warm glow upon the cobblestone streets. The heart and soul of the Twinkle Tea Shop were two friends, Pippin the gnome and Lila the pixie. Pippin was a jolly fellow with a bushy beard that seemed to have a mind of its own, often curling into delightful shapes like hearts and stars. He wore a pointy hat that changed colors with his mood, much like a living mood ring. Lilia, on the other hand, was a petite pixie with shimmering wings that glistened like morning dew, and she had an infectious giggle that could brighten even the gloomiest of days. Together, they concocted the most wondrous teas, each with its own special enchantment. There was the whispering willow blend, which allowed one to hear the gentle secrets of the trees, and the stardust serenade, a tea that made its drinkers feel as if they were waltzing among the stars. Villagers would often gather at the shop to enjoy a cup of magic and share tales of their day. One sunny morning, as the first rays of light caressed the village with their golden touch, a curious thing happened. Pippin and Lilia were busy setting up the shop when a rather frantic fluttering was heard at the window. It was Flit, the tiny messenger hummingbird, his iridescent feathers glinting in the light. He zipped around in an excited flurry, finally settling on Lila's shoulder. "Goodness, Flit, you look like you've flown from the end of the world," Lilia exclaimed with a laugh, gently stroking his head. "There's a magical mishap in the enchanted meadow." Flit chirped, his voice high and urgent. "The flowers have all turned invisible." Pippin's hat turned a worried shade of purple. "Invisible flowers? But how will the bees find them to pollinate? And the meadow fairies, they won't be able to weave their flower crowns," Lilia added, her eyes wide with concern. Knowing they had to help, Pippin and Lilia quickly packed a basket with their most potent teas and set off toward the enchanted meadow, Flit leading the way. The meadow was a place of vibrant beauty, filled with flowers of every imaginable hue. At least it was supposed to be. Now it looked like an ordinary stretch of green, the flowers hidden from sight. As they arrived, they were greeted by worried meadow fairies flitting about in disarray. "Oh, Pip and Lilia, thank goodness you're here," cried Petal, the fairy queen, her tiny crown askew from worry. "We've tried everything to reveal the flowers, but nothing works." Pippin stroked his beard thoughtfully. "I think this calls for a bit of creative magic," he mused. Lilia clapped her hands, her wings fluttering with excitement. "What if we brew a special tea that can help us see the unseen?" With the fairies' help, they set up a cozy little tea station in the middle of the meadow. Lilia selected the finest leaves and blossoms, while Pippin carefully added a pinch of moonbeam dust and a splash of sunrise dew, both known for their revelatory properties. The tea brewed into a shimmering golden liquid, and as they poured it into tiny cups, it filled the air with the scent of blooming meadows. Each fairy, along with Pippin and Lilia, took a sip. As the warm liquid flowed through them, they felt a gentle tingling that spread from the tips of their toes to the ends of their hair. And then, as if by magic, because indeed it was, the flowers began to reveal themselves. First, the violets appeared, their deep purples peeking through the green. Then the daisies, with their cheerful faces, popped into view, followed by the sun-kissed dandelions, and finally the roses, blushing with color. The meadow was once again a kaleidoscope of blooms, and the fairies danced in delight, their laughter ringing through the air like a sweet melody. But the adventure wasn't quite over. As Pippin and Lilia were about to pack up their things, they noticed something unusual. Among the flowers was a peculiar plant they'd never seen before. It had long, slender leaves that shimmered like silver in the sunlight, and at its center was a single, radiant bloom that pulsed gently with light. Lilia leaned in closer, her eyes wide with wonder. "What do you suppose this is?" Pippin, his hat now a curious shade of teal, pondered for a moment. "I think we've discovered a new kind of flower. Perhaps it's what caused the others to turn invisible." Queen Petal hovered nearby, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "It's beautiful, and it seems to have its own magic." Just then the flower began to hum softly, a gentle tune that filled the air. The melody was soothing, like a lullaby, and as everyone listened, they felt a sense of peace and happiness wash over them. "The song flower," Lilia declared with a delighted giggle. "It sings to us." The fairies, enchanted by the flower's song, decided to care for it and learn its secrets, ensuring it would always be a part of their meadow. They promised to share its magic with anyone who visited, spreading joy and wonder throughout the land. With their mission complete, Pippin and Lilia bid farewell to their fairy friends and headed back to the Twinkle Tea Shop. Along the way, they couldn't help but smile, knowing they had helped restore a little bit of magic to the world. As the sun began to set, casting a warm, golden glow over Willowbrook, Pippin and Lila settled back into their cozy shop. They brewed a pot of their special tea, savoring the fragrant steam that rose into the air like wisps of dreams. Today was quite the adventure, wasn't it? Lila mused, her eyes twinkling with happiness. Pippin nodded, his beard curling into the shape of a heart. Indeed it was, and it just goes to show, sometimes the most unexpected problems lead to the most delightful discoveries. And with that, they both sat back, sipping their tea, content in the knowledge that their friendship, combined with a bit of creativity and magic, could overcome anything. As the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, the village of Willowbrook settled into a peaceful slumber, its dreams filled with the gentle hum of the songflower and the promise of new adventures yet to come. Story 50. Once upon a time, in a realm where the whispers of the wind carried ancient secrets, there lived a community of woodland creatures who dwelled in perfect harmony with nature. The great oak stood tall and proud, its branches reaching towards the heavens, sheltering all who sought refuge beneath its mighty boughs. Among the residents of this enchanted forest was a family of rabbits, led by the wise and gentle Hazel. Her soft, tawny fur seemed to shimmer like liquid gold in the dappled sunlight that filtered through the canopy above. Her large, expressive eyes held depths of knowledge gained from generations of her kind, passed down through the ages. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves began to turn brilliant shades of crimson and gold, Hazel emerged from her cozy burrow, her nose twitching as she caught the scent of change on the cool breeze. She gathered her family close, their whiskers brushing against her velvety cheeks. "My darlings," she began, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook nearby, "the season of change is upon us once more. The trees will soon shed their vibrant cloaks, and the earth will slumber beneath a blanket of snow. But fear not, for this is the way of nature, a cycle as old as time itself." The young rabbits listened with rapt attention, their eyes wide with wonder as their mother wove her tale. Hazel spoke of the delicate balance that existed within the forest, and how each creature played its part in maintaining that equilibrium. The squirrels, she explained, gathered acorns and nuts, ensuring that the mighty oaks and towering pines would continue to flourish in the years to come. As the story unfolded, the rabbits witnessed the magical phenomena that accompanied the changing seasons. The first frost arrived, transforming the forest into a glistening wonderland. Each blade of grass and fallen leaf crystallized in intricate patterns. The air grew crisp and invigorating, carrying the scent of pine and the promise of renewal. Hazel then revealed a cherished secret, passed down through countless generations of her kin. Deep within the heart of the forest, where the ancient trees stood as silent sentinels, a mystical spring bubbled forth from the earth, its waters imbued with restorative powers. Here, the creatures would come to drink and bathe, their spirits renewed and their ailments soothed by the enchanted waters. As winter's icy grip took hold, the rabbits remained safe and warm within their burrows, emerging only to marvel at the pristine beauty of the snowfall. The entire forest seemed to slumber, awaiting the arrival of spring and the promise of new life. When at last the first tender shoots began to push through the thawing earth, the rabbits rejoiced, their hearts filled with gratitude for the cyclical wonders of nature. Hazel's wise words echoed in their minds, reminding them of the delicate balance that must be maintained, and the sacred duty they shared to protect and cherish this enchanted realm. And so, generation after generation, the rabbits and their woodland companions continued to live in harmony with the forest, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the seasons and the magic that permeated every leaf, every twig and every breath of sweet, fragrant air. Story 51. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling green hills and whispering brooks, there lived a gentle cobbler named Finn. Finn was known throughout the village for his craftsmanship, making shoes that seemed to cradle the wearer's feet like a comforting embrace. But what set Finn apart was his kindness, a warmth that radiated from him like the golden light of a sunrise. Finn's workshop was a cozy nook at the end of a winding cobblestone path, where the scent of polished leather mingled with the sweet aroma of the flowers that grew abundantly in the garden just outside his window. The room was filled with the soft ticking of a clock and the muted sound of the village life that hummed gently beyond the stone walls. One chilly autumn evening, as the sun dipped behind the hills, painting the sky in hues of amber and violet, Finn discovered something extraordinary. While cleaning his workshop, he stumbled upon an old, dusty shoebox tucked away in a forgotten corner. The box was unassuming, its surface worn and faded, but something about it seemed to whisper to him, urging him to open it. With careful hands, Finn lifted the lid to reveal a pair of shoes unlike any he had ever seen. They were crafted from a material that shimmered like moonlight on a still lake, and as he touched them, they felt as soft as a gentle breeze. Intrigued, Finn decided to try them on. As soon as he slipped his feet into the shoes, he felt a curious tingling sensation that traveled up his legs and settled in his heart. To his amazement, Finn found that these shoes had a magical ability. They allowed him to walk into the dreams of others. Each night, as the village slumbered under the blanket of stars, Finn would don the shoes and journey into the dreamscapes of his fellow villagers. These dreams were vibrant and filled with the hopes, fears, and desires of the people he had known all his life. On one such night, Finn found himself in the dream of a young girl named Lily, who lived nearby. Lily was a bright, imaginative child with eyes that sparkled like the dew-kissed morning. In her dream, she was standing at the edge of a vast, enchanted forest, afraid to step inside. Finn approached her with a gentle smile and asked, "Why do you hesitate, dear Lily?" "I want to explore," she replied, her voice tinged with both excitement and fear. "But I'm afraid of what I might find." Finn nodded thoughtfully, understanding her dilemma. "Sometimes the unknown can seem frightening," he said softly, "but often the most beautiful discoveries lie beyond our fears. Would you like me to accompany you?" Lily's face brightened with a grateful smile, and together they stepped into the forest. The trees whispered secrets in a language of rustling leaves, and the ground beneath their feet was carpeted with soft moss that cushioned their steps. As they walked, they encountered creatures of all kinds: playful foxes with glistening fur, wise owls who blinked slowly from their perches, and streams that sang with the voices of 1,000 crystal bells. Each new sight filled Lily with wonder, and soon her fear melted away, replaced by a deep sense of curiosity and courage. Through this journey, Finn realized that sometimes the greatest gift one can offer is simply companionship and the willingness to face the unknown together. When Finn awoke the next morning, he found a small, delicate feather on his pillow, a token from their dream adventure. He smiled, feeling a warmth in his heart, knowing he had helped Lily discover her own bravery. As the days turned into weeks, Finn continued to venture into the dreams of the villagers, offering comfort and wisdom wherever he could. He learned that every dream held a story, and every story held a lesson. He helped a farmer find peace with a lost harvest, a baker remember the joy of creating, and an elderly woman rediscover a cherished memory. Through these nightly journeys, Finn himself was transformed. He gained a deeper understanding of the people around him and the complexities of their inner worlds. He learned that true strength often lay in compassion and understanding, and that the bonds of friendship could illuminate even the darkest paths. Eventually, the time came when Finn felt he no longer needed the magical shoes to make a difference. The lessons he had learned and the connections he had forged with his fellow villagers had become a part of him, woven into the very fabric of his being. One evening, he returned the shoes to their dusty box, placing it back in the corner of his workshop. He smiled, knowing that the magic of those shoes had not only touched the dreams of others, but had also awakened a magic within himself, a magic of kindness, courage, and the gentle power of friendship. And so, in the village of Willowbrook, under skies painted with the hues of twilight, life continued with a little more warmth, a little more understanding, and a little more magic, all thanks to the gentle cobbler whose heart was as big as his dreams. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the stars twinkled in the night sky, Finn drifted off to sleep, comforted by the knowledge that he had made the world just a little brighter, one dream at a time. And so, with a heart full of peace, he closed his eyes, ready to embrace whatever dreams awaited him next. Story 52. Once upon a time, Deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young raccoon named Remy. Though small in stature, Remy possessed an extraordinary gift, the ability to understand and communicate with the trees that surrounded him. This magical connection allowed him to hear the whispers of the leaves, the groans of the branches, and the secrets hidden within the bark. One crisp autumn morning, as Remy scampered through the vibrant foliage, he overheard a troubling conversation among the trees. They spoke of a dark force that threatened to consume the forest, a malevolent entity that fed on the very essence of nature itself. Remy's heart raced as he realized the grave danger that loomed over his beloved home. Without hesitation, Remy set out on a journey to uncover the truth and find a way to protect the forest. His path led him through winding trails, over babbling brooks, and into the heart of a hidden world, a realm where the boundaries between the natural and the magical blurred. In this secret realm, Remy encountered a wise old oak tree named Gnarled. With branches twisted and bark deeply etched, Gnarled had witnessed the ebb and flow of countless seasons. He revealed to Remy that the dark force they feared was the work of a powerful sorcerer who had become corrupted by his own greed and ambition. Long ago, Gnarled rasped, this sorcerer sought to harness the very energy that sustains all life, but his insatiable hunger for power drove him mad. He now seeks to drain the forest of its essence, leaving behind a barren wasteland. Remy's heart sank at the thought of his beloved home withering away, but Gnarled reassured him that there was still hope. Within the heart of the forest, hidden from mortal eyes, lay a sacred ancient seed. A seed imbued with the power to restore balance and banish the sorcerer's darkness. Determined to save his home, Remy embarked on a perilous quest to find this mythical seed. Along the way, he befriended a quirky but courageous squirrel named Nutty, whose boundless energy and unwavering loyalty proved invaluable in their shared mission. Together, Remy and Nutty faced treacherous obstacles and daring challenges, each one testing their resolve and strengthening the bond of their friendship. They navigated through twisted labyrinths of thorns, outwitted cunning predators, and braved the icy waters of a raging river, all the while drawing closer to the sacred seed. As they delved deeper into the heart of the forest, they discovered a mystical grove where ancient trees stood as sentinels, their branches adorned with glowing lanterns that illuminated the way. It was here that they encountered a wise old owl named Athena, who shared the legend of the sacred seed. Athena explained that the seed was guarded by a powerful spirit, a manifestation of the forest's very essence. Only those with pure hearts and a deep reverence for nature could hope to earn the spirit's trust and claim the seed. Undaunted, Remy and Nutty underwent a series of trials, each one designed to test their courage, wisdom, and compassion. They faced their deepest fears and confronted the shadows of their own doubts, emerging stronger and more resilient than ever before. Finally, after a harrowing journey fraught with challenges and self-discovery, they stood before the spirit guardian. With humility and respect, Remy and Nutty pledged their unwavering commitment to protecting the forest and all its inhabitants. Moved by their sincerity and the strength of their bond, the spirit guardian bestowed upon them the sacred seed, glowing with an otherworldly radiance. Remy could feel its power pulsing through his very being, a wellspring of life and renewal. Armed with this potent talisman, Remy and Nutty raced back to the heart of the forest, where the sorcerer's dark influence had already taken root. Twisted vines and thorns strangled the once vibrant trees, and oppressive miasma hung heavy in the air. With a fierce determination, Remy and Nutty confronted the sorcerer, a withered figure cloaked in shadows. The sorcerer sneered, his voice dripping with malice. "Foolish creatures, your futile efforts will amount to nothing. This forest and all its wonders shall be mine to consume." But Remy and Nutty stood firm, their friendship and the power of the sacred seed fortifying their resolve. Remy held the glowing seed aloft, and in a blinding flash of light, its energy erupted forth, shattering the sorcerer's dark magic and restoring the forest to its former glory. The sorcerer, robbed of his ill-gotten power, crumbled to dust, his malevolent presence vanquished forever. The trees burst forth with new life, their leaves unfurling and flowers blooming in a vibrant display of renewal. As Remy and Nutty basked in the warmth of their victory, they realized that their journey had transformed them in ways they could never have imagined. They had confronted their fears, forged an unbreakable bond of friendship, and emerged as guardians of the very forest they loved so dearly. From that day forward, Remy and Nutty embarked on a new path, dedicating their lives to protecting the hidden wonders of the forest and ensuring that its magic would endure for generations to come. And whenever the trees whispered their gratitude, Remy would smile, knowing that their adventure had only just begun. Story 53. In a distant quadrant of the galaxy, where stardust painted the sky in hues of azure and gold, lay the charming planet of Varellis. This place was known for its endless fields of luminescent flowers that swayed gently in the soft celestial breezes. Amongst these enchanted fields lived a curious creature named Lyra, a Varelian. Varelians were beings of light, with skin that shimmered like the surface of a tranquil sea, and eyes as deep as the universe itself. Lyra was known for her inquisitive nature, always exploring the farthest reaches of her world. One day, while wandering near the edge of the dancing woods, she stumbled upon something quite unexpected. An oddly shaped metal contraption that had crash-landed, steam rising from its sides. As she approached, the hatch creaked open, and out tumbled a creature unlike any she had ever seen. The newcomer was Zarek, a rugged and resilient traveler from the rocky planet of Garvax, a place where storms roared and the skies were perpetually cloaked in thunderclouds. Zarek had scales of deep bronze and two large, expressive eyes that darted around in confusion and fear. His ship had malfunctioned, sending him spiraling across the galaxy until he crash-landed on Varellis. Lyra approached cautiously, her light casting a gentle glow on Zarek's bewildered face. "Are you all right?" she asked in the soft, musical tones of her people. Zarek, understanding the universal language, nodded slowly, though his heart pounded with uncertainty. I think so. Where am I?" "You're on Varellis," Lyra replied, offering a hand that shimmered like the morning dew. Hesitantly, Zarek took it, and with a gentle pull, Lyra helped him to his feet. In the days that followed, Zarek found himself surrounded by a world vastly different from his own. The air was sweet and fragrant, the landscape vibrant and alive. Yet, despite its beauty, he felt like an outsider, a pebble in a garden of flowers. Their first days together were filled with awkward misunderstandings. Zarek, unfamiliar with the delicate ways of Varelians, often moved with the brusqueness of a Garvaxian, accidentally crushing fragile blossoms underfoot. Lyra, on the other hand, was puzzled by Zarek's need to seek shelter from the sun, which was a comforting presence to her, but oppressive to his Garvaxian skin. But as time passed, the two began to learn from each other. Lyra showed Zarek the beauty of the Varelian night, when the flowers glowed brightest and the air was cool and gentle. In turn, Zarek taught Lyra about the resilience of life on Garvax, where creatures thrived in the harshest conditions, finding strength in unity and endurance. One afternoon, as they sat on a hill overlooking the shimmering fields, a sudden shadow darkened the sky. Lyra looked up and saw a massive storm rolling in, unlike any she had ever seen on Varellis. The clouds churned violently, crackling with energy. "This is a storm from Garvax," Zarek said, his voice tinged with both awe and fear. "I never thought they could reach this far." The storm, it seemed, had followed Zarek across the cosmos, intent on reclaiming one of its own. As it approached, the winds howled and the flowers bent low, threatened by its ferocity. Lyra and Zarek realized they needed to act quickly to protect the delicate ecosystem of Varellis. Drawing upon Zarek's knowledge of storms and Lyra's understanding of the land, they devised a plan. They would channel the energy of the storm into the earth, dispersing it harmlessly. As the storm loomed overhead, the two companions worked side by side. Lyra, her hands aglow, guided the energy into the ground, while Zarek used his strength to stabilize the makeshift conduits they had crafted from fallen branches and vines. The storm raged on, but together they held their ground. Zarek felt the familiar roar of the winds, but this time he was not alone. Lyra's light intertwined with his, and in that moment they were no longer two creatures from different worlds, but a united force. Finally, as the first light of dawn broke through the clouds, the storm began to subside. The air was filled with a gentle hum, and the fields, though shaken, remained intact. Lyra and Zarek, exhausted but triumphant, sat together in silence, watching as the sun rose over the horizon, painting the sky with soft, hopeful colors. In the aftermath, Zarek felt a warmth in his heart that had nothing to do with the sun. He looked at Lyra, whose glow was now familiar and comforting. "Thank you," he said, his voice filled with gratitude, "for everything." Lyra smiled, her eyes reflecting the dawning light. "We did it together, Zarek, and isn't that what friendship is?" From that day on, Lyra and Zarek were inseparable. They explored the wonders of Varellis, finding joy in their differences and strength in their bond. Zarek's ship was eventually repaired, but he chose to stay, for he had found something more precious than any journey, a true friend. And so, under the endless sky of Varellis, where the flowers glowed and the stardust danced, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. A friendship that bridged worlds and weathered storms, teaching them both that understanding and kindness could light even the darkest paths. Story 54. Once upon a moonlit evening, in the heart of a lush, whispering forest, there lived a gentle creature named Leora. Leora was a young fawn with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes like soft, dew-laden moss. She loved to roam through the forest, her delicate hooves tapping a gentle rhythm on the earth as she explored the winding paths and hidden nooks of her woodland home. But lately, Leora felt an unfamiliar restlessness within her. The world around her was changing. The leaves were beginning to fall, painting the ground in hues of crimson and amber. The days grew shorter, and the air carried a crisp whisper that promised the approach of winter. As the forest transformed, Leora found herself struggling with the idea of change, unable to comprehend why everything seemed to shift and evolve, while she wished for things to remain the same. One evening, as the twilight sky shimmered with the first brushstrokes of starlight, Leora wandered to the edge of the forest where the trees opened up to reveal a secluded glade. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its branches sprawling like the wise embrace of an old friend. Leora often visited this oak to seek solace in its sturdy presence. As she approached, she noticed something different, a faint, luminescent glow emanating from the tree's roots. Curious and a little hesitant, Leora stepped closer. From beneath the roots emerged a cluster of glowing mushrooms, their caps shimmering with a soft, pulsing light. Entranced, Leora watched as the mushrooms seemed to sway gently, beckoning her closer. As she leaned in, a gentle voice filled the air, soft as a lullaby carried on the breeze. "Hello, young one," the voice chimed, its tone warm and inviting. Leora blinked in surprise, realizing the voice came from the mushrooms themselves. "Do not be afraid. We are the Luminae, guardians of the forest's magic. We sense your unease with the changing world around you." Leora's heart fluttered, both in awe and in uncertainty. "I feel lost," she confessed quietly. "Everything is changing, and I don't know how to feel about it." The Luminae glowed brighter, their light casting a comforting warmth around the glade. "Change can be daunting, dear Leora, but it is through change that we grow. We can help you see the beauty in transformation, if you are willing." With a deep breath, Leora nodded, her heart opening to the possibility. The Luminae began to hum a gentle melody, and as they did, the world around Leora began to shimmer and dance. She felt a tingling sensation ripple through her fur, and slowly she began to change. Her legs grew stronger, her senses keener, and her eyes, once filled with uncertainty, now gleamed with newfound clarity. As the transformation completed, Leora felt different, lighter, as though a burden she hadn't realized she carried had been lifted. The Luminae's voice echoed softly in the starlit glade. "You see, dear fawn, change is not to be feared. It allows us to discover new strengths within ourselves and to see the world through clearer eyes." As Leora marveled at her transformation, she noticed two creatures approaching through the trees. Her friends, a wise old turtle named Tiberius and a mischievous squirrel named Pippin. Tiberius, with his shell like an ancient map, moved with deliberate care, while Pippin scampered with boundless energy, his bushy tail flicking with excitement. "Leora, look at you!" Pippin chirped, his eyes wide with admiration. "You've changed, and you look magnificent." Tiberius nodded sagely, his eyes twinkling with kindness. "Indeed, my dear, change is a part of life's journey, and it seems you have embraced it beautifully." With her friends by her side, Leora felt a warmth spread through her heart. She realized that while change could be unsettling, it was also an opportunity for growth and discovery. The forest, with its ever-changing beauty, taught her that life was not meant to be static, but a dance of seasons, each with its own unique gifts. As the night deepened and the moon cast its silver glow over the glade, Leora, Tiberius, and Pippin sat together beneath the ancient oak. The luminae continued to glow softly, their light weaving gentle patterns in the air. Leora felt a deep sense of peace settle over her. She understood now that change was not something to resist, but to embrace. It was through change that she could uncover the depths of her own potential and find beauty in the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Leora and her friends shared stories and laughter, their hearts united by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of the luminae. As the night wore on, they drifted into a peaceful slumber, wrapped in the comforting embrace of the ancient oak. In the days that followed, Leora continued to explore the forest, her heart open to the wonders of change and the beauty of personal growth. With each new dawn, she discovered more about herself and the world around her, her spirit blossoming like the wildflowers that danced beneath the sun. And though the seasons would continue to change, Leora knew she would always have the support of her friends and the gentle guidance of the luminae, reminding her that the journey of transformation was a gift to be cherished. Thus, in the heart of the whispering forest, beneath the wise branches of the ancient oak, Leora found her place in the ever-changing tapestry of life, her spirit forever aglow with the magic of transformation. Story 55. In the heart of an ancient forest where sunlight wove intricate patterns through a canopy of emerald leaves, a gentle breeze carried the scent of earth and pine. This forest was a realm unto itself, where the boundaries between what was seen and unseen danced like the gentle mist that hovered just above the forest floor. Here, the natural creatures led lives hidden from human eyes, weaving a tapestry of existence that echoed the rhythms of nature itself. Among these creatures was a wise old owl named Bramble, whose feathers were the color of twilight. His eyes, deep and knowing, held the secrets of the forest, passed down through countless generations. Bramble lived in the hollow of a grand oak tree, its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. From his perch, he watched over the forest with a vigilant kindness, ensuring that harmony and balance reigned. One crisp morning, as the first golden rays of the sun spilled over the horizon, Bramble heard a soft rustling below. Peering down, he saw Fern, a young deer with a coat that shimmered like dappled sunlight on water. She was prancing through the clearing, her hooves barely making a sound on the carpet of fallen leaves. "Good morning, Bramble," Fern called out in a voice as gentle as the breeze. "The forest is especially beautiful today, isn't it?" Bramble nodded, a soft hoot escaping his beak. "Indeed, Fern. The changing of the seasons brings a magic of its own. Have you noticed how the colors of the leaves are beginning to shift?" Fern paused, tilting her head to take in the scene around her. The trees were indeed adorned in a kaleidoscope of reds, oranges, and yellows, a breathtaking transformation heralding the arrival of autumn. "It's as if the forest is dressing up for a grand celebration," she said, her eyes wide with wonder. "That it is," Bramble replied. "And with each season comes its own kind of magic. The forest knows how to balance itself, how to prepare for the colder days ahead." Just then, a gentle rustle announced the arrival of Willow, a squirrel with a bushy tail and fur as soft as velvet. Willow scampered up the oak tree, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I heard there's a gathering at the Great Glen tonight, Bramble. Will you be there to share your stories?" she chattered, her voice full of anticipation. Bramble chuckled, a warm sound that resonated through the branches. "Of course, Willow. The gathering is a time for us all to come together, to share wisdom and ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." As the day gave way to twilight, the creatures of the forest made their way to the Great Glen, a secluded clearing where the moonlight danced upon a gentle stream. The air was filled with the soft hum of insects and the melodic call of night birds, creating a symphony that whispered of ancient magic. Bramble perched himself on a moss-covered rock, his presence commanding yet comforting. Around him, the creatures settled into a semicircle, their eyes reflecting the shimmering stars above. "Tonight," Bramble began, his voice resonating through the glen, I will speak of the magical phenomena that bind us to this land and to each other. The seasons, as you know, are more than just the shifting of time. They are the lifeblood of our forest, the pulse of our world. The creatures listened intently, their hearts attuned to the wisdom in Bramble's words. He spoke of the gentle rains of spring that awakened the sleeping earth, the warm embrace of summer that nurtured growth, the vibrant tapestry of autumn that prepared the forest for rest, and the quiet stillness of winter, a time for reflection and renewal. Each season, Bramble continued, teaches us something unique. Spring whispers of new beginnings, summer sings of abundance, autumn reminds us of preparation, and winter, dear friends, speaks of patience and endurance. Fern, her eyes wide with understanding, nodded. It's as if the forest guides us through its own life lessons, she mused. And so it does, Bramble replied. We are but threads in a grand tapestry, each of us important, each of us contributing to the whole. As the night deepened, the forest creatures shared stories of their own, tales of friendship and courage, of small acts of kindness that rippled through their world like the rings in a pond. The fireflies danced in celebration, their glow a gentle reminder of the magic that existed in every corner of the forest. Finally, as the moon began its descent, Bramble spoke once more, his voice a soothing balm. Remember, dear friends, that wisdom is not just in the knowing, but in the sharing. We must pass on what we learn, so that the forest and all who dwell within it may thrive for generations to come. With hearts full of gratitude and minds enriched with the stories of the night, the creatures slowly made their way back to their homes, each step guided by the soft light of the stars. Bramble watched them go, his heart alight with the satisfaction that comes from a night well spent. The forest, with its hidden lives and ancient magic, was at peace, wrapped in the comforting embrace of nature's wisdom. And as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Bramble closed his eyes, content in the knowledge that the balance of the forest for now was perfectly preserved. Story 56. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees leaned in close as if sharing secrets, there was a village called Willowmere. It was a place where the sun painted golden patterns on the cobblestone streets, and the aroma of fresh-baked bread mingled with the scent of pine. The villagers led lives of simple joy, accompanied by the gentle hum of nature's symphony. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves began to turn amber and scarlet, a peculiar thing happened. Lanterns that hung from the trees in the town square flickered in unison, casting shadows that danced like playful spirits. It was as if the lanterns had come to life, swaying to music only they could hear. The villagers paused in their evening routines, their curiosity piqued. Among them was young Marin, a boy with a mop of curly hair and eyes that sparkled with wonder. Marin was known for his keen observation and his knack for solving riddles. He watched the lanterns with fascination, feeling a tickle of excitement at the mystery unfolding before him. Could it be the work of the Fae? Wondered old Tom, the village baker, as he kneaded dough with hands powdered in flour. The villagers nodded, whispering stories of the mischievous forest spirits who sometimes played tricks on the townsfolk. That night, as the moon cast its silvery glow over Willowmere, Marin was visited in his dreams by an owl with feathers as white as the first snow of winter. Its eyes, wise and ancient, gazed into his own. "Seek the wisdom of the whispering woods," the owl hooted softly, its voice like a gentle breeze. "Not all is as it seems." Upon waking, Marin felt a sense of purpose settle over him like a warm cloak. He decided to venture into the woods, a place where the boundary between the known and the mysterious blurred like morning mist. As he stepped into the forest, the air was sweet with the scent of earth and leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. Marin walked along the winding path, guided by the whispers of the trees, until he came upon a clearing where a circle of mushrooms grew. There, perched on a moss-covered stone, was the owl from his dreams. "I see you found your way," it said, its voice a soothing melody. "The answers you seek lie with the creatures of this wood." Just then, a rustle sounded from the underbrush, and a small rabbit emerged, its fur as soft as the clouds above. "You're searching for the reason behind the lanterns, aren't you?" it asked, its nose twitching with curiosity. Marin nodded, intrigued by the rabbit's sudden appearance. Do you know why they flicker so? The lanterns, the rabbit explained, are enchanted by an old magic that feeds on the harmony of the village and the forest. When the balance is disrupted, they respond, signaling the need for restoration. Marin pondered this revelation, his mind working like the gears of a well-crafted clock. And what has disturbed the balance? A stone, the rabbit replied, hopping closer. A stone that does not belong. It was taken from the river by one who did not understand its significance. Marin realized then that he had seen children playing by the river recently, collecting stones and shells. I must return it, he said, determination lighting his eyes. With the owl and the rabbit accompanying him, Marin made his way to the river that wound through the forest like a shimmering ribbon. The water sang a soft, babbling tune as it flowed over smooth stones, glistening in the midday sun. There on the riverbank, Marin spotted a stone unlike the others, a smooth, oval rock with veins of silver running through it. Carefully, he picked it up, feeling the cool weight of it in his palm. As he placed it back into the river, a gentle ripple spread across the water's surface, as if the river itself sighed with relief. The lanterns in the village, visible from where Marin stood, ceased their flickering. They glowed steadily once more, their light a beacon of peace and harmony. "Thank you," the owl said, its feathers ruffling in approval. "You have restored the balance." The rabbit twitched its nose happily, and brought understanding between village and forest. When Marin returned to Willowmere, the villagers gathered to hear his tale. They marveled at the boy's wisdom and the gentle guidance of the creatures who called the Whispering Woods their home. From that day forward, the children were taught the importance of respecting the natural world, understanding that every stone and every leaf had its place in the tapestry of life. As the villagers settled into their beds that night, the air was filled with a sense of tranquility. Marin, too, lay beneath his quilt, listening to the distant hoot of the owl and the rustling leaves that sang a lullaby of harmony and friendship. And as he drifted into sleep, he knew that the magic of the Whispering Woods would always be there, watching over Willowmere, guiding all who listened to its gentle wisdom. Story 57. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the leaves rustled with secrets and the air was perfumed with the scent of pine and wildflowers, lay the quaint village of Bramble Hollow. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and ivy-clad cottages. Each morning the sun kissed the dewdrops on the rooftops, making them glisten like tiny jewels, while the aroma of freshly baked bread wafted from the bakery, drawing sleepy villagers from their slumber. The heart of Bramble Hollow was its vibrant marketplace, a place where laughter mingled with the clatter of wooden carts and the chatter of villagers exchanging news and goods. It was here that a peculiar mystery began to unfold. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and gold, the villagers awoke to find that all the colors in the marketplace had vanished. The bright tents, the vivid fruits, and even the cheerful paintings on the shop signs had turned to shades of gray. The villagers were puzzled yet not alarmed, as Bramble Hollow was known for its gentle magic and occasional oddities. They gathered in the square, cloaks wrapped tightly against the morning chill, to discuss this curious happening. Leading the gathering was Old Thistle, the village elder, whose eyes twinkled with the wisdom of many years, and whose voice was as soothing as a summer breeze. "We must not fret," Old Thistle reassured the crowd, "for every mystery in our woods has a story, and every story a resolution. We need only to seek it." Among the villagers was a young girl named Lyra, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky. She had a heart as warm as her golden curls, and a mind as sharp as the crisp autumn air. Lyra loved nothing more than a good mystery, and she resolved to uncover the secret behind the missing colors. Armed with a notebook and a small bag of her favorite marigold cookies for sustenance, she set off on her quest. Her first stop was the home of Mr. Fiddlesticks, the village's resident artist, whose paintbrush was said to be enchanted by the muses of creativity. His cottage, usually a riot of colors from spilled paint and vibrant canvases, was now as colorless as the marketplace. Mr. Fiddlesticks himself was an eccentric fellow, with a shock of white hair and spectacles perched precariously on his nose. "Ah, Lyra," he greeted with a sigh, "I fear I've lost my inspiration along with the colors." Lyra patted his hand kindly. Fear not, Mr. Fiddlesticks. I believe the colors are merely hidden, not lost. Have you noticed anything unusual? The artist pondered for a moment, tapping his chin thoughtfully. Well, now that you mention it, the bluebell fairies have been unusually restless. They flit about my garden at night, whispering in a language I cannot understand. Thanking Mr. Fiddlesticks, Lyra made her way to the edge of the village, where the bluebell glade lay bathed in the gentle glow of twilight. Here, the bluebell fairies danced among the flowers, their wings shimmering like moonlit lace. Lyra watched them closely, noting their patterns and listening to their soft hums, which were as rhythmic as a lullaby. As she observed, a tiny fairy with wings the color of twilight noticed her presence. Her name was Fina, and she was known among the fairies for her love of stories and her gentle heart. Little human, Fina called in a voice as sweet as a flute. Why do you watch us so? I seek the reason behind the missing colors in our village, Lyra replied, her voice soft and respectful. I believe you might hold the key. Fina fluttered closer, her eyes shining with a mischievous twinkle. The colors, dear child, are not gone but borrowed. Our queen, Lumina, wished to paint the night sky with the hues of autumn as a gift to the stars, but she did not realize how much she took. Lyra nodded, understanding the fairy's innocent mistake. Could you guide me to Queen Lumina? Perhaps we can find a way to return the colors. Together, Lyra and Fina journeyed deeper into the woods, where the trees grew ancient and wise, their trunks thick with stories untold. The path was lit by the gentle glow of bioluminescent fungi, casting an ethereal light on their way. It led them to a clearing where Queen Lumina sat upon a throne of woven vines, her presence as regal as the moon. Lyra curtsied politely, feeling the queen's gaze upon her. Your Majesty, I come with a humble request. Our village wishes for the return of the colors that were borrowed. Queen Lumina, her wings like gossamer rainbows, regarded Lyra with a kind smile. And so they shall be returned. I only wish to share the beauty of your world with the heavens, but now I see it was not mine to take. With a wave of her delicate hand, the colors flowed back into the world like a gentle tide. The marketplace tents blushed with their vibrant hues, the fruits gleamed with their natural allure, and Mr. Fiddlestick's home once again burst into life with the colors of his imagination. The villagers of Bramble Hollow gathered once more, their faces alight with joy and gratitude. Old Thistle, with a twinkle in his eye, praised Lyra for her cleverness and kindness. You have shown us that understanding and gentle words can solve even the most perplexing of mysteries. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the village in a warm, golden glow, Lyra returned home, her heart light and her spirit content. She tucked herself into bed, her mind filled with dreams of fairies and colors, while outside, the whispering woods sang a lullaby of rustling leaves and distant twinkling stars. And so the mystery of the missing colors was resolved, leaving Bramble Hollow a little wiser and a little more enchanted by the magic of friendship and understanding. As Lyra drifted into slumber, the world around her felt as peaceful and comforting as a mother's embrace, promising more tales and adventures to come with each new dawn. Story 58. Once upon a time, deep within the heart of an ancient forest, there stood an old willow tree with branches that seemed to dance in the gentle breeze. This was no ordinary tree, for nestled among its twisting roots lay a hidden world, a realm of magic and wonder known only to those with open hearts and curious minds. In a cozy cottage near the edge of the forest lived a young girl named Lily. Though she was kind and caring, Lily often felt alone, for her parents were always away on business, leaving her in the care of her strict governess, Miss Prunella. One warm summer evening, as Lily sat by the window gazing wistfully at the forest, a strange flickering light caught her eye. Curiosity piqued, she slipped out of the cottage and followed the dancing glow deeper into the trees. The light led her to the old willow, and as Lily drew nearer, she noticed a tiny door carved into the trunk. Without hesitation, she grasped the wooden knob and pulled the door open, revealing a winding staircase that spiraled down into the earth. Lily gasped in amazement but did not hesitate. She stepped onto the stairs and descended, the door closing behind her with a gentle thud. The staircase seemed to go on forever, twisting and turning through the darkness until finally a warm golden light appeared at the bottom. Emerging from the stairwell, Lily found herself in a wondrous underground realm. A vast cavern filled with towering mushroom houses, sparkling streams, and glowing crystals that illuminated the space with a soft radiance. As she marveled at her surroundings, a tiny figure fluttered towards her, a diminutive creature with gossamer wings and a warm smile. "Welcome, dear Lily," the fairy greeted her. "We've been expecting you." Thus began Lily's extraordinary adventure in the hidden world beneath the willow tree. She learned that this enchanted realm was home to a society of fairies, gnomes, and other magical beings who lived in harmony with nature. Lily quickly made friends with the gentle creatures, including a mischievous gnome named Bramble and a wise old fairy named Elderberry. They taught her about the magic that flowed through the forest and the importance of protecting the natural world. One day, while exploring the cavern, Lily stumbled upon a glowing crystal unlike any she had seen before. Elderberry explained that this was the heart of the forest, a powerful artifact that sustained the life and magic of the entire realm. However, the heart of the forest was in grave danger. A dark force had been slowly draining its energy, causing the once vibrant underground world to wither and fade. Lily, her newfound friends, and a ragtag group of brave woodland creatures set out on a perilous journey to find the source of this sinister force and restore the heart of the forest to its former glory. Their quest took them through enchanted glades, treacherous mountain passes, and even the depths of a haunted swamp. Along the way, they encountered fearsome beasts and cunning tricksters, but their bonds of friendship and unwavering courage saw them through every challenge. In the darkest hour, when all seemed lost, Lily discovered a hidden strength within herself, the ability to harness the magic of the forest itself. With this newfound power, she was able to confront the dark force, a twisted entity that sought to control and exploit nature for its own gain. A mighty battle ensued, with Lily and her friends rallying the forces of the forest to defend their home. In the end, their combined strength and unwavering determination prevailed, banishing the dark force and restoring the heart of the forest to its rightful place. As the cavern burst forth with renewed life and vitality, Lily realized that her journey had not only saved the hidden world, but had also transformed her from a shy, lonely girl into a confident young woman with a deep appreciation for the wonders of nature and the power of true friendship. Lily bid a tearful farewell to her newfound friends, but she carried the magic of the forest within her heart. Whenever she felt lost or alone, she would return to the old willow tree, slip through the tiny door, and find solace and strength in the enchanted realm beneath. And though the years passed, Lily never forgot the incredible adventure that had changed her life forever. She became a fierce protector of the natural world, sharing the wisdom she had learned with all who would listen, reminding them of the magic that flourishes all around us, if only we open our hearts to its wonder. Story 59. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a vast, whispering forest, there was a small, sunlit village named Glen. It was a place where every dawn painted the sky with soft strokes of pink and gold, and every dusk wrapped the world in a gentle lavender embrace. In this village lived a young and curious boy named Finn, whose heart danced with the tales of the mysterious enchanted woods that lay beyond the rolling hills. The enchanted woods were known for their magical allure, a place where sunlight filtered through the canopy, turning the air into a shimmering sea of emerald and gold. It was said that the trees whispered secrets of old, and that wondrous creatures roamed freely, hidden from all but the bravest of hearts. Finn often sat by the window of his cozy attic room, dreaming of the adventures that awaited him beyond the village boundaries, his spirit yearning for the unknown. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted with hues of amber and rust, Finn decided it was time to follow the call of the enchanted woods. With a satchel packed with a loaf of bread, a small jar of honey, and a well-loved book of stories, he set off. The path to the woods was lined with wildflowers, their delicate petals swaying in the cool breeze, as if waving him onward. As Finn stepped beneath the archway of ancient oaks that marked the entrance to the woods, he felt a gentle thrill of excitement. The air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and earth, and somewhere in the distance, a brook babbled a merry tune. The forest seemed alive, each leaf and branch whispering tales of wonder and delight. Deeper into the woods, Finn encountered his first whimsical creature, a tiny shimmering sprite named Lyra. She had wings like dew-kissed gossamer and a laugh that tinkled like silver bells. "Welcome to our woods, brave traveler," she chimed, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "What brings you to our world of wonder?" Finn smiled, his heart light with the joy of discovery. "I'm here to explore and learn," he replied, his voice filled with earnestness. "I've always dreamed of seeing the magic of these woods." "Then you shall have your adventure," Lyra declared, flitting around Finn like a playful breeze. "But remember, courage and kindness will be your guides." With Lyra as his companion, Finn's journey unfolded like the pages of a marvelous book. They wandered through groves of trees that sang in harmony with the wind, their melodies lifting spirits and soothing hearts. They crossed streams where fish leapt in graceful arcs, their scales glinting like precious jewels in the dappled sunlight. At a clearing bathed in soft, dappled light, Finn and Lyra encountered a gentle giant named Alder. His towering form cast a long shadow, but his eyes were kind, and his voice rumbled like distant thunder. Alder was puzzled, for a great moss-covered boulder blocked the path of a family of hedgehogs seeking shelter for the coming winter. "Perhaps we can help," Finn offered, feeling a surge of determination. With Lyra's encouragement, he used a sturdy branch as a lever, and together with Alder's mighty strength, they nudged the boulder aside, revealing a snug burrow for the grateful hedgehogs. "Thank you, young one," Alder said, his voice warm with gratitude. "Sometimes a gentle heart and a clever mind can move mountains." As they continued their journey, Finn and Lyra encountered many other wonders. A rainbow of butterflies that danced in the sunlight, a grove of trees that whispered ancient stories, and a meadow where time seemed to slow, allowing them to savor every moment of beauty. With each step, Finn's heart grew braver, and his spirit shone brighter. He learned that courage wasn't just about facing fears, but also about embracing the unknown with an open heart and a curious mind. At last, as the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of rose and gold, Finn and Lyra reached the edge of the woods. The village of Elderglen lay below, its chimneys sending tendrils of smoke into the cool evening air, a beacon of warmth and home. "Thank you, Lyra," Finn said softly, his voice filled with gratitude. "I've learned so much from our journey." Lyra smiled, her wings shimmering in the fading light. "The woods will always welcome you, brave Finn. Remember, the world is full of wonders for those who dare to explore." With a final flutter, Lyra vanished into the depths of the forest, leaving behind a trail of twinkling lights. Finn turned towards home, his heart full of stories to share and memories to cherish. As he crossed the threshold of his cozy cottage, Finn felt a deep sense of contentment. The crackling fire in the hearth greeted him, its warmth wrapping around him like an old friend. He knew that the enchanted woods would always be there, a place of magic and mystery, waiting for the next adventurer to discover its secrets. And so, with a heart full of courage and a spirit as bright as the evening stars, Finn drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the adventures yet to come, and the wonders that lay just beyond the horizon. And that, dear listener, is how our story ends for tonight. A gentle reminder that the world is a vast and enchanting place, ready to reveal its magic to those who seek it with an open heart. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with wonder and delight. Story 60 title, The Whispering Grove. Once upon a time, in a quaint village cradled by rolling hills and lush meadows, there was a young girl named Lilia. With hair as golden as the sun's first light and eyes like the deep blue of a midsummer sky, she was a curious soul, always eager to explore the world beyond her doorstep. Lilia lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage, where the scent of baked bread and herbs always lingered in the air, and the warmth of the hearth embraced all who entered. Lilia's village was a place where time seemed to slow, where the wind carried stories from the past, and the rustling leaves whispered secrets of the earth. It was here, nestled in this serene landscape, that Lilia's story began. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold. As the sun timidly peeked over the horizon, Lilia set out on her daily wanderings, her footsteps crunching over a carpet of fallen leaves. She loved this time of year, when the air was cool and invigorating, and the forest paths beckoned with promises of hidden wonders. This particular day, however, was unlike any she had ever experienced, for it was the day she discovered the Whispering Grove. The Whispering Grove was a part of the forest that villagers seldom ventured into, shrouded in mystery and cloaked in legends. It was said that those who entered the grove would hear voices, soft and soothing, guiding them to their heart's desire. Intrigued by the tales, Lilia felt a magnetic pull towards the grove, as if the trees themselves were inviting her in. As she stepped into the grove, she was enveloped by an otherworldly silence, broken only by the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant call of a wood thrush. The light filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, creating a tapestry of shadows that danced across the forest floor. Lila's heart quickened with anticipation, her senses heightened by the enchantment of the place. It wasn't long before she heard it, the whispering. The voices were soft, like the caress of a gentle breeze, and they seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. Lilia, they called, welcome to the Whispering Grove. We have been waiting for you. Startled but not afraid, Lilia followed the murmurs deeper into the grove, each step feeling both familiar and new. Her path led her to a clearing where an ancient oak tree stood, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the foot of the tree lay an object that shimmered with a light of its own, a small, ornate locket. Drawn to the locket, Lilia knelt down and picked it up. It was warm to the touch and intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change as she held it. As she opened it, the whispering grew clearer, and she saw inside a tiny, radiant seed nestled within. The voices spoke again. This is the seed of wisdom, a gift from the forest. It holds the power to unlock your true potential, but only if you nurture it with care. Lilia marveled at the seed, feeling an inexplicable connection to it. She knew instinctively that this was no ordinary seed, and that her journey was just beginning. With the locket safely around her neck, she turned to leave the grove, the path ahead feeling brighter and filled with promise. Over the following days, Lilia tended to the seed with love and curiosity. Each morning she would visit the Whispering Grove, listening closely to the guidance of the voices, and each evening she would return home, reflecting on the lessons she had learned. The seed began to grow, its roots intertwining with her heart, bringing forth a new understanding of herself and the world around her. As autumn turned to winter, Lilia faced her first real challenge. A fierce storm swept through the village, its icy winds threatening to uproot all that she had nurtured. Trees bowed under the weight of the snow, and the river swelled with icy torrents. The villagers huddled indoors, fearful of the storm's wrath, but Lilia, guided by the whispers of the grove, knew she must venture out. The seed's light pulsed warmly against her chest, a beacon of hope in the dark. With her grandmother's blessing and a cloak wrapped tightly around her shoulders, Lilia braved the tempest, the howling winds echoing the call of the grove. Through the blizzard, she made her way to the ancient oak, its branches swaying in defiance against the storm. There in the heart of the grove, she planted the seed, its light piercing through the darkness. As she knelt in the snow, the whispers enveloped her, filling her with courage and resolve. Trust in the seed, they urged. It will grow strong, just as you have. As the storm raged on, Lilia remained by the oak, her heart steady and her spirit unyielding. Gradually, the winds began to subside, and the snow ceased its descent. The seed, now cradled by the earth, pulsed with a warm golden light, casting a protective glow over the grove. With the dawn of a new day, the villagers emerged from their homes to find the world transformed. The storm had passed, leaving behind a crystalline landscape, pure and untouched. In the heart of the Whispering Grove, a sapling had sprouted where the seed had been planted, its leaves shimmering with the promise of new beginnings. Lilia returned to the village, her heart full of gratitude and a newfound sense of purpose. She shared the story of the grove and the seed with her friends and family, inspiring them to listen to the whispers of the world around them. As the seasons turned and years passed, the sapling grew into a magnificent tree, its branches providing shelter and wisdom to all who sought its embrace. Lilia, too, blossomed into a wise and compassionate young woman, her life enriched by the lessons of the Whispering Grove. In the end, The grove had not only transformed Lila, but had also touched the hearts of those around her, reminding them of the power of friendship, resilience, and the gentle whispers of the world. And so, the legacy of the Whispering Grove lived on, a testament to the enduring bond between nature and the human spirit. And as the sun set over the village, casting a warm glow over the land, Lila stood by her window, watching the world settle into a peaceful slumber. She knew that wherever life took her, the whispers of the grove would always be with her, guiding her on her journey through life. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a deep, restful sleep, cradled by the gentle embrace of the Whispering Grove. Story 61. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, there lay a hidden glen. This glen was a place where time seemed to slow, and the natural world thrived in harmonious balance. The forest was a tapestry of greens and golds, with sunlight filtering through the canopy in rays that danced like liquid gold upon the forest floor. The gentle rustle of leaves and the soft trill of birdsong filled the air, creating a symphony of tranquility. Among the denizens of this enchanted realm was a wise old owl named Alder, whose feathers were the color of autumn leaves, and whose eyes glowed with the wisdom of ages. Alder had watched over the forest for many years, his keen gaze ever vigilant for any signs of imbalance or discord. He was the keeper of the forest's history, and his hoots often carried stories of the past to the younger creatures nestled in the trees. One crisp morning, as the first touches of dawn painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Alder awoke with a sense of anticipation. Today was special, for it marked the beginning of the Harmony Festival, a celebration of the forest's natural rhythms and the changing of the seasons. The festival was not only a time of joy and unity, but also a time to honor the wisdom passed down through generations. As the sun climbed higher, casting a warm glow over the forest, creatures began to gather in the glen. There was Bramble, the gentle deer with eyes as soft as moss, and Willow, the playful squirrel whose laughter was like the tinkling of tiny bells. Even the shy fox, Scarlet, emerged from her den, her fur gleaming like a flame against the green backdrop. The air was filled with excitement and the rich aroma of blooming wildflowers. As the animals assembled, Alder perched upon an ancient oak, his voice deep and resonant. "Welcome, friends," he began, "to the Harmony Festival. Today we celebrate the balance of our world and the gifts each season brings." As Alder spoke, the forest seemed to draw a deep breath, its tendrils of magic weaving through the air like an unseen tapestry. The creatures listened intently, their hearts open to the wisdom of their elder. "Our forest thrives because each of us plays a part in its balance," Alder continued. "From the smallest insect to the mightiest tree, we are all connected. It is this connection that we honor today." With the old owl's words echoing in their hearts, the festival began in earnest. Willow the squirrel scampered up a tree, gathering acorns to share with her friends, while Bramble trotted to the stream, his hooves making soft indentations in the earth to drink the cool, clear water. Scarlet, with her keen nose, uncovered a patch of ripe berries, their sweetness a treat for all to enjoy. As the day unfolded, the animals participated in games and shared stories of their lives. The sky was a brilliant canopy of blue, dotted with the soft white of drifting clouds. A gentle breeze carried the scent of the forest, mingling with the laughter and joy of the creatures below. As the sun began to dip towards the horizon, painting the sky in strokes of lavender and gold, Alder called his friends together once more. It was time for the grand finale of the festival, a special event that occurred only once a year. Gathered around the ancient oak, the creatures watched as Alder spread his wings and began to chant softly. His voice, mingling with the rustling leaves, created a melody that resonated through the forest. In response, the earth beneath them began to shimmer with a soft, ethereal light. This was the magic of the seasons, a gift from the forest itself. As they watched, the creatures saw visions of spring's blossoming flowers, summer's lush greenery, autumn's vibrant tapestry, and winter's serene blanket of snow. Each season played its role in the cycle of life, a reminder of the balance they all cherished. Alder's chant faded into the evening, leaving behind a silence that was filled with a profound sense of peace. The festival had come to an end, but the harmony it celebrated lingered in the hearts of all who had gathered. As darkness fell, the creatures bid each other good night, their spirits uplifted by the day's events. Alder watched them go, his heart swelling with pride. The forest was alive with magic and balance, and he knew that as long as they all worked together, it would remain a sanctuary for generations to come. With a final gentle hoot, Alder took to the skies, his silhouette framed against the silvery moon. The forest below lay quiet and serene, cradled in the embrace of night. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, the hidden lives continued, their harmony a testament to the wisdom of the ages. Story 62. Once upon a time, in a land where magic danced upon the evening breeze, there lived a young raccoon named Rory. Rory's world was one of wonder and enchantment, where fireflies lit up the twilight and pixies tended to the glowing mushroom groves. One crisp autumn night, as Rory was snuggled up in his hollow tree home, he heard the faint tinkling of bells. Puzzled, he poked his little nose out to investigate. To his surprise, he saw that the usually vibrant mushroom grove had dulled to a pale blue hue. The next morning, Rory scampered over to his wise friend, Willow the ancient oak tree. "Willow, the strangest thing happened last night. The mushrooms lost their glow. Have you ever seen anything like it?" Willow's branches swayed thoughtfully. "Why, that is quite peculiar. The mushroom grove has glowed for as long as I can remember. We must get to the bottom of this mystery." And so began Rory and Willow's quest to uncover the truth behind the fading mushroom lights. They sought advice from the whispering woodland sprites, who reported unusual icy breezes swirling through the forest at night. Next, they consulted the friendly gnomes who tended to the mushroom grove. The gnomes were equally baffled, as they had been using the same magic soil and dewdrop mixtures for generations. Days passed, and still the mushrooms remained a pale, ghostly blue. Rory was beginning to lose hope, until one frosty morning, he spotted a trail of tiny footprints in the fresh snow, leading straight to the grove. Following the tracks with Willow's guidance, they came upon a shivering cluster of young pixies, huddled together for warmth. The poor things had gotten lost in the first winter storm and had taken shelter among the glowing mushrooms, inadvertently draining their light through their pixie dust. With gentle reassurance, Rory and Willow led the pixies back to their hollowed tree home. Almost immediately, the mushrooms began to regain their brilliant rainbow hues, shining even brighter than before. From that night on, Rory made sure to leave a cozy pile of moss and leaves near the grove, providing a safe haven for any lost pixies seeking shelter. And Willow's wise branches swayed with immense pride for her resourceful young friend, and the lengths he went to preserve the magic of their enchanted forest home. Story 63. Once upon a time, in the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, where the trees stood tall like ancient guardians, and the air was sweet with the aroma of wildflowers, there lived a young woman named Aelith. She had eyes the color of twilight, and hair that tumbled like a cascade of autumn leaves. Aelith lived in a quaint cottage, woven with ivy, and surrounded by a garden that danced with the hues of every imaginable flower. Aelith loved her life just as it was, predictable and serene. She spent her days tending to her beloved plants and listening to the stories the wind carried through the forest. Yet, despite the beauty around her, Aelith felt a restless stirring within her heart, like the whisper of a breeze that promised change. One late afternoon, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with strokes of gold and lavender, Aelith sat by the edge of a small, shimmering pond. The water mirrored the heavens, a scene so perfect it seemed almost magical. As she stared into the reflective surface, she pondered the unease she felt about the changes she sensed approaching, like a distant storm. Suddenly, a soft ripple spread across the water, and from its depths emerged a graceful swan, its feathers as white as fresh snow beneath a full moon. The swan glided towards her, its movements smooth and silent, as if it were a part of the pond itself. "Do not fear the change, dear one," the swan spoke, its voice as gentle as a lullaby, "for within change lies the seed of your true self." Startled by the swan's words, Aelith found herself lost for words. She had never imagined that the creatures of the forest could speak, let alone offer wisdom so profound. The swan nodded knowingly, as if reading her thoughts, and continued, I am Ilian, the guardian of this pond. I have seen many seasons and many transformations. Embrace the change, for it is the path to discovering who you are meant to become." With that, Ilian spread its wings wide, and as it did, a fine mist rose from the pond, wrapping Aelith in a cocoon of shimmering droplets. The mist was cool and refreshing, the scent of lilies and rain mixing into a calming perfume. When it finally settled, Aelith found herself in a world both familiar and new. The forest around her was more vibrant, the colors brighter and the sounds clearer. Each leaf seemed to sing with a life of its own, and the path before her, once hidden, now lay open and inviting. Though apprehensive, Aelith felt a spark of curiosity ignite within her heart. She took Ilian's words to heart and decided to venture down this new path, hopeful yet cautious. As she walked, the forest unfolded like an exquisite tapestry. The trees whispered secrets, and the flowers nodded in encouragement. Soon she came upon a clearing where a small, cozy cottage stood, its roof covered with moss and its windows glowing warmly from within. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, carrying the comforting aroma of baked bread and herbs. Standing at the doorstep was a kindly old woman, her face etched with the lines of countless smiles. Her eyes twinkled like stars caught in a gentle breeze. "Welcome, dear Aelith," she greeted warmly, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I am Niam, the keeper of this haven. It seems Ilian has guided you to me." Aelith felt an immediate sense of belonging, as if she had known Niam all her life. She was invited inside, where the walls were lined with shelves full of curious trinkets and books. The hearth crackled with a cheerful fire, casting a golden glow across the room. Over tea and freshly baked honey cakes, Aelith shared her fears and doubts with Niam. The old woman listened intently, nodding with understanding. "Change is a journey, child," she said. "It is as natural as the seasons. We must learn to flow with it, to see it as an opportunity rather than a threat." As days turned into weeks, Aelith visited Niam often. Each visit was a lesson in discovery, not only of the magical world around her, but of herself. She learned to weave spells from the forest's essence, to listen to the wind's tales, and to see the beauty in the smallest of details. One day, Niam took Aelith to the heart of the forest, where the air was thick with enchantment and the ground glimmered with dew like scattered diamonds. There, beneath the ancient, sprawling branches of an oak, was a small, unassuming seed. "This," Niam said, placing the seed in Aelith's hand, "is a seed of transformation. Plant it, nurture it, and it will grow as you grow." Aelith planted the seed near her cottage, tending to it with love and care. With each passing day, as the seed sprouted and stretched towards the sky, Aelith felt herself changing too. She became more attuned to the world around her, her heart opening like a blossom to the sun. Through her journey, Aelith learned that change was not something to be feared but embraced. It was a dance, a rhythm that carried her forward into the unknown, where new adventures awaited. The seed she had planted grew into a magnificent tree, its branches reaching high as if to touch the stars. Under its shade, Aelith found peace and a deeper understanding of herself. She realized that her true self was not static, but ever evolving, shaped by the winds of change and the choices she made. In time, Aelith became a guardian of the Whispering Woods, guiding others who, like her, were on their journey of transformation. She shared her wisdom and the lessons she had learned, teaching them to embrace change with an open heart. And so, in the gentle embrace of the forest, Aelith found her place, a beacon of light and hope for those seeking their path. The Whispering Woods flourished under her care, and the magic within it thrived, echoing with the laughter and stories of those who had found their way. And as the sun set each evening, painting the sky with its myriad of colors, Aelith would sit beneath the great tree she had nurtured, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath her and the gentle whisper of the wind. She had learned to dance with change, to grow with it, and in doing so, she found her true self, a self that was as boundless and beautiful as the world around her. Thus, Aelith's story became a part of the forest's eternal song, a melody of transformation and discovery that would be whispered through the leaves for generations to come. And as the stars blinked into existence, one by one, the forest would settle into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the comforting knowledge that change was a gift, a journey, and a blessing. And so, dear listener, as you close your eyes and drift into dreams, remember Aelith's journey and know that change, when embraced, can lead to the most wondrous of transformations. Rest now and let the stories of the forest guide you into a peaceful slumber where dreams of magic and discovery await. Story 64. In a land forgotten by time, nestled within the emerald folds of an ancient forest, there lay a secret world where the natural and the magical danced together in perfect harmony. The forest was a sanctuary for creatures both great and small, each playing a vital role in the symphony of life that thrummed through the verdant canopy and echoed across the moss-covered ground. As the first blush of dawn painted the sky in hues of gold and lavender, a gentle mist wove its way through the towering trees, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth. The dew-kissed leaves glistened like tiny jewels, and a soft rustle accompanied the awakening of the forest's inhabitants. Among these creatures was a wise old turtle named Orin, whose shell bore the marks of centuries past, etched like stories waiting to be told. Orin was the keeper of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down from generation to generation, whispered through the rustling leaves and babbling brooks. His gentle eyes, deep as the forest pools, held the knowledge of seasons long gone and the promise of those yet to come. Orin had many friends in the forest, but none were as dear to him as Finn, a spirited young fox with a coat the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Finn loved to explore the hidden nooks and crannies of their woodland home, always eager to learn and grow. One crisp morning, as the sun filtered through the latticework of branches, painting the forest floor with dappled light, Finn bounded up to Orin, his paws barely making a sound on the soft earth. "Orin," Finn called, his voice full of excitement. "I've heard whispers of the Aurora, the spirit of the northern lights. They say she visits the forest to weave her magic into the seasons. Is it true?" Orin chuckled softly, a sound like the gentle rustling of leaves. "Ah, young Finn, the Aurora is indeed a wondrous spirit. She dances across the night sky, her colors a symphony of light, breathing life into the world with each graceful sweep of her veil. Her magic is woven into the very fabric of our forest, guiding the cycles of growth and rest." Finn's eyes widened with wonder. "Can we see her, Orin? Can we see her weave her magic?" The wise turtle nodded, his gaze turning toward the northern horizon. "Tonight, my dear friend, the sky will be clear, and the Aurora will grace us with her presence. But remember, her magic is subtle, and it requires a quiet heart to truly see." As the day wore on, the forest buzzed with anticipation. The birds sang sweeter, the breeze danced more playfully, and even the ancient oaks seemed to stand a little taller, reaching their boughs toward the heavens in welcome. When the sun finally dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of rose and indigo, Orin and Finn made their way to a clearing where the view of the northern sky was unhindered. They settled down together, the cool grass a soft cushion beneath them, and waited with bated breath. As twilight deepened into night, a hush fell over the forest. The stars blinked into existence one by one, and then, like a curtain being drawn back, the Aurora appeared. She unfurled across the sky, a magnificent tapestry of greens and purples, her light shimmering like silk in the wind. Finn gasped, his heart swelling with awe. The colors danced and twirled, casting a gentle glow over the forest, illuminating the trees and the creatures who watched in silent reverence. "Remember, Finn," Orin whispered, his voice a gentle caress against the night air. "The Aurora's dance teaches us of balance and harmony. Just as the seasons shift and change, we too must learn to adapt and find our place within the great tapestry of life." Finn nodded, his spirit alight with understanding. The magic of the Aurora was not just in her beauty, but in the lesson she imparted, that every creature, every tree, every whisper of the wind was part of a grand design, and that true harmony was found in embracing the ebb and flow of nature. As the Aurora's dance slowly faded, the forest sighed with contentment, and the night settled into a peaceful slumber. Orin and Finn remained in the clearing, their hearts filled with the quiet joy of shared wonder and newfound wisdom. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the creatures continued their lives, guided by the lessons of the Aurora and the gentle wisdom of Orin. They thrived in their sanctuary, a testament to the beauty of balance and the enduring power of friendship. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, the forest awoke once more, ready to embrace another day in the endless cycle of life. Story 65. In the quaint village of Everwood, where the sun flirted with the treetops and the air was always scented with the fresh aroma of pine and wildflowers, there lived a young boy named Finn. Finn's world was one of quiet simplicity, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering woods, where life moved at a gentle pace. The villagers often spoke of a hidden world within the ancient forest that bordered their town, a place said to be filled with wonder and magic, guarded by secrets only the heart could unravel. Finn was a curious soul, his eyes wide with the kind of wonder that comes naturally to those untouched by the cynicism of age. His sandy hair seemed to catch every ray of sunlight, turning him into a beacon of youthful exuberance. The forest called to him, its mysteries beckoning with the rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of streams. It was on one such day, when the sky was a canvas of orange and pink, that Finn found his life about to change in the most unexpected of ways. It all began with a peculiar discovery. As Finn wandered through the familiar trails of the forest, he stumbled upon a glade he had never seen before. The air here was different, imbued with a hushed expectancy, as if holding its breath in anticipation of something wondrous. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching towards the heavens, and nestled among its roots was a small, unassuming box. The box was made of wood, its surface etched with delicate patterns that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. As Finn touched it, a warmth spread through his fingers, and he felt as though he was being gently embraced by the forest itself. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a shimmering stone, its surface swirling with colors that danced like the northern lights. Finn's heart raced with the thrill of discovery, yet he felt an odd sense of calm wash over him. It was as if the stone was whispering secrets to him, secrets of its origin and the magic it harbored. Carefully, he tucked the stone into his pocket, feeling its warmth seep into his skin. As days turned into weeks, Finn found himself drawn back to the glade again and again. The stone, which he now carried with him always, seemed to bring the world to life in vibrant hues. Colors were brighter, sounds clearer, and the forest felt alive with a rhythm that thrummed in harmony with his heart. The villagers noticed the change in him, the way his laughter seemed to light up the room, and how his presence was like a gentle breeze, soothing and invigorating. One evening, as Finn sat by the village's small pond, the stone nestled in his palm, he was joined by a girl named Mira. Mira was new to Everwood, her family having moved from a faraway city. She was quiet, often found with her nose buried in books, yet there was an air of mystery about her, a depth that intrigued Finn. "What's that?" Mira asked, her eyes catching the glint of the stone in the fading light. Finn hesitated for a moment, then smiled. "It's something special I found in the forest. It feels like it holds stories and secrets." Mira's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "May I see it?" Handing her the stone, Finn watched as her expression changed from curiosity to awe. "It's beautiful," she whispered, tracing the swirling patterns with her fingertips. "I think it likes you." They sat in comfortable silence, the air filled with the gentle sounds of the evening. Finn felt an unexpected kinship with Mira, as if the stone had woven an invisible thread between them, tying their fates together in a tapestry of magic and friendship. As time passed, Finn and Mira became inseparable. Together, they explored the forest's secret pathways, each adventure revealing more of its hidden wonders. The stone seemed to guide them, leading them to forgotten waterfalls, hidden groves, and ancient ruins that whispered tales of old. One day, as they ventured deeper into the forest than ever before, they stumbled upon a hidden world unlike any they had imagined. A realm where the trees glowed with an inner light, their leaves shimmering in shades of gold and silver. The air was filled with the soft hum of magic, and everywhere they looked, creatures of legend roamed freely. Here, they met Alder, a gentle giant of a tree with a face carved into its trunk, eyes that twinkled with wisdom and kindness. Alder spoke with a voice that was both ancient and soothing, like the rustle of leaves in a summer breeze. "Welcome, young ones." Alder greeted them, his voice resonating through the forest. "You have found a place few ever see. This is the Heartwood, the soul of the forest." Finn and Mira listened in awe as Alder told them of the balance that must be maintained between the world of humans and the magic of the Heartwood. The stone they had found was a key, a bridge between the two realms, and it had chosen them as its guardians. "You must protect it," Alder said, the gravity of his words tempered by the warmth in his eyes. "For it holds the power to heal and to harm, and in the wrong hands it could bring imbalance." Finn and Mira nodded, understanding the responsibility that had been entrusted to them. With Alder's guidance, they learned to harness the stone's magic, using it to nurture the forest and their village, bringing prosperity and peace to Everwood. Their bond grew stronger, forged in the fires of friendship and the shared purpose of safeguarding the magic that had chosen them. They learned that true power lay not in the stone itself, but in their hearts, and in the love and respect they held for one another and the world around them. As the years passed, Finn and Mira became legends in their own right, their names whispered with reverence by the villagers. They grew wise and kind, their lives intertwined with the magic of the Heartwood, their friendship a beacon of hope and harmony. In time, they passed the stone on to the next generation, ensuring the legacy of the Heartwood would endure. And though they grew old, their spirits remained young, forever dancing in the light of the forest they had come to call home. The story of Finn and Mira, of their discovery and their journey, became a tale told by the fireside, a reminder of the wonders that lay hidden in the world, waiting for those with the courage to seek them out. And as the fire crackled and the night grew quiet, the village of Everwood slept, cradled in the gentle embrace of the forest, its magic a lullaby that whispered of dreams yet to come. Story 66. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled in a lush valley, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious child, always searching for the extraordinary hidden within the ordinary. Little did she know, her life was about to take an enchanting turn. One crisp autumn morning, Willow was helping her mother gather fallen leaves in the garden. As she scooped up a pile of vibrant red leaves, something caught her eye, a small, tarnished key, half buried in the soil. Willow's heart skipped a beat as she gently brushed away the earth and plucked the key from its resting place. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, but Willow sensed a peculiar warmth emanating from its worn surface. Cradling it in her palm, she felt a sudden surge of energy, like a whisper of magic awakening within her. That night, as Willow drifted off to sleep, the key glowed faintly beneath her pillow. In her dreams, she found herself standing before a towering oak tree, its branches laden with shimmering leaves that danced in an unseen breeze. A melodic voice beckoned her closer, and Willow realized it was the tree itself, speaking in a language she could somehow understand. "Young one," the tree said, "you have unlocked the ancient bond between human and nature. The key you found is a sacred relic, a gateway to the hidden realms that coexist with our own." Willow awoke the next morning, her mind brimming with questions. She knew she had to embark on a journey to unravel the mystery of the key and her newfound connection with the natural world. Seeking guidance, Willow turned to her dearest friends, a wise old oak tree named Gnarly and a mischievous squirrel named Nutkin. Gnarly, with his deep, rumbling voice, shared ancient tales of the key's origins, while Nutkin offered his boundless energy and quick wit. Together, they ventured into the depths of the forest, following the whispers of the wind and the guidance of the trees themselves. Along the way, they encountered curious creatures and faced challenges that tested their wisdom and resolve. One day they came upon a crystalline stream, its waters shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. Nutkin, ever the daredevil, scampered across a fallen log, but his exuberance caused him to slip and tumble into the stream. To Willow's amazement, the squirrel emerged with a shimmering, rainbow-hued coat. Gnarly chuckled, his bark rustling softly. "The waters of hue," he explained. "They reflect the true beauty within all living things." As they journeyed deeper, Willow learned to listen to the whispers of the forest, to feel the rhythm of life pulsing through every leaf and twig. With the key as her guide, she could sense the emotions of the trees, their joy and sorrow, their secrets and stories. Finally, they reached a clearing, bathed in golden sunlight, where a magnificent weeping willow stood tall and proud. Willow felt an instant connection, as if the tree had been waiting for her all along. Welcome, young willow, the willow tree greeted her warmly. You have proven your wisdom and compassion. The key has opened your heart to the language of nature, and now you must choose whether to embrace this gift or let it fade. Willow knew in that moment that her life had been forever changed. She had discovered a world of wonder and magic, hidden in plain sight, and she could never turn her back on it. With a smile, she embraced the willow tree, feeling its ancient energy merge with her own. From that day forward, Willow became a guardian of the forest, using her gift to communicate with the trees and creatures, ensuring harmony between the natural and human realms. And whenever she felt lost or uncertain, she would hold the key close, letting its warmth remind her of the extraordinary magic that existed all around, waiting to be discovered. Story 67. Once upon a time, in a quiet village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Willow loved spending time in the ancient forests that surrounded her home, finding solace and wonder in the towering trees and the creatures that made their homes among the branches and brambles. As Willow grew older, she found herself struggling with changes happening within her own life. She felt as though she were a seed buried deep in the earth, unsure of when or how she might blossom into her true self. Willow's parents noticed her introspective nature and growing uncertainty, and they gently encouraged her to embrace the transformation that comes with growing up. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the forest as she often did, seeking comfort in the familiar sights and sounds of nature. As she wandered the winding trails, she came upon a clearing filled with mushrooms of all shapes, sizes, and vibrant colors. Willow had never seen anything quite like it before, and she felt drawn to explore further. As she knelt beside a cluster of golden mushrooms, a soft voice carried on the breeze. "Hello, dear Willow. We've been expecting you." Willow turned to find a kindly old woman emerging from the trees, her eyes twinkling with mischief and wisdom. The old woman introduced herself as Magnolia, a guardian of the forest and a keeper of magical secrets. She explained that the mushrooms in the clearing were not ordinary fungi, but rather living embodiments of growth and change. "Each one represents a transformation waiting to unfold," Magnolia said with a warm smile. Intrigued, Willow listened as Magnolia shared the stories of the mushrooms, each one a lesson in personal discovery. The golden clusters spoke of courage and self-belief, while the delicate white mushrooms whispered of resilience in the face of adversity. The vibrant reds and oranges reminded Willow of the fiery passion that burns within us all, waiting to be stoked and nurtured. As the days passed, Willow found herself returning to the clearing time and again, drawn by Magnolia's gentle guidance and the magic of the mushrooms. She began to see her own journey reflected in their intricate patterns and shifting forms, and with each visit, she felt a little more confident in embracing the changes that life had in store. Willow's newfound wisdom did not go unnoticed by her friends in the village. A young boy named Rowan, who had always admired Willow's connection to nature, approached her one day with curiosity sparkling in his eyes. "Something about you has changed, Willow," he said. "You seem brighter somehow." With a warm smile, Willow shared the secrets of the mushroom clearing and the lessons she had learned from Magnolia. Rowan listened with rapt attention, and soon he too began to join Willow on her journeys into the forest, eager to discover the magic that lay waiting among the trees. Together, Willow and Rowan explored the wonders of the clearing, their hearts and minds opening to the beauty of personal growth and transformation. They learned to embrace the ever-changing nature of life, understanding that even the most daunting challenges could be faced with courage, resilience, and a little bit of magic. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Willow blossomed into a confident and wise young woman, her spirit as vibrant and radiant as the mushrooms that had taught her so much. She shared her knowledge with others in the village, becoming a beacon of guidance and understanding for those navigating their own journeys of self-discovery. And whenever she felt uncertain or adrift, Willow would return to the mushroom clearing, where the gentle whispers of Magnolia and the living embodiments of growth would remind her of the incredible transformations that lay ahead, waiting to be embraced with an open heart and a curious mind. For in that magical forest, Willow had learned that change was not something to fear, but rather a beautiful and inevitable part of life's journey. A journey filled with wonder, resilience, and the boundless potential for personal growth. Story 68. In a time when the whispers of the forest were more than mere rustling leaves, there lay a hidden realm untouched by the haste of human hands. This was the Glimmerwood, a sanctuary where nature's most wondrous creatures lived in a tapestry of harmony and balance. The air was perpetually tinged with the sweet scent of pine and the earthy aroma of moss, and the gentle babble of a brook provided a soothing symphony that lulled the forest into a perpetual state of calm. The inhabitants of Glimmerwood were not ordinary creatures. There were the ethereal moon moths, whose gossamer wings shimmered with the glow of moonlight, and the wise old treetop owls, whose eyes held the wisdom of centuries. Each played a role in maintaining the delicate balance of their home, guided by the ancient teachings passed down through generations. In this enchanted forest, the changing of seasons was not merely a shift in weather, but a magical phenomenon that transformed the very essence of the land. As the crisp, golden days of autumn began to give way to the chill of winter, the creatures of Glimmerwood gathered for the annual Harmony Council. This gathering, held beneath the sprawling branches of the great elder oak, was a time for sharing stories and wisdom, ensuring the forest remained a thriving sanctuary. Among the attendees was a young squirrel named Thistle, whose curiosity often led her to the farthest reaches of the forest. Her fur was a warm, chestnut brown, and her bright eyes sparkled with the promise of adventure. Thistle had been chosen by the elders to represent the younger generation at the council, a responsibility she held with a mixture of pride and trepidation. As the council commenced, the elder oak began to speak, its voice a deep, resonant rumble that seemed to echo from the very heart of the earth. The seasons turn, and with them the fabric of our world. It is time to remind ourselves of the balance we must uphold, the harmony we must cherish. The creatures nodded in agreement, their eyes fixed on the elder oak. Thistle listened intently, her heart swelling with the importance of the moment. She knew that with each passing year, the balance of Glimmerwood became more precarious, and it was up to all its inhabitants to safeguard their home. As the meeting drew to a close, the elder oak shared a tale from long ago, a story of how the forest had once been saved from a terrible drought by the magical song of the wind whisperers. These were delicate, invisible beings that lived in the gentle breezes and could only be heard when the forest was in dire need. Inspired, Thistle decided that she would seek out the wind whisperers, for she had noticed that the streams had begun to run low, and the leaves whispered of an impending dry spell. She set off on her journey as the first snowflakes of winter began to fall, each one landing softly like a secret being told. The path through the forest was blanketed in a serene silence, broken only by the crunch of snow beneath Thistle's paws. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of fresh pine and the faint, sweet tang of winter berries. The world around her was a canvas of white, dotted with the dark silhouettes of bare branches reaching towards the sky. As she ventured deeper into the forest, Thistle came across Frost, a gentle fox whose fur blended seamlessly with the wintry landscape. His eyes were like twin amber orbs, glowing with warmth and wisdom. Frost had seen many seasons come and go, and his knowledge of Glimmerwood was unparalleled. "Where are you off to, little one?" Frost inquired, his voice a soft murmur that carried on the wind. Thistle explained her quest to find the wind whisperers, to seek their aid in preserving the balance of their beloved forest. Frost nodded thoughtfully, a gentle smile playing on his lips. "I will join you," he said, "for it is in friendship and unity that we find our greatest strength." Together, they journeyed on, their spirits buoyed by companionship. As they walked, Frost shared tales of the forest, stories that had been told under the light of 1,000 moons. Thistle listened eagerly, her heart warmed by the fox's wisdom and the promise of adventure. Their path led them to the heart of Glimmerwood, a serene, snow-covered glade surrounded by towering firs that seemed to touch the sky. In the center of the glade stood an ancient stone circle, worn smooth by time and the elements. It was here, Frost explained, that the wind whisperers could be called upon. With a heart full of hope, Thistle stepped into the circle and closed her eyes, focusing on the gentle hum of the forest around her. The air began to stir, carrying with it a soft, melodic song that seemed to come from every direction at once. It was the song of the wind whisperers, and as it filled the glade, Thistle felt a sense of peace and connection deeper than she had ever known. The wind whisperers responded to Thistle's call, their song rising and falling in a harmonious dance with the wind. As the melody wove through the trees, the snow began to melt, revealing the vibrant green of new growth beneath. Streams that had been dry for weeks bubbled to life, their waters sparkling like liquid crystal in the winter sun. The creatures of Glimmerwood watched in awe as the magic of the wind whisperers restored the balance of their home. The forest came alive with the joyous chatter of birds and the rustling of leaves, a symphony of life that resonated with the heartbeats of all who lived there. With their task complete, Thistle and Frost returned to the Harmony Council, where the creatures of Glimmerwood welcomed them with open arms and grateful hearts. The Elder Oak commended Thistle for her bravery and Frost for his wisdom, reminding all present of the power of unity and friendship. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the forest, Thistle felt a profound sense of belonging. She understood now that true harmony was not the absence of challenges, but the presence of a community willing to face them together. And so, the creatures of Glimmerwood settled down for the night, warmed by the knowledge that their world was safe and their bonds stronger than ever. The stars twinkled above, casting a gentle light over the sleeping forest, a celestial promise of peace and protection. In the heart of the forest, beneath the watchful gaze of the great elder oak, Thistle and her friends drifted into a restful slumber, cradled by the whispers of the wind and the timeless lullaby of their enchanted home. Story 69. Once upon a time, in a village nestled amidst rolling hills and lush forests, there stood a quaint little cottage, with ivy creeping up its stone walls and a garden teeming with wildflowers. The cottage belonged to a gentle soul named Lilia, known throughout the village for her warm heart and radiant smile. She had a curious habit of collecting things that others deemed ordinary, for she believed each item held a story waiting to be told. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced in the breeze, Lilia wandered through the village market. Her eyes sparkled with delight at the colorful stalls brimming with fresh produce and handmade trinkets. As she browsed, her gaze fell upon a peculiar object tucked away in a dusty corner. It was an old, weathered book with a shimmering, iridescent cover that seemed to change colors in the sunlight. Drawn to its mysterious allure, Lilia purchased the book and hurried home, eager to uncover its secrets. She settled into her favorite armchair by the fireplace, the flames casting a warm glow upon the room. As she opened the book, a gentle breeze swept through the cottage, carrying with it the faint scent of lavender and honey. To her astonishment, the pages were not filled with words, but rather intricate illustrations that seemed to dance and shimmer as if alive. The images depicted a world much like her own, yet suffused with magic and wonder. At the heart of this world was a majestic tree with shimmering leaves and roots that stretched deep into the earth. As Lilia gazed at the tree, she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as if it were calling to her. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she found herself standing at the edge of an enchanted forest. The air was crisp and filled with the sweet songs of birds, while the ground beneath her feet was carpeted with soft, mossy earth. In this magical realm, Lilia encountered a host of gentle creatures who welcomed her with open arms. First there was Thistle, a wise old owl with eyes that gleamed like polished amber. Perched upon a gnarled branch, Thistle offered guidance and shared tales of the forest's ancient wisdom. Then there was Fern, a mischievous squirrel with a bushy tail and a heart full of laughter. Fern scampered about, leading Lilia along winding paths and hidden trails, revealing the forest's many wonders. Lastly, there was Willow, a graceful deer with a coat as soft as moonlight. Willow moved with an elegance that took Lilia's breath away, and her gentle presence was a balm to Lilia's soul. Together, they journeyed to the heart of the forest, where the magnificent tree from the book stood tall and proud. Its branches reached toward the heavens, and its leaves shimmered like stars in the twilight. Lilia felt a deep connection to the tree, as if it held the answers to questions she had long pondered. As she approached, she noticed a small glowing orb nestled among the roots. It pulsed with a gentle light, and Lilia understood that this orb was the source of the forest's magic. However, a shadow loomed over the tree, a creeping darkness that threatened to extinguish its light. Thistle, fern, and willow explained that the darkness was born of forgotten dreams and lost hopes, and only someone with a pure heart and a deep understanding of life's wonders could dispel it. Lilia knew that she must be the one to restore the balance. She knelt beside the orb, closed her eyes, and allowed her heart to speak. She whispered of her dreams and hopes, of love and kindness, of the beauty she saw in the world around her. As her words filled the air, the darkness began to recede, replaced by a warm, golden glow that enveloped the forest. The tree's leaves shimmered brighter than ever, and the forest hummed with renewed life. Lilia felt a profound sense of peace and joy, knowing she had helped to restore the magic that bound this world together. With the task complete, the forest creatures gathered around Lilia, their eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Thistle nodded sagely, fern chattered excitedly, and willow nuzzled Lilia's hand, a silent promise of friendship everlasting. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lilia found herself back in her cozy cottage, the magical book resting in her lap. Though she had returned to her own world, she knew that the magic she had discovered would remain with her forever. From that day forward, Lilia cherished her newfound friends and the wisdom they had shared. She understood that true magic lay not in grand gestures or powerful spells, but in the simple acts of kindness and understanding that wove the fabric of life together. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Lilia drifted off to sleep, the gentle crackle of the fireplace lulling her into a peaceful slumber, while the stars twinkled above, whispering promises of more adventures yet to come. Story 70. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village, tucked beneath the sheltering arms of the great willow woods, there lived a gentle young girl named Lilia. The village was a place where cobblestone paths weaved through lush gardens, and the air was always scented with the comforting aroma of fresh bread and wildflowers. Lilia was known for her kind heart and her curious spirit, often seen wandering the woods with her beloved companion, a wise old cat named Nimbus. His fur was as silver as moonlight, and his eyes were pools of emerald wisdom. One chilly autumn morning, as golden leaves tumbled from the trees, Lilia set out on her usual wanderings with Nimbus padding softly by her side. The forest was a symphony of rustling leaves and chirping birds, a cozy cocoon of nature's lullaby. As they walked, Lilia's attention was caught by something gleaming beneath a pile of leaves. She bent down and unearthed a curious object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was etched with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Nimbus purred thoughtfully, brushing against Lilia's legs. "That is no ordinary box, dear Lilia," he mused, his voice a gentle rumble. "It might be wise to see what secrets it holds." With nimble fingers, Lilia opened the box to find a single, delicate feather nestled inside. It shimmered with a strange, enchanting light, as if it had captured the essence of 1,000 sunrises. Lilia felt a sudden warmth spread through her fingertips, a sensation of peace and wonder. "What could it mean?" Lilia whispered, her eyes wide with awe. Nimbus, who had seen many wonders in his time, tilted his head thoughtfully. "I believe this feather is a key to something marvelous. Perhaps it is time for an adventure, my dear." And so, with the mystical feather carefully tucked into her pocket, Lilia and Nimbus set off deeper into the great willow woods. The trees whispered secrets to each other above their heads, and the path seemed to unfold before them like a welcoming embrace. As they journeyed, the air grew cooler, and the forest opened into a hidden grove, where the sunlight danced through the branches with a golden glow. In the center of the grove stood an ancient willow tree, its trunk twisted with age and wisdom. Draped over its boughs were hundreds of feathers, each one different, each one shimmering with its own light. The tree's presence was soothing, like the gentle touch of a grandmother's hand. A soft voice floated down from the branches. "Welcome, Lilia. Welcome, Nimbus. I am the keeper of the feathered dreams. You have found the feather of discovery, and with it comes a choice." Lilia stepped forward, her heart steady. "What choice must I make?" The keeper's voice rustled like leaves in the wind. The feather you hold can grant you understanding of one great secret of the world. But in return, you must share a gift of your own, a piece of wisdom or kindness to bring balance and light. Lila thought for a moment, her gaze drifting to Nimbus, who nodded encouragingly. Her mind swirled with possibilities, and she realized the greatest gift she could offer was the importance of friendship and understanding. I offer the wisdom that true strength lies in kindness and the bonds we share. The keeper's laughter was a soft breeze, a most precious gift indeed. As the words hung in the air, the feather in Lila's pocket began to glow brighter, enveloping her in a gentle radiance. She felt a connection to the world around her, a deep understanding of the harmony that wove through all things. It was as if she could hear the whispers of the trees and the songs of the stars. With this newfound understanding, Lila and Nimbus returned to their village, their hearts full of warmth and light. They shared their journey with the villagers, who listened with wonder and joy, finding inspiration in the tale of the feather and the ancient willow. And so, the village flourished with newfound kindness and unity, each person carrying a piece of Lila's wisdom in their hearts. The feather was returned to the grove, where it would await another curious soul, ready to embark on a journey of discovery and wonder. As the days grew shorter and the nights longer, Lila often found herself by the village hearth, telling tales of the magical feather and the lessons it had taught her. Nimbus, ever watchful, would curl up beside her, purring contentedly as the crackling fire painted their faces with a warm glow. And thus, in the embrace of the great willow woods, Lila's story continued to inspire, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay in friendship, kindness, and the courage to seek out the unknown. And so they lived, in peace and harmony, under the watchful eyes of the stars and the whispering trees, ever grateful for the gifts of the feather and the wisdom of the keeper of the feathered dreams. Story 71. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering oaks and whispering pines stood as sentinels of time, there existed a hidden realm known only to those who dared to listen to the murmurs of nature. This was a place where the boundaries between reality and magic danced like sunlight on a babbling brook, and the air was thick with the scent of moss and the sweet promise of wildflowers. Within this enchanted woodland, the creatures of the forest lived in a delicate harmony that had been nurtured through generations. The sun would rise each morning, casting golden light through the canopy and painting the forest floor in dapples of warmth. Dew-kissed leaves would shimmer like diamonds, while the gentle hum of life would crescendo into a symphony of chirps, rustles, and distant waters. Among these creatures was a wise old turtle named Thistle, whose shell was etched with patterns of ancient wisdom. Thistle had seen many seasons come and go, each bringing with it the lessons of time. His eyes, deep as forest pools, held the stories of the earth, and he moved with the steady grace of one who understood the rhythm of life. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in hues of amber and gold, Thistle gathered the young inhabitants of the woodland for a tale. They nestled around him, their eager faces lit by the soft glow of the early sun. There were squirrels with bushy tails, rabbits with fur as soft as clouds, and birds whose songs wove the very fabric of the forest's melody. "Today, my dear friends," began Thistle in a voice that rumbled like the gentle roll of distant thunder, "I shall tell you the story of the wind and the seasons, and how they taught us the value of balance and harmony." As the creatures settled in, the air seemed to hold its breath, and the rustling leaves quieted, eager to hear the unfolding tale. "Long ago," Thistle continued, "when the world was still young, the wind was a restless spirit, forever chasing the horizon. It would swirl through the trees, play among the branches, and dance across the fields. But like a child, it knew not its own strength." The young creatures listened intently, their eyes wide with wonder. "One day," Thistle said, "the wind, in its exuberance, blew too fiercely through the forest. It uprooted saplings and scattered leaves like confetti. The forest creatures were dismayed, for the balance of their home was disturbed. The birds chirped softly in agreement, recalling how the winds had once ruffled their nests. It was then, Thistle explained, that the seasons decided to intervene. They were wise and gentle spirits, each bringing their unique gifts to the world. Spring, with her cloak of blossoms and renewal, Summer with her warmth and abundance, autumn with her tapestry of change, and winter with her blanket of rest and reflection. The forest creatures leaned closer, drawn into the tale like leaves to sunlight. The seasons gathered and spoke with the wind, Thistle recounted. They taught it the dance of balance, a dance that required the gentleness of a breeze and the strength of a gale. They showed the wind how to carry the seeds of spring, to cool the heat of summer, to scatter the leaves of autumn, and to shape the snowflakes of winter. The forest seemed to sigh with contentment at the memory of such wisdom. And so, Thistle concluded, the wind learned to embrace its role in the cycle of life, to be both gentle and strong, to give and to take, as is the way of the world. The young creatures nodded, understanding the lesson woven into the tale. Balance and harmony were not just the work of one, but the responsibility of all. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Thistle smiled at the gathering. Remember, dear friends, we are all part of this great dance. In understanding each other's roles, we find the harmony that sustains us. The creatures thanked Thistle with soft chirps and rustles, their hearts lighter with newfound understanding. As they dispersed into the evening, the forest once again embraced its gentle rhythm, the wind soft and playful among the trees. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient oaks, the forest continued to thrive, a testament to the wisdom passed down through generations, ever whispering the secrets of balance and harmony to those who chose to listen.